Chapter 1966. The fourth gate opened. Hidden Cultivator City. Mystic Realm. It turned out that the cave abode had been destroyed by the lightning tribulation. But when Ningqi entered, he found that the cave abode had returned to its original state. Before he went into seclusion, Wan Li and Zhu Feng came out and chatted with Ningqi. They seemed to be asking about the demonic dragon ancestor, wanting to know why Ningqi had offended the demonic dragon ancestor. Ningqi laughed and said he didn't know, then entered the cave abode. There must be something strange about him. Otherwise, why would the demonic dragon ancestor chase him all the way to Yanshan City? Wan Li looked at Zhu Feng. If fourth junior brother doesn't want to say, can we force him? Forget it. This guy isn't even in the human devil stage. I don't think Master will give him the inheritance. With Junior Marshall's sister, Spider Pattern's temper, and her background, it's impossible for her to obtain Master's inheritance. So, big brother, between the two of us, whoever breaks through to the human devil full circle first, I think Master will give the inheritance to him. Zhu Feng smiled faintly. Second junior brother, have you forgotten how eldest senior brother helped you when you first entered the Demon King's mansion? Why don't you let me have the inheritance? Wan Li said with a smile. No way. Zhu Feng rolled his eyes and turned to return to the cave abode. Even if I can't, I have to. Wan Li looked at Zhu Feng's back, the corner of his mouth slightly raised. Inside the cave abode, another vortex of demonic qi formed above Ningqi's head. A steady stream of demonic qi poured into Ningqi's body, tempering his body. This speed is not fast enough. Ningqi muttered to himself. After he broke through to the 8 Tribulation Creator, the speed at which he absorbed demonic qi had increased. However, the column of creation points on the tribute panel made Ningqi feel that it was still a long way off. If he wanted to break through to the 9 Tribulation Creator, he had to gather 1 billion creation points. After the demonic qi in the mystic realm was transformed into creation points, Ningqi could absorb 130,000 to 40,000 a day. At this speed, it would take more than 20 years to gather 1 billion creation points. Open. A light shout, the first of the 9 inner hidden gates, was instantly opened. In the next second, the vortex of demonic energy above Ningqi's head doubled in size. As the demonic qi poured into his body, Ningqi felt a tearing pain in his muscles. Seeing this, Ningqi continued to open the 2nd and 3rd gates. At this time, the speed at which he absorbed the demonic qi was several times faster than before. His body could also withstand the demonic qi, so there was no danger of his body exploding. Besides fighting, the 9 inner hidden gates can also be used for cultivation. This demonic art is truly useful. Ningqi slowly closed his eyes, maintaining the speed as he madly absorbed the devil energy. By the time he reached the limit of the 3rd door, his good fortune points had increased by more than 400,000. Afterwards, Ningqi rested for a day or two and then continued to open the 3rd gate. As time passed, Ningqi's mortal body became increasingly powerful, and the duration of the 3rd gate of the 9 inner hidden gates also increased. 1 year later, the demons in the mystic realm suddenly discovered that the demonic qi they had absorbed recently was somewhat insufficient, so they all walked out of their cave dwellings. In the next second, their gazes fell on the abode where Ningqi was. How strange! Why is the demonic energy over there so rich? I thought it was just an illusion, but it turns out there really is someone trying to steal my demonic energy. Damn it! What method did this fellow use to gather all of our demonic energy? Wan Li, Zhu Feng, that fellow inside is your 4th junior apprentice brother. What do you say? Suddenly, the eyes of the demons fell on Wan Li and Zhu Feng. The two of them had strange expressions on their faces. In this past year, they discovered that the amount of demonic energy they could absorb had decreased by 30%. This time they couldn't help but come out and discover that the source of this decrease was actually in the cave dwelling of their 4th junior apprentice brother. Junior apprentice brother Zhu Feng, go call out fourth junior apprentice brother and ask him. If things continue like this, we can't do anything. Wan Li smiled. Elder senior apprentice brother, why don't you go call him out? Zhu Feng sneered. You two don't need to shirk this responsibility anymore. Otherwise we will report this to the higher-ups. At that time, all three of you will leave the mystic realm. One of the demons said coldly. His background was also very strong. His ancestor was one of the masters of hidden Cultivator City. Therefore, he was very confident when he said this, not afraid of Wan Li and Zhu Feng. Wan Li and Zhu Feng's expressions changed slightly. Before they could speak, Qing Shui walked over and said, There's no need. I have already reported the abnormality here. Soon, an old man walked into the secret realm, trembling. When everyone saw this old man, they all bowed to him. Like the giant worm, Ling Tu, he was also in existence at the full circle of human demons. However, he was from a declining clan, Chang Gui. Chang Gui-san glanced at everyone with a smile. Then his eyes fell on the cave dwelling where Ning Qi was. Who is that little guy in there? His speed of absorbing demonic energy is a little terrifying. Senior Song, the fourth young master of the Demon King's mansion, is in there. Qing Shui cupped her hands. The fourth disciple of Lord Pain? Chang Guisong's eyes moved slightly. Wan Li and Zhu Feng stepped forward to greet him. Senior Song, we don't know what our fourth junior brother is up to. What do you think? Chang Guisong looked at everyone with a faint smile. You said that the demonic energy in the mystic realm is abnormal. How is this abnormal? He must have cultivated some powerful demonic technique to absorb demonic energy so quickly. Don't report this in the future. With that, he turned around and left, just like when he came. Before he left, he took a deep look at Ning Qi's dwelling, and a sliver of curiosity flashed through his eyes. Qing Shui was slightly stunned. Her expression was a little ugly. Haha, since Senior Song has said so, I think we should all disperse. Wan Li chuckled. The demon's expressions were a little ugly. However, since Chang Guisong had made his stance clear, they could not say anything else. They could only return to their cave dwellings and continue cultivating. However, they were all fighting for the demonic energy in Ning Qi's cave. Ning Qi's eyelids twitched. He felt the demonic energy vortex above his head shrink a little. With a thought, the demonic energy vortex expanded several times in the next moment, snatching my demonic energy. Ning Qi's lips curled into a cold smile. The demonic energy in his body surged and gathered somewhere. The fourth of the 9 inner hidden gates open. With a boom, the aura on Ning Qi's body strengthened several times again. Chapter 1967. That was a misunderstanding, damn it. What kind of demonic technique is that kid cultivating? He's not even in the human devil stage, and yet I can't beat him? Did Master secretly teach fourth junior brother some kind of technique? Wait, the demonic Qi seems to have returned? The sky prides of the demon race cursed at Ning Qi, but before long they found that the density of the demon Qi in their cave dwellings had recovered a little. This lasted for about a day or two, and then they found that the demon Qi in their cave dwellings had been sucked away by Ning Qi. Huge amounts of demonic Qi poured into Ning Qi's body, and the time he could open the fourth gate increased. At first he could only maintain it for a quarter of an hour, but in the end he could maintain it for almost a day. Time passed and 2 years had passed. On this day, the door of the cave slowly opened. Many demons noticed the commotion and looked over. When they saw Ning Qi walking out of the cave, their eyes were filled with anger. Ning Qi ignored them and left the arcane realm. When he left, the demonic geniuses in the arcane realm felt that the demonic Qi that had been taken away had returned. That little devil is gone. Let's go back and cultivate. Yes, let's go back and cultivate. In another 6 or 7 years, I should be able to break through to the 9 tribulations creator realm. A hint of a smile appeared in Ningqi's eyes as he walked out of the concealed cultivator city. Over the past 2 years, he had absorbed a terrifying amount of devil chi every day, which was converted into fortune points. In just 2 short years, he had more than 300 million fortune points. He was only a little more than 600 million away from breaking through the 1 billion mark. Although he had not broken through, Ning Qi's strength had increased by more than just a little bit. The endless devil chi was crazily tempering his devil body, and the strength of his body had already reached an unimaginable realm. If he were to meet the dragon demon ancestor again, he reckoned that the dragon demon ancestor would not be able to kill him without 50 to 60 times. It's here, the League of Mountains and Seas? Mystic Truth and his wife stood at the entrance of the League of Mountains and Seas, looking at the plaque above their heads, and nodded. Who are you looking for? A few demons came out of the League of Mountains and Seas and asked when they saw Mystic Truth and Gu Miaoxian standing there. Is Bei Xian inside? Gu Miaoxian said with a smile. Bei Xian? The demons were slightly startled when they heard the name. A trace of fear flashed in their eyes. One of the demons carefully looked at Xuanjin Great Sage and Gu Miaoxian and said, May I know why you two are looking for young, noble Bei Xian? Oh, do I need to report anything to you? Great Sage Xuanjin frowned slightly. Startled, the devil quickly said, You've misunderstood me. Sir Bei Xian is no longer in the alliance of mountains and seas. If you're looking for him, you can go to the Devil King's mansion. Devil King Manor. Gu Miaoxian was taken aback. A look of worry flashed in Great Sage Xianzhan's eyes. He subconsciously grabbed the neck of the demon in front of him and lifted him up. He coldly said, Tell me clearly, why did the Demon King Manor capture Bei Xian? Capture? Hearing this, the demon immediately knew that the two had misunderstood. From their expressions, he could tell that they had a close relationship with Ning Qi. He quickly explained, Young noble Bei Xian was not captured by the Demon King's mansion. Young noble Bei Xian is now the 4th young lord of the Demon King's mansion. He has been accepted as a personal disciple by Lord Pain. Hearing this, Great Sage Xianzhan and Gu Miaoxian's expressions became extremely strange. How did Ning Qi become Pain's personal disciple in just a few years? That was an expert in the Earth Demon realm. Who are you? Why are you causing trouble in the alliance of mountains and seas? A cold voice sounded from behind them. Then Na Lan Shanhai walked in front of Great Sage Xianzhan and Gu Miaoxian. When he saw Gu Miaoxian, he was slightly startled, and a trace of displeasure flashed in his eyes. He said coldly, You're a demon from the Bone Sea tribe, right? The feud between the Alliance of Mountains and Seas and the Bone Sea tribe has been resolved. Why are you causing trouble in the Alliance of Mountains and Seas? Alliance leader, you've misunderstood. They're here to look for young, noble Bei Xian. The demon hurriedly said. Na Lan Shanhai was slightly startled, and his expression became a little strange. Oh, they're here to look for young, noble Bei Xian. That's indeed a misunderstanding. As he spoke, he quickly walked into the alliance of mountains and seas. Seeing this, the demons at the scene felt that their alliance leader was a little panicked. This guy, he seems to be afraid of something. Great Sage Xianzhan and Gu Miaoxian looked at each other and saw the strange look in each other's eyes. Then, Great Sage Xianzhan asked the demon, You said that Bei Xian was accepted as a personal disciple by Lord Pain, the Devil King of Mount Supremacy. Is that true? Of course it's true. How would I dare to say such a thing? Everyone in Yanshan City knows about it. The demon nodded repeatedly. Oh, Miaoxian, then let's go to the Devil King's mansion. Great Sage Xianzhan said. You too. Let me bring you to see young, noble Bei Xian. That demon volunteered himself. Seeing this, the demons at his side immediately showed regret in their eyes. However, this kind of opportunity was rare, so they naturally wouldn't let it go. One after another, they said that they would bring great sage Xianzhen and Gu Miaoxian to the Devil King's mansion. The two of them stared in bewilderment as the devils escorted them toward the Devil King's mansion. Back in the League of Mountains and Seas, Nayland Shanhai's face turned ashen when he saw what was happening. However, there was nothing he could do about it. He knew that the League of Mountains and Seas only existed in name. Over the past 2 years, many of the Devil Tribe squads had joined the Moonbreaking League. The only thing that remained was that they hadn't found a way to join the Moonbreaking League. Therefore, it was obvious that the devils were taking this opportunity to get closer to Ningqi. Xianzhen, Beixian has only been here for a few years, right? How could he be accepted as a personal disciple by Lord Pain? Is his talent really that terrifying? Miao Xian, you know that there are many things that I can't remember. Since Lord Pain accepted him as a direct disciple, his aptitude should be far beyond our imagination. If that's the case, then this matter will be easy to handle. The two of them communicated for a while with strange expressions on their faces. The attentive demon discovered that the two of them seemed to know nothing about Ning Qi's encounters in the past few years. Like a storyteller, he told them about the battle between Ning Qi and Chu Su of the North Moon, the battle between the giant worm's spirit map, and even his battle record of surviving more than 10 moves from the demonic dragon ancestor. The surrounding demons all revealed a look of worship, because Ning Qi's cultivation was only slightly stronger than theirs. He was a half-step human demon, but he had such a battle record. He had long become their idol. Xianzhen, your great-grandson, is amazing. Gu Miaoxian was a little shocked. Chapter 1968. Him again. The Demon King's residence. When the profound truth great sage reported his intentions, Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood came over and respectfully invited the two of them in. As for the demons of the Mountains and Seas Alliance, who led the way, the two of them called a servant to take them to the side hall to rest. Although they could not see Ning Qi in person, to be able to rest in the side hall of the Demon King's residence was enough to make people envious. Please take a seat. The young master of the Mystic North sect will be here soon. Wolf Blood personally served tea. Wolf Eyes had already gone to inform Ning Qi. When Ning Qi returned to the Demon King's residence a few days ago, he told the two to inform him immediately if anyone came looking for him. These days, Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood had been paying attention to the people who came. They did not expect to meet them after a few days. The cultivation of these two can't even compare to mine. What's their relationship with the young master of the Mystic North sect? Wolf Blood stood to one side after pouring the tea. He looked at the profound, truth great sage and Gu Miaoxian from the corner of his eyes and thought curiously. Soon, Ning Qi was led into the hall by Wolf Eyes. Seeing that it was indeed the profound, truth great sage and Gu Miaoxian, Ning Qi's lips curled into a smile. You two can leave. Ning Qi waved his hand. Wolf Eyes and Wolf Blood nodded and left respectfully. What a powerful aura! As soon as the profound truth great sage and Gu Miaoxian saw Ning Qi, they felt that his qi and blood were extremely vigorous. It seemed that even the mid-stage human demon they had seen before could not compare. The two of them were extremely shocked. Ning Qi was not even in the human demon stage, but his aura was already so terrifying. No wonder he could kill North Moon Chushu, an early-stage human demon. And Jian, is there any news? Ning Qi sat down and went straight to the point. The profound truth great sage nodded and said, There's some news. Some time ago, an elder of the tribe brought some people to the Lucifer tribe to buy pills. I asked one of them to help me pay attention to Jian Shilai's appearance. As expected, he saw a female demon in the Lucifer tribe, Miaoxian, and I received the news and personally went over. We also saw the demon, but the profound truth great sage showed a hint of hesitation. But what? Ning Qi's eyes flickered slightly. Things might have changed. Otherwise, Xuanjin, great sage, wouldn't be so hesitant. She seems to be a demon from the Lucifer tribe. She is different from Xianzhen. I saw her with my own eyes that she has wings. All the characteristics are exactly the same as the demons of the Lucifer tribe. They must have the same bloodline. If she is demonized by the demonic aura, she should be the same as Xianzhen, Gumiao said. Great sage, profound, truth nodded. Ning Qi frowned slightly. Have you spoken to her? Her identity is extraordinary. At that time, we didn't even have the chance to get close to her. I'm afraid that she will be like me and forget what happened in the past. If there is a misunderstanding because of this, I'm afraid that we may not be able to leave the Lucifer tribe safely. Great Sage Arcane Truth said. All right, I understand. Ning Qi nodded, deep in thought. If Great Sage Profound Truth didn't recognize the wrong person, that female demon was most likely Auntie Sword. Although he didn't know why she had the bloodline of the Lucifer tribe, at least she was still alive and her situation wouldn't be too bad. Ning Qi decided to return to the secret realm to cultivate. After he broke through to the 9 Tribulations creator, he would personally go to the Lucifer tribe to confirm the situation. Beixian, are you planning to go to the Lucifer tribe yourself? Do you want us to go with you? Great Sage Profound Truth whispered. Gu Miaoxia nodded and said, Lucifer's tribe is one of the top 3 tribes and has many complicated rules. You've just arrived, and if you break one of the rules, it might cause a misunderstanding. Why don't the 2 of us accompany you? That's good. Ning Qi thought for a while and nodded. Great Sage Xuanjin stood up immediately. Where are you going? Ning Qi looked up and asked. Aren't you going to the Lucifer tribe? Great Sage Profound Truth had a strange look. I didn't say I'm going now. My cultivation has reached a bottleneck. I'll go after I break through. During this time. Oh, come with me. Ning Qi smiled and walked towards the door. Great Sage Profound Truth and Gu Miaoxian didn't know where Ning Qi was taking them, but they still followed. Hidden Cultivator City. Human Realm. The demonic qi here was extremely thick for Great Sage Profound Truth and Gu Miaoxian. Even if they tried their best to absorb it, there would be an endless supply. Both of you, there are 2,000 mid-grade demonic crystals in here. It should be enough for you to cultivate here. When I come out, I'll come here to find you. Ning Qi handed an interspatial ring to Great Sage Profound Truth. Great Sage Profound Truth subconsciously took it, then felt that it wasn't appropriate and wanted to return it to Ning Qi. Take it as a gift from me to you. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hand, then walked towards the direction of the secret realm. Profound Truth, just accept it. I heard that Hidden Cultivator City consumes a lot of demonic crystals. We went to the Lucifer tribe this time and almost used up our travel expenses. Gu Miaoxian held Great Sage Profound Truth's hand and smiled. All right. Great Sage Profound Truth nodded, then took a deep breath and showed a hint of joy on his face. Miaoxian, the cultivation speed here is definitely several times faster than the outside world. Let's go find a place to settle down. Judging from Bei Xian's appearance, he won't come out for a while. Okay. Gu Miaoxian nodded with a smile. Secret Realm. The geniuses of the demon clan were cultivating quietly. Suddenly, they found that the demonic qi in their cave residences had disappeared. That little devil is back. Damn it. He'll be back in a few days? Won't he encounter a bottleneck? The geniuses of the demon clan in the secret realm didn't stay here all day and night. When they encountered a bottleneck, they would leave Hidden Cultivator City or even Yanshan City to find an opportunity to break through. Otherwise, staying in the secret realm was a waste of demonic crystals. Ning Qi ignored the curses of the geniuses of the demon clan. He opened the 4th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates, sealed his 5 senses, and directly entered a meditative state, swallowing the endless demonic qi. Time passed quietly like water. 1 year, 3 years, 5 years, 7 years had passed. Ning Qi's demonic crystals were almost used up. Just when the guards of the demon clan came to the cave residences and were about to urge Ning Qi to leave, the sky was suddenly covered with dark clouds. Another thunder tribulation? Him again. One by one, the demon clan walked out of their cave residences. When they saw the thunder tribulation vortex in the sky hovering above Ning Qi's cave residence, they were shocked. Chapter 1969. The young master of Beixian is undergoing the tribulation again. The lightning tribulation this time is quite extraordinary. Ning Qi raised his head and looked up. The walls of the stone chamber couldn't obstruct his vision. The lightning tribulation vortex in the sky was completely seen by Ning Qi. From its aura, he could tell that it was at least 50 times more terrifying than the lightning tribulation Ning Qi faced when he broke through to the 8th tribulation creator realm. If it were 10 years ago, a single lightning tribulation would probably turn Ning Qi into ashes. Rumble. The whirlpool of the thunder tribulation emitted rumbling sounds, causing the ground to tremble. All the demons in Yen Mountain City saw this thunder tribulation, which mid-human demon is going to break through to late human demon. The power of this lightning tribulation is quite terrifying. North Moon Chongxiu rushed into the sky from the North Moon clan. He was rather surprised as he gazed at the lightning tribulation in the sky. Soon, the goat demon and the other leaders of the 6 other clans appeared in the sky one after another, staring at the lightning tribulation above hidden Cultivator City, the Demon King's residence. Sensing the appearance of the lightning tribulation, Luriel soared into the sky with Lan Ruo and the others. The target of the lightning tribulation seems to be the secret realm. Don't tell me it's the young master of Beixian? Lan Ruo was surprised. As Ning Qi did not have enough demonic crystals, he was sent back to the Demon King's residence halfway through his cultivation. Lan Ruo was not unhappy at all, as Ning Qi had told him a mantra when he sent him back to the Demon King's residence. The mantra was like a treasure to Lan Ruo. That's unlikely. Junior nephew Bei Xian just broke through 10 years ago. It shouldn't be him. Luriel shook his head. Sir, the young master of Beixian is undergoing the tribulation again. A figure flew over and landed before the two of them. He was one of the scouts from the Demon King's residence. What? It's really Beixian? Why is he undergoing the tribulation again? Is he going to break through to the early human demon this time? But why is the aura of the lightning tribulation so terrifying? Luriel was dumbfounded. Figures flew into the sky, one after another. The demons closer to hidden Cultivator City all fled towards the north, south, east, and west regions, afraid of being dragged into it. On the other hand, the devils cultivating in hidden Cultivator City weren't that afraid. The main reason was that they didn't want to leave hidden Cultivator City. After all, it would be a waste if they left after paying the devil crystals. That direction seems to be the hidden Cultivator City's mystery land. Brother, isn't hidden Cultivator City just hidden Cultivator City? What is an arcane realm? You don't understand. Hidden Cultivator City is divided into heaven, earth, and human domains. The price of staying in each domain is different. The density of the devil chi in the heaven domain is enough to scare you to death. Staying at the most expensive place for a day would cost 300 low-grade magic crystals. As for the arcane realm, it was the most special place in hidden Cultivator City. Staying there for a day would cost tens of thousands of low-tier demonic crystals. Even if you have demonic crystals, you may not be able to enter. Those who can cultivate in there are all geniuses of the major tribes. 10,000 low-grade magic crystals? Senior brother, we've been here for more than 10 years. How many low-grade magic crystals have you saved? 300. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had an ugly look on his face. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse did some calculations. Senior brother, if you were to stay in the mystic realm for a day, you would have to store for over 300 years. He did not notice that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was shooting him a look of disdain. The demon who had just answered them seemed to have noticed that the two of them were different from the average demon race and had no intention of paying any more attention to them. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer had originally wanted to ask a few more questions. What kind of existence would be able to stay in there? I reckon that even Dao Yin wouldn't be qualified to enter. 10,000 low-grade demonic crystals a day? Oh my God! Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse shook his head. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer realized that his junior brother's intelligence seemed to have dropped a little after his brain had been invaded by the devil chi. He was somewhat glad that his junior brother's intelligence had been the same as before, apart from some changes to his body. Perhaps this had something to do with the fact that he was a corpse monarch. Otherwise, the two of them would have definitely lost their minds to the devil chi. After being in the immortal prison for so many years, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, who had initially hated the Dao Yin Immortal Lord, had started to feel grateful towards him. This was because he discovered that this place was even more suitable for the two of them to cultivate. In a short period of time, their cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, and he believed that in another few thousand years they might have the chance to take the final step and reach a realm that was even stronger than the Dao Yin Immortal Emperor, the Devil's Stage. Shut up, don't talk anymore, just watch. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer chided Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse when he saw that Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse still had the intention to speak. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse shut his mouth in embarrassment. Did young Master Wanli and young Master Zhu Feng break through? I heard that the two of them are already at the pinnacle of late-stage human demons and are about to break through to perfected human demons at any time. No matter who it is, it must be a late-stage human devil who is about to make a breakthrough. Perhaps a new full-fledged human devil will be born soon. Nonsense. All the geniuses inside are late-stage demonic humans. Do you think we don't know that? You are wrong. Have you forgotten about the fourth-ranked young Lord Beishian of the Devil King Manor? I heard that his cultivation is not even at the human devil stage. So what? The aura of this thunder tribulation is so terrifying. How could it be him? Oh, that's true. Inside the mystic realm, what kind of cultivation technique does our fourth junior brother cultivate? Even if he is breaking through to the early stage human demon, there shouldn't be such a huge thunder tribulation, right? Wanli looked at Zhu Feng strangely. Zhu Feng remained silent, as he did not know how to answer Wanli. In short, Ning Qi had surprised them time and time again. Do you think fourth junior brother can withstand such a thunder tribulation? Zhu Feng suddenly asked. Wanli smiled when he heard this. His gaze landed on Ning Qi's cave abode as he lamented. I don't think he can withstand it, right? The thunder tribulation vortex was almost done brewing, and the aura inside was gradually rising to its peak. Before the thunder tribulation could descend, Ning Qi had already walked out of the cave abode. There was an array formation on the cave abode that could intensify the power of the thunder tribulation if one was not careful. The previous thunder tribulation had been slightly stronger because of this. Ning Qi would not make the same mistake this time. Boom! A black thunderbolt struck down from the thunder tribulation vortex, and its target was Ning Qi. The aura of this thunder and lightning made all the demons in Yenshan City shudder with fear. Even those consummation human demons who were stationed in hidden Cultivator City all year round looked at Ning Qi and the thunder tribulation with bewilderment in their eyes. 9 inner hidden gates. First gate open. Second gate open. Third gate open. Fourth gate open. Chapter 1970. A body on the brink of death. Boom! The violent power of tribulation lightning surged into Ning Qi's body, destroying everything before it. His meridians, flesh, and cells were all collapsing under the power of the tribulation lightning. The HP bar above Ning Qi's head decreased rapidly. Just the first bolt of tribulation lightning had taken away half of his HP. Meanwhile, the second bolt of tribulation lightning was already brewing inside the lightning vortex. Won't I be dead for sure if it comes again? I can't just die like this. 9 inner hidden gates, 5th gate, open! Ning Qi lowered his head and let out a furious roar. At that moment, he raised his head and stared at the lightning vortex in the sky with an extremely sharp gaze. Under Ning Qi's mad guidance, the raging power of tribulation lightning broke through the barriers in his body one by one. Finally, when the second bolt of tribulation lightning descended, Ning Qi's aura skyrocketed once again. The 5th gate had opened. Boom! The tribulation lightning landed on Ning Qi's head, but this time his HP did not drop as much. The imprisoning dragon elephant method and the demon ancestral golden body method revolved madly, absorbing the power of tribulation lightning in his body. He's not dead? Wan Li and Zhu Feng were rather stunned. Such a powerful tribulation lightning had actually failed to kill their 4th junior brother. Everyone thought of Ning Qi's battle prowess that far surpassed those at the same level as him, as well as his crazy absorption of demon qi in the secret realm, coupled with the fact that he had forcefully endured 2 bolts of tribulation lightning that even they trembled in fear. They were finally certain of one thing. Chang Guisong was right. The demonic arts that Ning Qi cultivated were no small matter. It was very likely that he was the only disciple who had truly inherited Pain's legacy. Thinking up to there, they looked at Wan Li and Zhu Feng with rather strange gazes. There was a sliver of pity within the joy of their misfortune. 2nd junior brother, do you think he's already received Master's legacy? Wan Li asked with a rather sunken expression. Only Master and himself know. Zhu Feng was expressionless, but the killing intent in the depths of his eyes gradually intensified. The demons in Yanshan City flew very quickly and gathered in the direction of hidden Cultivator City at the same time. From their angle, they just happened to be able to see the charred Ning Qi of the tribulation lightning. Father, is that young Master Beixian? North Moon Lingqiu followed behind North Moon, Chongshu, rather worriedly. His gaze towards Ning Qi was rather surprised and uncertain. North Moon, Chongshu glanced at her and seemed to be in thought. He said, "It might be him, but it might not be him. We'll know once the lightning tribulation is over. Young Master Beixian is not at the human demon stage yet. The thunder tribulation shouldn't be this powerful. It can't be him, right?" North Moon Lingqiu thought to himself. Nearby, Yang Yingwei stared at North Moon Lingqiu rather passionately. His elder brother had been ordered by the goat demon to enter secluded cultivation for several centuries, forbidden from leaving the clan. Right now, as long as Ning Qi died from the lightning tribulation, he would be the person with the best chance at obtaining North Moon Lingqiu. Senior brother, so what if he's rich? I don't think he can withstand such a terrifying lightning tribulation. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse rubbed his chin and said. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer glanced at Ning Qi and agreed with Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse's judgment. The thunder tribulation vortex in the sky seemed to be brewing an even stronger thunder tribulation. The first 2 thunder tribulations had already caused him to be seriously injured. How could the remaining 7 thunder tribulations be so easy to overcome? Lord Lullier, could young Master Beixian have offended the heavenly law? The power of this thunder tribulation. Even if I break through to the late stage, it won't be this powerful. Lan Rua had a strange expression on his face. Perhaps it's because of his cultivation technique. Lullier had a grave expression on his face. Is there any way to help young Master Beixian? Lan Rua asked. Who would dare act rashly in the face of a thunder tribulation? You would be harming yourself and Beixian if you tried to help him. Even if my younger brother was here, he would only be able to watch as Beixian transcends the thunder tribulation. No one would be able to interfere. After all, Everyone who transcends the thunder tribulation is someone that the heavenly law wants destroyed. Lelier rolled his eyes. Rumble. As if it was almost done brewing, another black bolt of lightning descended from the tribulation clouds. Compared to the previous two, this black bolt of lightning was several times thicker. After it struck, the tribulation clouds dissipated and the sky became clear again. All the demons were a little stunned. 3 thunder tribulations? This was rare. At most, they had seen 1 or 9 thunder tribulations. In their memories, it was rare to see 3 thunder tribulations. Boom! After the thunder tribulations struck Ning Chi, everyone could see Ning Chi's flesh disintegrate instantly. Sparks spread in all directions, and his bones and internal organs could already be seen. Wan Li and Zhu Feng heaved a sigh of relief when they saw this. This fellow was dead. They believed that Ning Chi wouldn't be able to survive such serious injuries, and that the remaining power of the thunder tribulation was even more terrifying. Death was the inevitable outcome. Senior brother, this fella might be able to survive if he converted to my cultivation technique. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse sent a voice transmission smugly. Shut up. Don't mention this again in the future. There are many powerhouses here. If someone hears your voice transmission, I'm afraid both of us will die here. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer said angrily. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse pursed his lips when he heard this. However, he still shut his mouth and didn't say anything else. Ha ha! This fella is finally dead. Yang Yingwei laughed maniacally. Whoosh! Lelier and Lan Ruo flew over to Ning Chi's side with grave expressions. Bei Wel Lengqiu, who was already certain that the person undergoing the thunder tribulation was Ning Chi, turned pale. The person undergoing the thunder tribulation is the mysterious North Young Master of the Demon King Mansion? That can't be. He isn't even in the human demon stage. How could the thunder tribulation be so terrifying? This is really unexpected. A commotion broke out in Yen Mountain City. Everyone was whispering to each other and discussing the thunder tribulation. Mysterious North Young Master, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse exchanged a glance. Both of them felt that it was just a coincidence that they had the same name. Although Ning Chi's aura had yet to disappear completely, everyone believed that he was only half a step away from death. Uncle Master, 4th junior brother's injuries are so severe that even Master wouldn't be able to save him. My condolences, Uncle Master. Wan Li and Zhu Feng walked over to Lelier and bowed solemnly. As soon as the two of them said that, Ning Chi's bones suddenly changed. His originally pale, white bones suddenly turned golden from his toes. At a speed visible to the naked eye, it spread to the top of his skull. Even his internal organs turned golden. A moment later, flesh and blood grew out of thin air and intertwined as if they were knitting a sweater, from his head all the way to his feet. What's going on? Chapter 1971. Chapter 1971. The 10th Heavenly Layer. That was close. Ning Chi sighed in his heart as he felt the injuries in his body rapidly improving. He thought he was going to die this time. He didn't expect that the terrifying power of the thunder tribulation would allow the imprisonment dragon elephant art to successfully advance to the 10th layer. As a result, his total health reached 30 units. His health bar that had already bottomed out grew by quite a bit once again. Host, Ning Chi level, 9th tribulation creator health points, 30 units immortal ability, divine grace demon battle skill, 9 inner hidden Gates Dragon Slayer Crystal. 1133500. These were Ning Chi's current stats. After he became a 9th Tribulation Creator, the column of fortune points on his stats panel had completely vanished. The system has begun upgrading. During the upgrade, the system's functions cannot be activated. Progress 1%. Fortune points have vanished, and the system has begun upgrading. Don't tell me that breaking through to ninth tribulation creator and reaching human immortal or human demon won't rely on fortune points anymore. No matter what, let's heal first. Soon, Ning Qi entered a meditative state. The vast demonic qi in this place became the best nourishment he needed to heal his injuries. He's still alive? Yang Yingwei stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. Originally, he thought Ning Qi would die to the lightning tribulation this time, but never did he think he would actually survive it safely. By the looks of it, his wounds were not particularly heavy either. This kid is rather interesting, North Moon. Chongshu's gaze was rather stern. The goat demon and the other leaders looked at Ning Qi with the same gaze as North Moon Chongshu. They could tell from the lightning tribulation this time that Ning Qi was definitely hiding some sort of secret. Otherwise, how could he still survive after enduring such a powerful lightning tribulation? North Moon Lingqiu let out a long sigh of relief inside. She gazed at Ning Qi rather blankly. North Moon Chongshu turned around and glanced at her. After noticing this, he studied Ning Qi again and thought, except this time, his gaze was different from before. Seeing that Ning Qi had successfully survived and was now in a state of recovery, Ruo Rear and Lan Ruo revealed a look of joy on their faces. They stayed by Ning Qi's side just like that. As for those full-circle demonic humans who had been hiding behind the scenes, they retracted their divine sense and closed their eyes. Ning Qi's performance had indeed surprised them, but the only goal of full-circle demonic humans was to break through to the Earth demon stage. It was already a great honor for them to waste some time to observe Ning Qi. Seeing that the thunder tribulation had ended, they began to cultivate in seclusion again. Senior brother. After Ning Qi's flesh and blood regrew, Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse immediately looked at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer in astonishment and stuttered. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer stared at Ning Qi in shock before turning to Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse. It's him? It should be. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse nodded. He looks so similar and is also called Beishian. It shouldn't be a coincidence, but Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer could already confirm that the fella who had just undergone the Thunder Tribulation was the Beishian Yuan Venerate who had been thrown into the immortal prison by the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor. However, they had all been in the immortal prison for more than 10 years. While they were still worrying about a few demonic crystals, the other party had actually become the disciple of an Earth demon stage powerhouse and could even cultivate in a place that required tens of thousands of low-grade demonic crystals a day. This was too illogical. Hence, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer couldn't be sure if this fellow was the Beishian Yuan Venerate they knew. When his injuries recover, we will personally go and confirm it. If it's really him, perhaps the two of us won't have to run around in the future. That old fellow who has been chasing us will definitely not dare to cause trouble in the Demon King's palace. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer said. Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse had a look of anticipation on his face. Speaking of which, he had a very good impression of Ning Qi. When he had first been thrown into the mortal prison, he had still occasionally thought about Ning Qi and wondered if Ning Qi had been demonized by the demonic Qi or if he had been killed by the demonic beings there. After all, one could encounter demonic beings that were even more terrifying than the Tao Yin Immortal Emperor if they weren't careful. However, he had never imagined that Ning Qi would be doing so well. When Ning Qi was recuperating, the speed at which he absorbed the demonic Qi was much faster than before. Qingshui Lan and the other demons were very indignant about this. The demonic Qi that they were supposed to absorb had been snatched away by Ning Qi, which had indirectly caused their cultivation speed to drop significantly. If Chang Guisong hadn't made it clear that this wasn't under their control, these demons would have probably joined forces to complain. Uncle Master, may I know what demonic technique fourth junior brother cultivates? Why is the speed at which he absorbs demonic Qi even slower than late-stage human demons like us? Wanli stared at Ning Qi for a moment before suddenly stepping forward. Zhu Feng's attention was immediately focused on Laurier. Besides him, Even Qing Shuilan and the others were curious. What? Do you think that your master gave him special treatment? Let me tell you, after your master took him in, he left Yen Shan City and hasn't returned yet. There's no chance to impart any cultivation technique to him, Lurier said faintly. Wanli laughed dryly, but he was deep in thought. If Ning Qi didn't cultivate the cultivation technique imparted by their master, then he must have an extraordinary background. Otherwise, how could he have such a terrifying cultivation technique? Another existence like junior martial sister spider pattern. Wanli looked at Ning Qi and his eyes moved slightly. 1 month later, the speed at which Ning Qi absorbed the demonic qi gradually slowed down. The aura on his body had also started to condense from its initial chaotic state. Martial nephew Beixian, how do you feel? If you haven't recovered from your injuries, continue to meditate. I'll help you pay for the demonic crystals first. When the time comes, you can use the power demon body forging elixir to repay the debt. Lurier looked at Ning Qi with a smile and said, My injuries are more or less recovered. Ning Qi smiled and stood up. His body suddenly emitted an explosive sound. He lightly clenched his fist and instantly felt that his strength was at least 3 times stronger than before. If he used the 9 inner hidden gates as a benchmark, his current strength had reached an extremely terrifying level. Even if he wasn't a match for a late-stage human demon, he might be able to fight against a mid-stage human demon. In that case, let's return to the Demon King's mansion first. Lurier smiled. Demon King's mansion. Martial arts, practice field. Young Master Beixian, are you sure? Lan Rua frowned and looked at Ning Qi. I'm sure. Come on. Ning Qi smiled faintly. All right. Lan Rua's eyes suddenly revealed a hint of fighting spirit. Then he and Ning Qi began to fight. Violent explosions constantly sounded in the air. The two of them moved around and fought fiercely. Chapter 1972. Ning Qi countered Lan Rua's attacks while retaliating with ease. On the contrary, Lan Rua was getting more and more alarmed. It seems like I can easily defeat a mid-stage human demon once I open the 4th gate. The 4th gate of the 9 inner hidden gates was equivalent to a rank 4 combat skill of the demon race. Ning Qi maintained this state, and his strength was even stronger than Lan Rua's. In terms of pure combat strength, if Lan Rua didn't use his full strength and use all of his trump cards, then he wouldn't be Ning Qi's match in the current situation. After an hour, Lan Rua suddenly stopped and smiled bitterly. Young Master Beixian, there's no need to fight anymore. I'm no match for you. After saying that, he said shyly, Young Master Beixian, I'm almost done with the mantra you imparted to me. Ning Qi smiled, his lips moving slightly. Lan Rua was stunned for about 7 to 8 breaths of time. Then, with a face full of excitement, he sat down on the ground. Seeing this, Ning Qi smiled and turned to leave. In the reception hall, Great Sage Xuanjin and Gu Miaoxian had already left hidden Cultivator City. They had come out on the day of Ning Qi's tribulation. Upon seeing Ning Qi return to the Demon King Palace, the two of them knew that they were going to set off for the Lucifer tribe. Thus, they left hidden Cultivator City in advance to wait at the Demon King Palace. You two are... Great Sage Xuanjin sized up Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse for a long time before finally speaking. Gu Miaoxian was also curious. The auras of these two were quite strong, but they were still a long way from being a half-step human demon. Furthermore, the auras they exuded didn't seem like those of the orthodox demon race. They seemed more like the demon race. I am Immortal Slayer, and this is my junior brother, Demonic Corpse. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer smiled. Oh, Great Sage, Xuanjin nodded. The 4 of them looked at each other silently. After a while, Ning Qi walked into the main hall. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse stood up from their chairs in anticipation when they saw Ning Qi. "Hey, how did the two of you find this place?" Ning Qi was pleasantly surprised. He hadn't expected Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse to still be alive. "Yuan Venerate Beixian, it's really you." Upon hearing Ning Qi's words, Yuan Venerate Slayer and Yuan Venerate Immortal were 100% sure that the young master of the mysterious North sect was the mysterious North Yuan Venerate. "Xianzhen, it looks like these two people also came from your place." Gu Miaoxian secretly transmitted her voice. Great Sage Xuanjin nodded thoughtfully. After confirming Ning Qi's identity, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Great Sage Mystic Truth Side, Ning Qi asked them about their experiences during this period of time, but the two of them glanced at Great Sage Mystic Truth and the others. Ning Qi smiled and waved his hands, indicating that it was all right. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer then started to talk about the series of events that had taken place after they had entered the immortal prison. In total, it had been more than 10 years. Actually, they had not experienced many things. In addition to resisting the invasion of the demon Qi at the beginning, they had accidentally provoked an existence at the early stage of human demon and had been chased for several years. This time, they had also escaped to Yen Shan City. Great Sage Mystic Truth and Gu Miaoxian had a whole new level of respect for the two of them. Given their cultivation bases, it was indeed very rare for them to be able to escape from an early-stage human demon for so many years without dying. Even the two of them were not confident that they could do this. "Oh, is the human demon chasing after you in Yen Shan City now?" Ning Qi chuckled. "Yuan Venerate Beixian, senior brother, and I played that old fellow for a fool. However, given his methods, I reckon that he will be chasing us to Yen Shan City soon." Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse said. "Yuan Venerate Beixian, the two of us plan to." Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer hesitated. "I plan to make a trip to the Lucifer tribe in the near future. The two of you can come with me. If you encounter the being chasing after you, I will take care of it." Ning Qi smiled. "The Lucifer tribe? One of the 3 top tribes, the Lucifer tribe?" Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was secretly shocked. There were many powerhouses in such a tribe. After all, there were Sky Demon Stage beings to suppress them. Even Earth Demon Stage demons were not rare, let alone human Demon Stage beings. If they were not careful, they might provoke a being that surpassed an early-stage human demon. However, compared to their current situation, it was obvious that following Ning Qi to the Lucifer tribe was a good choice. Half a day later, the group of 5 arrived at the transportation array in Yen Shan City. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse looked around and finally asked Ning Qi, "Yuan Venerate Beixian, didn't the Demon King residence send a few experts to accompany us?" "My bodyguard is in seclusion." Ning Qi smiled. Lan Rua had gone into seclusion after obtaining those few lines of mantra. Ning Qi naturally wouldn't disturb him. Given his current cultivation base, it wouldn't make a difference whether Lan Rua followed or not. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was a little disappointed and subconsciously glanced at Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. However, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was thinking deeper. Ning Qi clearly knew that the two of them were being chased by an early-stage human demon, yet he was still so calm. It was obvious that he already had a way to deal with an early-stage human demon. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was even more certain of his conjecture after recalling the scene of Ning Qi's tribulation. Just as the 5 of them were about to step onto the transportation array, an angry roar came from behind them. Then a terrifying aura swept over, targeting Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse. "That old fellow has caught up? So fast?" Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was taken aback. The demons nearby were also shocked by this aura and retreated several dozen feet. "Little bastards, do you still have anywhere to run to this time?" Spiritual Void Mountain grinned sinisterly as he looked at the stunned expressions of the two of them. This time when he left the Spirit Void tribe, He had planned to take revenge for the spirit void near at hand and the others. In the end, because of the erased spirit, he was sent to a place where even birds wouldn't shit, causing him to lose the other party. Not to mention, perhaps it was due to luck, although he lost Ningqi, he found a stalk of spirit grass that was about to mature. Spiritual Void Mountain had been very happy at the time, but the spirit herb had also attracted many covetous eyes. One time, Spiritual Void Mountain had fought with an early-stage human demon and killed his opponent with great difficulty. However, when he returned to take a look, he discovered that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse had already divided the spirit herb and were enjoying it. Then, he had chased them frantically. These two slippery fellows had always been able to escape from certain death situations. However, this time, Spiritual Void Mountain believed that the other party would not have any tricks up their sleeves to escape his pursuit. Spiritual Void Mountain smiled in satisfaction as he saw that Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse were about to be killed. Chapter 1973. The demons nearby looked at Spirit Void Mountain strangely. They had already discovered that Spirit Void Mountain's aura was at the early stage human-demon realm. However, the person who had just made a move was the young master of the Demon King's residence. The Mystic North young master. Yuan Venerate North Mystic is already this strong? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse stared at Ningqi in disbelief. On the other hand, Yuan Venerate Slayer calmed down after a brief moment of shock, as he had already mentally prepared himself. Ningqi's strength was definitely not as simple as it seemed on the surface, as he had been able to survive such a powerful lightning tribulation. Who are you? I am an elder of the Spirit Void tribe, Spirit Void Mountain. These two thieves stole my spirit herb. Are you going to start a feud with the Spirit Void tribe because of them? Spirit Void Mountain suppressed the surging blood in his body as he stood up from the ground and stared at Ningqi fearfully. However, he was a little puzzled. The aura of this fella seemed a little familiar, but he was sure that he had never seen Ningqi before. Old man, the spirit herb is ownerless. Why do you think it's yours? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse retorted. Spirit Void tribe? What a coincidence. Ningqi chuckled. Spirit Void Mountain was taken aback. Had he really been to the Spirit Void tribe before? Had he accidentally met him? Don't tell me you happen to know the Spirit Void ruler and the Spirit Void sky? Ningqi chuckled. Hold on, your aura! There's a trace of shock in Spirit Void Mountain's eyes. As soon as the other party spoke, he came to a sudden realization. Wasn't that the aura of the demon race that killed the Spirit Void Sword and the Spirit Void Heaven? Was this demon race cultivator really that strong? Have you been to the demonic lands before? The Spirit Void near hand and the Spirit Void beyond heaven died in your hands? Spirit Void Mountain's eyes turned cold. Yuan Venerate North Mystic also has a feud with this old man? What a coincidence! Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse glanced at the Spirit Void Mountain and then at Ningqi before smirking. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer was also a little surprised. It seemed like Ningqi had already killed the Spirit Void tribe's demon race before, so there was a feud between the two sides. That's right, I did indeed kill these two. Ningqi smiled and nodded. You probably don't know the name of my Spirit Void tribe. You killed my Spirit Void tribe's Heaven Son of Heaven, and you're still so unbridled? Spirit Void Mountain said in a dark voice. The demons nearby were all stunned. The Spirit Void tribe was indeed very strong, but compared to Yen Mountain City, how strong could the Spirit Void tribe be? Moreover, this guy was threatening the personal disciple of revered Mountain Demon King Pain, the strongest expert in Yen Mountain City. So what? Ningqi sneered. Now, even if he didn't have the backing of the Demon King's mansion, he wouldn't be afraid of the Spirit Void tribe. The other side couldn't personally send an Earth Devil stage existence to kill him just because 1 or 2 ants died, right? This guy isn't even afraid of the name of the Spirit Void tribe. Spirit Hollow Mountain was slightly startled, and his expression became somewhat ugly. The strength that the other party had displayed just now made Spirit Hollow Mountain admit that he was inferior. Now that he could not defeat him and threatening him was useless, he was in a dilemma. Spirit Void Mountain opening. How come you have time to come to Yen Shan City? Since you've come, why don't you pay a visit to my North Moon clan? Are you looking down on an old man like me? Suddenly, hearty laughter rang out. An old man walked in front of the Spirit Void Mountain and said with a beaming smile. Spirit Void Mountain immediately let out a sigh of relief inside when he saw the old man. There was finally no need for him to embarrass himself today. He immediately smiled and clasped his hands. Senior Muyang, I've only just arrived in Yen Shan City. I haven't even had the opportunity to visit the North Moon clan when I ran into 2 thieves who stole my spiritual herbs here. However, there seems to be someone in Yen Shan City who wants to protect these 2 thieves. Spirit Void Mountain sneered, his gaze landing on Ningqi. North Moon Muyang was a mid-demon human. With him present today, he could basically deal with this guy before him. It's him. Only then did North Moon Muyang notice Ningqi. His gaze changed slightly, and the smile on his face gradually faded. Sir, why don't you bow when you see Senior Muyang? Since my Spirit Void tribe is so far away from Yen Shan City, aren't you afraid? Can the North Moon clan of Yen Shan City not deter you? The corner of Spirit Void Mountain's lips curled up slightly, and a sliver of complacency appeared in his eyes. When the demons nearby heard that, their expressions became even stranger. Mountain, don't be rude. North Moon Muyang yelled at Spirit Void Mountain before clasping his hands at Ningqi politely. I am North Moon Muyang. Greetings, young Master Beixian. There's no need to be so polite. Ningqi nodded with a smile. Young Master Beixian? Spirit Void Mountain was dumbstruck as he looked at Ningqi. His eyes revealed a trace of disbelief. To be called young master in Yen Shan City, perhaps only. Thinking of this, Spirit Void Mountain's body couldn't help but tremble. How was this possible? Senior Muyang, this is... Spirit Void Mountain glanced past Ningqi carefully before looking at North Moon Muyang. He prayed inside, but his prayers were clearly useless. North Moon Muyang's gaze towards Spirit Void Mountain contained a sliver of pity. He said indifferently, the young Master Beixian is a direct disciple under Sir Pain. With that, he said secretly, Mountain, if there's any misunderstanding between you and the young Master Beixian, clear it up as soon as possible. You know the caretaker of my North Moon clan, North Moon Chushu, right? 10 years ago, he died at the hands of the young Master Beixian. His battle prowess is unfathomable. Even I have no confidence in defeating him. Even North Moon Muyang had no confidence in defeating him. Spirit Void Mountain's face became even paler. After a moment of hesitation, he looked at Ningqi. So it's the young Master Beixian. I am Spirit Void Mountain. My apologies for not recognizing you. However, with your identity as the young Master Beixian, why would you bully the weak and kill 2 of the prodigies of the Spirit Void tribe? Please give me an explanation. Young Master Beixian. That's right. He only needed an explanation. A way out to save his dignity. Ningqi gave him a random explanation, and he would turn around and leave without another word. As for revenge, that was no longer his problem. Once he returned to the Spirit Void tribe, he would report this matter to the higher-ups, and there would obviously be even more powerful elders who would come forward to negotiate with the Demon King's estate. In the next moment, he stared at Ningqi, who had suddenly appeared before him in shock. I rarely explain. I usually solve problems with my fists. Ningqi looked at Spirit Void Mountain with a smile that didn't seem like a smile. He punched him in the stomach, and Spirit Void Mountain was sent flying. In the next moment, Ning Qi grabbed him by the arm and slammed him heavily into the ground. The ear-piercing sound of bones breaking echoed in the ears of the demons. These 2 hits directly brought Spirit Void Mountain's HP to the bottom. "You dare to kill me?" Spirit Void Mountain stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. "Why wouldn't I dare?" Ning Qi smiled and stomped his foot on his head. Spurt. Chapter 1974. 3 great rules in early stage human devil died in front of countless demons. Moreover, this early stage human devil was an elder of the Spirit Void tribe. All the demons looked at Ning Qi with admiration and fear. Ning Qi's movements were really fast. From the moment he made his move to the moment Spiritual Void Mountain died, only 3 breaths of time had passed. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse finally reacted and stared at Ning Qi in disbelief. They had already determined that Spiritual Void Mountain was much stronger than Dao Yan after all these years of hunting him down. However, such a strong expert had actually been killed by Ning Qi as if nothing had happened. The contrast was just too great. Young Master Bei Xian, Spirit Hollow Mountain, is one of the elders of the Spirit Hollow tribe. If he dies in Yanshan City, I'm afraid there will be some trouble. North Moon Mian glanced at Cleaver Lingshu's corpse and secretly shook his head. If he had just admitted defeat earlier, he probably would not have died today. However, for the sake of some groundless pride, he just had to say a few more words to this malefic existence. Even if he died now, he would have died for nothing. If the Spirit Void tribe has any objections, let them go to the Demon King's mansion to find me. Ning Qi smiled. Then he took the lead and entered the teleportation array. Yuan Venerate Slayer Mortal and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse hurriedly followed him. Great Sage Xianzhen and Gu Miaoxian exchanged a glance. They finally believed what the few demons from the Mountain and Sea Union had said. Before this, they had still been somewhat skeptical about the fact that North Moon Chu Su had been killed by Ning Qi. How big was the immortal prison? This time, Ning Qi left Yanshan City and headed towards Lucifer's tribe. Only then did he understand a little about the vastness of the immortal prison. Just a fragment of the Devil Clan's continent was countless times bigger than the central continent. They passed by hundreds of huge cities and even passed by many tribes. After spending half a year, they finally reached the territory of Lucifer's tribe. It was said to be a tribe, but in fact, when they were still thousands of miles away from the Lucifer tribe, they had already set foot on its territory. Everything here belongs to the Lucifer tribe. When you are here, you must abide by the rules of the Lucifer tribe. If you destroy any of them, it is very likely that you will be killed. Great Sage Xuanjin said. So exaggerated? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was speechless. Seeing that they didn't believe him, Great Sage Xuanjin coldly snorted and said indifferently, "There was once an earth demon stage existence who didn't follow the rules of the Lucifer tribe. 3 days later, he was killed in Red Absolute City. Look, it's that huge city in front of us. Do you see the red city walls? They are dyed red by the blood of that earth demon stage existence." In front of them, there was indeed a huge city. The red city walls stretched for an unknown distance. What was strange was that the city walls seemed to be somewhat transparent, and they could vaguely see what was going on inside the city. Hiss, Earth Devil Stage, how terrifying is that? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse gasped and asked curiously, "What are the rules of the Lucifer tribe?" There are 3 rules in the Lucifer tribe. Great Sage Xianzhen said with a solemn expression. First, you must not be rude to the Lucifer Orthodox demon race. Otherwise, you will be killed without mercy. If you break this rule, you're basically dead unless you're a sky fiend. 2. Don't make any noise when you enter Lucifer's giant city. 3. Don't cause trouble in the giant city of Lucifer. Just these 3? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was taken aback. Great Sage Mystic Truth nodded. Indeed, there are only these 3 rules. But don't underestimate these 3 rules. Many people have died because of the second and third rules. After all, there are often conflicts between the devil race. Sometimes when one loses his mind, he will die because of these two rules. Then I definitely won't lose my rationality. In short, when we reach Lucifer's giant city, I will just tuck my tail between my legs and behave myself. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse curled his lips. Soon, everyone entered Red Absolute City. When they passed through the city gates, Ning Qi indeed sensed an unusual aura from the city walls. Perhaps great sage Xianzhen was right. These red city walls had indeed been stained with the blood of an Earth Devil Stage powerhouse. As for whether that Earth Devil Stage powerhouse had really died here, no one knew. Not long after entering Red Absolute City, great sage Xianzhen and Gumiaoxian brought everyone to a transportation array. This transportation array was more luxurious and imposing than any that Ning Qi and the others had seen along the way in Yen Mountain City. Its aura was also very different. Beixian, this transportation array can take us directly to Lucifer's giant city, but it's a little expensive. Great sage Xianjin said. How much? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse asked curiously before Ning Qi could say anything. He was now obsessed with money and was very interested in anything related to demonic crystals. 100 mid-grade demonic crystals per person. Only mid-grade demonic crystals are accepted. Great sage Xianjin said. Gasp! Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse gasped and exchanged a glance with Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. The demonic crystals that the two brothers had saved up over the past decade were not even enough to buy a ticket to Lucifer's giant city. Let's go. Ning Qi smiled. He didn't have many mid-grade demonic crystals left, but he could still take out a few hundred. In the teleportation formation, in addition to Ning Qi and the others, there were also hundreds of demons. These demons were all going to the Lucifer giant city. Those demons who could take out 100 mid-grade demonic crystals basically had a powerful background. Their cultivation was also very high. There were many demons in the middle stage of human demon and the late stage human demon. Therefore, Ning Qi's group, which was a bit weird and didn't even have a human devil, immediately attracted the attention of most of the demons. They unscrupulously swept their eyes over Ning Qi's group and then revealed a hint of disdain. Ning Qi didn't have to wait long. He only felt his vision go black. When he opened his eyes again, the other demons were already walking out of the transportation array. Have we reached Lucifer's giant city? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was a little excited. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer immediately sent a voice transmission. Junior brother, you already know the rules. Don't cause trouble for me. Otherwise, I won't say that I know you. Senior brother, do you think I don't know what's important? Don't worry. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse pursed his lips. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse gasped when they left the teleportation array. The weakest demon race member they saw was a half-step human demon, and there were many human demon stage powerhouses among them. The two of them seemed extremely weak in this crowd, as any demon race member that passed by had an aura that was much stronger than theirs. These demons were basically in groups of 3 to 5. Very few of them walked alone. From the looks of it, they weren't natives of Lucifer's giant city. Instead, they were like Ning Qi and the others, who had rushed over from other places. Suddenly, there was a commotion in front of them. Ning Qi realized that all the demons had parted to make a path. The orthodox demon race of the Lucifer tribe is passing by. Everyone pay attention. Chapter 1975. A luxurious carriage, surrounded by many demons, slowly drove by. The demons around the carriage were all wearing black armor. Without exception, these armors were all exuding the aura of inferior grade magic tools. There were about 40 people, and each of them was wearing an inferior grade magic tool. A trace of envy flashed in the eyes of the nearby demons. A magic tool that was hard to find for them had become a standard weapon in the Lucifer tribe. Although these demons wearing inferior-grade demonic artifacts were not orthodox demons of the Lucifer tribe, but elites selected from the various tribes, their cultivation bases were very uniform. All of them were mid-stage human demons. This showed that the orthodox demon on the carriage definitely had a high status. The carriage was in the open, but there was a roof on top. However, because of the first rule of the Lucifer tribe, the demons standing nearby all lowered their heads. Very few of them dared to look up. A female demon was sitting in a lotus position. She was expressionless as she looked straight ahead. When the carriage passed by Ningqi and the others, Ningqi looked up and was slightly taken aback. If he was not wrong, the person sitting in the carriage was Jian Shilai. As if sensing Ningqi's gaze, the female demon on the carriage glanced at Ningqi and was slightly taken aback. Then she turned her head expressionlessly and continued looking ahead. Ningqi frowned slightly and fell into deep thought. Jian Shilai's gaze had fluctuated slightly. There were two possibilities. The first was that she recognized Ningqi. The second was that she had lost her memory like the great sage Xianzhen, and was only subconsciously moved when she saw an acquaintance. If it was the second possibility, Ningqi might have been suppressed by the Lucifer tribe on the spot by sending a voice transmission without permission. If it was the first possibility, why didn't Jian Shilai greet him since she had recognized him? Was it because she had no choice or because she had misgivings? Either way, Ningqi felt that this was not a good time to acknowledge her. It seemed like he would have to stay in the Lucifer giant city for a while longer. The demons nearby heaved a sigh of relief after the chariots were far away. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse whispered, "What a powerful aura. I feel like any one of those demon race guards could easily crush me." They are all in the middle stage of human demons, and they are wearing the fallen armor made by the Lucifer tribe, a low-grade magic weapon. Great Sage Arcane Truth said, "A low-grade magic tool." Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse sighed and looked enviously in the direction the team had left. Yuan Venerate Beixian, "We have arrived at Lucifer City. What we need to do next is..." Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal looked at Ningqi. "Let's find a place to stay first." Ningqi's gaze landed on the profound Truth Great Sage. Xuanjin Great Sage and Gu Miaoxian looked at each other, and then said to Ningqi, "Our Bone Sea tribe has a courtyard in the giant city of Lucifer, but I don't know if there is anyone living in it now. If there is, we have to find another place." Gu Miaoxian added, "If you don't have the right to live in the Lucifer tribe, you can stay in the inn for at most 10 days before you have to leave Lucifer City and come in through the teleportation array again. The Bone Ocean tribe is a subordinate tribe of the Lucifer tribe, so we don't have this restriction. As long as we stay in our own courtyard, no one will come knocking on our door to drive us away. In that case, let's go to your courtyard and take a look first." Ningqi said. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse muttered to himself. The Lucifer tribe really knew how to make money. 100 mid-grade demonic crystals. Yet they could only stay for 10 days before they had to leave and re-enter. That would cost another 100 mid-grade demonic crystals. The demonic qi in this place wasn't very dense and was very ordinary. Just the amount of demonic qi that they earned every year was probably extremely terrifying. Soon, everyone was led by the profound Truth Great Sage to an extremely remote place in the city. This place was already very close to the city walls. According to the division between the rich and the poor of the city, this place was considered a slum district. One could imagine how low the status of the Bone Ocean tribe was in the eyes of the Lucifer tribe. In front of a small courtyard, the profound Truth Great Sage stepped forward and knocked on the door. Soon, the door of the small courtyard opened with a creak. An old man frowned and sized up everyone. His eyes lit up when he saw Gu Miaoxian. "Miss Miaoxian, why are you here?" He didn't seem to notice the profound Truth Great Sage at all. "Uncle Yen, Xianzhen, and I have come here for some matters. We would like to stay here for some time. Is there anyone else in the tribe here? Are there enough rooms? Gu Miaoxian asked with a smile. Uncle Yen frowned slightly. He glanced at the profound truth great sage, and then at Ning Qi and the others. He realized that their auras were different from those of the orthodox demon race, and they might be from the mutated demon race. Uncle Yan's face darkened as he said to Gu Miaoxian, Miss Miaoxian, it's better to stay away from these shady people. Old man, how can you say that? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse scolded. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer glared at him and subconsciously looked around. He heaved a sigh of relief when he saw that no one had discovered him. The second rule of the Lucifer tribe was that no one was allowed to make a ruckus. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse's low voice had already been considered loud. Senior brother, this old man is clearly looking down on us. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse glared at the old man as he spoke to Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer shook his head. Ning Qi was still around, so it wasn't their turn to make a move. Uncle Yen, what is the meaning of this? Gu Miaoxian's expression turned cold. Nothing much. Miss Miaoxian, everyone, please come in. Uncle Yen chuckled and shook his head. He then opened the door and let everyone in. There were a total of 20 rooms in the courtyard. The rooms at the front were obviously unoccupied, but Uncle Yen led everyone to the back. Gu Miaoxian's face fell when she saw how old the rooms were. She felt that the old man before her was a little too much. She was the guardian of the Bone Ocean tribe, yet he wasn't even giving her any face. Uncle Yen, we are all honored guests. Please arrange for us to stay in the rooms at the front. Gu Miaoxian said faintly. Uncle Yen chuckled. Unfortunately, Miss Miaoxian, the rooms at the front have already been reserved. In a few days, young Master Xiaojian and the others will be coming here together. If there aren't enough rooms, you and your honored guests might have to give up their rooms. For now, we are just letting them stay here temporarily. As soon as he said that, his expression changed. Ning Qi had already walked to the most luxurious room at the front and opened the door. Hey, what's wrong with you? Chapter 1976. Mysterious message. Uncle Yan's cultivation base was not very high. At most, he was on par with someone like Xiao Qi Yungu of the League of Mountains and Seas. He was not even a half-step human devil. As such, he was knocked unconscious on the spot by Ning Qi's slap. Seeing this, Gu Miaoxian and Profound Truth exchanged a glance, then silently walked toward the room next to Ning Qi's. Yuan Venerate Slayer Mortal and Great Sage Xianzhen both smiled faintly and chose their own rooms after venting their anger. About an hour later, someone discovered that Uncle Yen was unconscious. A few demonic creature servants hurriedly ran over. Seeing that Uncle Yen was still breathing, they immediately heaved a sigh of relief. They softly called out Uncle Yan's name, and Uncle Yen slowly woke up. Ouch! Uncle Yen sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was burning with pain. He immediately remembered what happened before he fainted. He looked at Ning Qi's room, his eyes filled with anger. Unwelcome guest! What an unwelcome guest! Uncle Yen gritted his teeth and sneered. When young Master Xiaojian and the others arrive, let's see if you can leave. After saying that, he immediately turned and left. The strength that Ning Qi had displayed had already proven that he had the ability to kill him. Uncle Yen was naturally not foolish enough to fight him head-on. The demonic servants followed Uncle Yen as he left, looking back in horror. What kind of unwelcome guest had actually dared to beat their leader, Uncle Yen, until he fainted on the ground? They had heard that Uncle Yen had been operating here for many years and had gotten to know many big shots. His status in the Bone Sea tribe was not considered low. Even early-stage human demon elders would treat him as an equal. The next day, Ning Qi opened the door, and his eyes suddenly moved. On the floor in front of him, there was a jade slip. Ning Qi reached out and grabbed it there. The jade slip flew into his palm by itself. This was a communication jade slip. Ning Qi scanned it with his spiritual will, and the jade slip turned into powder. In a month, head south for 30,000 miles. Ning Chi's eyes flashed with suspicion. They had just arrived at Lucifer City. Why would someone leave a communication jade slip here and ask him to head south for 30,000 miles in a month? Who was the other party? What was their motive? After pondering for a moment, Ning Chi's eyes lit up. He had a vague guess in his heart. As for whether or not his guess was correct, he would have to wait for a month to find out. In the following days, Ning Chi basically stayed in the top-notch cultivation training ground. Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse didn't wander around. Given Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse's character, he naturally wanted to wander around a place like this. However, with Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer suppressing him, he could only suppress his restless heart and cultivate in seclusion in his room. Xuanjin Great Sage and Gu Miaoxian left the courtyard every day and came back at night. They seemed to be going to inquire about the news of Jian Shilai. However, the two of them were not even in the human devil stage, so the information they could get was very limited. It was basically impossible for them to know the whereabouts and information of a Lucifer, orthodox demon. They could only inquire about some relevant information from the side. On this day, a group of demons suddenly appeared outside the small courtyard. There were about 10 of them, both men and women. The strongest among them was an early-stage human devil. He looked to be in his 20s, and there was a hint of sharpness in his eyes. The other demons were also very young, and their cultivations varied. They clustered around this demon. Big Brother Xiaojian, is this the special courtyard of the Bone Ocean tribe in the Lucifer Giant City? As long as one lives here, one will not be affected by the rule of leaving in 10 days? All the demons looked at Gu Xiaojian excitedly. Although they had gone out to train before, it was different this time. They had come to the giant city where the Lucifer tribe was located, one of the top 3 tribes. To them, this place was like a holy land. Yeah, take a look. Gu Xiaojian pointed to the sky above the courtyard and chuckled. Do you see that inscription? That is the courtyard bestowed by the Lucifer tribe. With this inscription, one can stay here for a long time. All the demons looked up. Indeed, there was an inscription that seemed to be carved in the air above the courtyard. Their eyes revealed a look of pride. Gu Xiaojian smiled and knocked on the door. Not long later, the door opened. Uncle Yan's eyes revealed a look of surprise when he saw Gu Xiaojian. Young Master Xiaojian, you've finally come. Huh. Gu Xiaojian sensed that Uncle Yan's attitude was a little strange. It seemed like he was overly enthusiastic. He smiled and nodded. I've been nagging Uncle Yan these days. The tribe has asked me to bring them here to train. They will stay here for about 3 to 5 years. Don't nag, don't nag. Young Master Xiaojian, you've come at the right time. Miss Miao Xian has brought a few unwelcome guests this time. How hateful! Uncle Yan's eyes flashed with anger. It was as if he recalled the scene when Ning Chi had slapped him unconscious. Huh, Gu Miaoxian is here too? Which unwelcome guests did she bring? Uncle Yan, the injury on your face. Gu Xiaojian frowned. The other demons seemed to have seen the injury on Uncle Yan's face and were instantly filled with righteous indignation. Uncle Yan, who dared to attack you, does he not want to live anymore? How dare you? You even dare to hit Uncle Yan. Uncle Yan, tell us. We will avenge you together. There was no lack of half-step demons among the demons present. They had arrived in high spirits, only to find that Uncle Yan, who was guarding the house, had been beaten up. How could they not be angry? That unwelcome guest is not simple. Young Master Xiaojian, what do you think? Uncle Yan looked at Gu Xiaojian. He not simple? Bring me there. I am curious to see what kind of people Miao Xian's friends are. Gu Xiaojian chuckled and walked into the house. Soon, under Uncle Yan's lead, the crowd arrived at the most luxurious room in the house. Gu Xiaojian and the others found that the room was occupied and their faces turned even uglier. At this moment, the door next to Ning Chi's opened. Mystic Truth Great Sage, and Gu Miaoxian walked out. Gu Miaoxian was slightly stunned when she saw Gu Shaojian and the others. Gu Shaojian glanced at her with a faint smile. He had no intention of paying attention to Mystic Truth Great Sage. Miaoxian, I heard from Uncle Yen that you brought a few friends to stay here. Can you ask them to come out and let me meet them? Gu Shaojian smiled faintly. Before Gu Miaoxian could speak, Uncle Yen sneered and slammed heavily on Ningqi's door. Come out. Young Master Shaojian is here. You can no longer stay in this room. Shaojian, they're my friends. There are many empty rooms here. Why do you have to do this? Gu Miaoxian frowned. I am just getting to know them. Miaoxian need not worry. Gu Shaojian smiled faintly. Chapter 1977. Stop kneeling and get up. Ningqi frowned as he glanced at Uncle Yen, Gu Shaojian and the others. What's the matter? What's the matter? Uncle Yen was so angry that he laughed. You took the best room here. Now that young Master Shaojian is here, why aren't you letting him out? Big brother Shaojian, there's no need to talk to him. Just fight. Yes, just fight him out. This kid actually dared to injure Uncle Yen. His crime is unforgivable. The demons that Gu Shaojian had brought with him were all fired up as they glared at Ningqi. The demonic aura on their bodies was unstable, as if they were ready to attack at any moment. Did you injure Uncle Yan's face? Gu Shaojian looked at Ningqi. Gu Miaoxian wanted to persuade him a little more, but Great Sage Xuanjin grabbed her arm and said, Let Beixian settle this himself. Gu Miaoxian hesitated for a moment before nodding. She wasn't worried about Ningqi's safety, but Gu Shaojian's Yuan Venerate Slayer and Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse calmed down when they realized that Gu Shaojian was only an early-stage human demon. They smiled faintly and looked at Gu Shaojian with interest. They really wanted to know what would happen to this fella today. If he didn't offend anyone with his nasty mouth, then the injury on his face was indeed caused by me. Ningqi smiled. Gu Shaojian was slightly taken aback when he saw how calm Ningqi was. He had thought that Ningqi would quibble a little. Could he be relying on his superior strength? Thinking of this, Gu Shaojian scanned Ningqi with his spiritual sense and discovered that he was not a human devil stage cultivator. The smile on his face became even more radiant. Uncle Yen trembled in anger when he heard Ningqi's words. He glared at Gu Shaojian before sending a palm strike at Ningqi with a low growl. With Gu Shaojian around, he didn't believe that this kid could overturn the situation. Bang! Ningqi's fist landed on Uncle Yan's face. Blood spurted from his mouth, and a pile of broken teeth appeared on the ground. Then Uncle Yen drew a beautiful arc in the air and slammed heavily into the corner of the wall. This time he didn't faint. The pain on his face made him suck in a cold breath, and he glared at Ningqi with hatred. I'm warning you, don't take advantage of your seniority. When I go crazy, even I'm afraid of myself. I won't even let the elderly and children off. Ningqi calmly looked at Uncle Yen and said. The atmosphere suddenly became somewhat silent. After a full 3 breaths, Gu Shaojian and the other demons finally reacted. Without waiting for Gu Shaojian to act, the half-step demon rank existences roared and attacked Ningqi. Bang! 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 3 figures soared into the sky and landed heavily on the corner of the wall. Coincidentally, they landed directly on Uncle Yen. There was another pool of blood and broken teeth on the ground. Gu Shaojian finally sensed that Ningqi's strength was somewhat extraordinary, and a grave expression appeared on his face as he walked towards Ningqi. When he was about to reach Ningqi, a voice exploded in his ears. Gu Shaojian, he's the direct disciple of the Mountain Reverence Demon Kingpin of Yen Mountain City. He's killed many early human demons, including North Moon Chu Su, Spirit Void Mountain Splitter, and Giant Insect Remnant. Thump! Gu Shaojian was originally planning to kill Ningqi, but after hearing Gu Miaoxian's voice, he subconsciously wanted to retreat. In his nervousness, he tripped and fell to his knees in front of Ningqi. Ningqi's palm just happened to be raised and placed in the air. Big Brother Xiaojian? The other demons stared at this scene in disbelief. Gu Xiaojian, who was an invincible existence in their hearts, was kneeling in front of this guy for no reason? What's going on? Gu Xiaojian's face turned red and he wanted to get up. However, he immediately thought of Gu Miaoxian's voice. If what she said was true, then he might very well have one foot in the gates of hell. No, I have to confirm it. Thinking of this, Gu Xiaojian raised his head and looked at Ningqi. Are you the direct disciple of the Mountain Reverence Demon Kingpain of Yen Mountain City? How do you know? Ningqi had a strange expression as he glanced at the great sage Xianzhan and Gu Miaoxian. Really? Gu Xiaojian's heart was thumping wildly. The strongest expert in his Bone Sea tribe was only at the intermediate stage of human demon. Compared to Yen Mountain City, it was like a lone boat in the middle of the sea compared to a huge ship. All right, don't kneel. Get up. Ningqi put down his palm and said calmly. He would treat it as giving Gu Miaoxian some face, a mere early-stage human demon. It didn't matter if he killed him or not. Anyway, his fortune points had already disappeared. Hearing this, Gu Xiaojian immediately stood up. Although he still had some doubts in his heart, his expression was rather respectful. A real man knows when to yield and when to stand tall. So what if he knelt down? He still wasn't sure if the other party's identity was real, but he didn't dare to take the risk. I'll feign civility first. After confirming the identity of this guy, I'll make a decision, Gu Xiaojian thought to himself. When the demons in the vicinity heard this, they stood dumbfounded on the spot. Even the few in the corner were somewhat shocked. Yen Mountain City's direct disciple of the Mountain Reverence Demon Kingpain? How is this possible? Uncle Yen looked at Ningqi in disbelief. The resentment in his eyes had long dissipated. If this identity was real, he wouldn't even have the time to beg for mercy. How would he dare to bear a grudge against Ningqi? Although the Bone Sea tribe was a vassal of the Lucifer tribe, if the Bone Sea tribe really offended the Demon King's mansion, he believed that the Lucifer tribe would not choose to become enemies with Yen Mountain City just for them. There are still many empty rooms here. You guys can choose any one of them. Oh, except for these few. Ningqi said to Gu Xiaojian calmly. After that, he left the house and disappeared from everyone's sight. The 1-month deadline was almost up. Ningqi planned to keep the appointment and see if it was a message left for him by that person. Miaoxian, his identity. After Ningqi left, Gu Xiaojian looked at Gu Miaoxian with a hint of hesitation in his eyes. His identity is definitely real. If you don't believe me, you can ask the people in the tribe to investigate. It was a wise decision for you not to attack just now. Otherwise, even I might not be able to protect you. Gu Miaoxian said with a serious face. Sigh. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse sighed and muttered to himself as he walked towards his room. What a disappointment. I was hoping to watch a good show. Gu Xiaojian and the others' faces darkened when they heard this. However, deep down they believed Ningqi's identity. If you don't believe me, I'll send someone to investigate. Gu Xiaojian thought to himself. Ningqi left the southern gate of Lucifer City and continued advancing. Given his speed, traveling 30,000 miles was nothing. He could definitely reach his destination 2 to 3 days before the 1-month deadline. Ningqi slowed down when he was about to reach his destination. In the end, he sensed a palpitating aura in front of him. In the distance, there was a strange mountain with many black holes on it. Terrifying demonic qi was coming out of these holes. There were hundreds of figures standing around the mountain. More than 20 of them exuded an aura that far surpassed that of a perfected great demon. Chapter 1978. Seemingly aware of Ningqi's arrival, the devil race turned their heads and looked at Ningqi. An earth devil stage devil coldly shouted, "Scram!" His voice rumbled like thunder, surging over. According to Ning Chi's calculations, this mountain happened to be 30,000 miles to the south. The person who left the message obviously planned to meet him here. Junior brother. Just as Ning Chi was about to turn around and leave, a familiar voice suddenly sounded out. In the next second, Spider Mark landed in front of Ning Chi, looking at him with a pleasantly surprised expression. Senior Sister Spiderwin, why are you here? Ning Chi was surprised. I'm not the only one here. Master is also here. Come, follow me to see Master. Just like before, Spider Mark directly grabbed Ning Chi's arm and flew to the side of the more than 20 Earth Devil Stage cultivators. Ning Chi saw that Pain, whom he had only met once before, was also there, looking at Ning Chi with a faint smile. Master. Ning Chi cupped his hands respectfully. Pain nodded with a faint smile. Pain, when did you accept a new disciple? Not far away, an Earth Devil Stage demon looked at Ning Chi with a strange expression, then looked at Pain. Ning Chi recognized the voice of the Earth Devil Stage demon who had just berated him. Ning Chi wanted to see his status, but because the system was in the middle of upgrading, he couldn't even see his status panel. Lu Dongha, do I need to report to you when I accept a disciple? Pain sneered. I see that your disciple is not even in the human devil stage. Did you make a mistake? Lu Dongha sneered and looked at Ning Chi with a trace of disdain. Behind him stood 3 arrogant demons. They seemed to be his disciples. Their auras were not weaker than Spiderwin. They were late-stage, human-devil experts. He was not the only one. All the Earth Devil Stage cultivators were followed by 3 to 5 disciples. Among them, there were a few who had the strongest aura. They were at the peak of human devil stage. In addition to these dozens of people, there were hundreds of devils whose auras ranged from early stage to middle stage human devils. Lu Dongha, you underestimate Pain too much. If he made a mistake, he wouldn't have accepted Spider Pattern as his disciple. I discovered Spider Pattern at the same time as him. But Pain made the first move, otherwise, Another Earth Devil Stage cultivator sneered. Ning Chi noticed that his aura seemed to be the strongest in the field. Even he said so about spider lines. Ning Chi was already sure that in addition to the strength on the surface, spider lines must have some secret means or talent that he didn't know. Otherwise, the other party wouldn't take it to heart that he didn't get spider lines as a disciple. Or what they fancied was the relationship between Senior Sister Spiderlines and the Lucifer tribe. A hint of anger flashed in Lu Dongha's eyes, but he seemed to be quite afraid of this person and did not refute. Seeing that these big shots talked among themselves and didn't pay attention to him, Ning Chi quietly asked Spiderlines, Senior Sister, what's going on here? Junior brother, didn't you come here because you heard that the Underworld Emperor's cave fell from the sky and landed here? So you came here to fight for the opportunity? Spiderlines was a little strange. The Underworld Emperor's cave fell from the sky? It turned out that this mountain fell from the sky. But why was it called the Underworld Emperor's cave? Ning Chi's eyes flashed a trace of doubt. You came at the right time. The restrictive spell of the Underworld Emperor's cave is about to disappear. Soon, existences below the Earth Devil Stage will be able to enter. This is the personal cave residence of the Underworld Emperor, who had reached the peak of the Earth Devil Stage many years ago. There may be many divine fruits and demonic weapons hidden inside. The Underworld Emperor has been dead for many years, so his cave residence already has a spiritual nature. It usually shuttles through the void and rarely appears. Every time it appears, it will stay for 100 years at most before leaving again. Since ancient times, the Underworld Emperor's cave has appeared more than 10 times. Spiderlines transmitted her voice while looking at the Underworld Emperor's cave with a trace of greed in her eyes. Since she was so excited, it was obvious that the things inside were not simple. I see, but according to the rules of the Lucifer tribe, everything here belonged to them. These existences, at the Earth Devil Stage, wanted to take away the things in the Underworld Emperor's cave. It seemed to be a taboo. After telling Ning Chi about her worries, Spiderline suddenly smiled and transmitted her voice. You can think of this, which means you are not blinded by greed. Don't worry about this. In a few days, the Lucifer tribe will also send a devil clan here. This time, they will take a big share of what they can get from the underworld Emperor's cave. We can only follow them and get some soup. But the good things in the underworld Emperor's cave have long been taken away. I think the Lucifer tribe doesn't want them, so the person they send will not be too strong. After a pause, a trace of a smile flashed in Spiderline's eyes. She transmitted her voice to Ning Chi. Do you remember the ancestor of the demonic dragon clan? Of course. Ning Chi's eyes narrowed. He is living a miserable life now. Because he offended the orthodox devil clan of the Lucifer tribe, he is being hunted everywhere. Haha. There was a trace of complacency in Spiderline's voice. Senior sister Spiderlines, with the temperament of the demonic dragon clan, it is impossible for him to offend the orthodox devil clan of the Lucifer tribe, right? Ning Chi looked at Spiderlines suspiciously. By the way, how did he offend them? Someone found the undergarment of the wife of the second elder of the law enforcement hall of the Lucifer tribe in one of his cave residences. Spiderline's eyes were full of laughter. No wonder Wan Li and Zhu Feng are so afraid of her. Ning Chi was 100% sure that this matter had something to do with Spiderlines. Perhaps the undergarment was stolen by her. After all, she had a close relationship with the Lucifer tribe. A few days later, Ning Chi's expression became more and more solemn. Today was the date that the owner of the communication jade slip had agreed with him. But the other party still hadn't shown up, or in other words, the other party had already shown up and his guess was wrong. Right now, he was secretly looking at him. Ning Chi quietly observed the surroundings and found that the attention of the devil clan here was basically focused on the underworld emperor's cave, and he didn't feel that he was being secretly looked at. Strange. Why is the restrictive spell of the underworld emperor's cave still so strong this time? Pain and other earth devil stage devils surrounded the underworld emperor's cave, looking around and expressing their own opinions. Not long after, Lu Dongha signaled one of his disciples at the human devil stage to let him enter the underworld emperor's cave to explore. As a result, the human devil stage existence couldn't enter at all. As soon as he reached the entrance of the cave, he was blocked by the restrictive spell. He tried other caves, and the result was the same. Maybe the underworld emperor's cave doesn't intend to sleep this time, Pain said thoughtfully. Ning Chi found that the way he looked at the underworld emperor's cave was not like looking at a dead object, but like looking at a living person. Chapter 1979. Chapter 979. The Saintess, why should my junior brother go? Before Ning Chi could say anything, Spiderwin sneered and stood in front of Ning Chi like a tigress protecting her cub. Pain was slightly startled, then glanced at Spiderweb with a smile that wasn't a smile. Spiderwin, I have no choice but to let your junior brother go. Look around. Are there any demons below the human devil stage? Let him test the formation. He won't die. Lu Dongha spoke sincerely and earnestly. When the nearby devils heard this, they looked at Ning Chi with rather strange gazes. Indeed, among so many people, only Ning Chi's cultivation was the lowest. It was just that being called out by Lu Dongha like this, if it was another person, that person would probably be embarrassed and unable to get out of the situation. However, Ning Chi treated Lu Dongha's words as wind past one ear and didn't care in the slightest. So he is also afraid of senior sister Spiderwin? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. Well, Beixian, go and have a look. Pain nodded with a smile. Yes, master. Ning Chi nodded. Since Pain had spoken, Spidermark naturally would not stop Ning Chi. Under the gazes of many demons, Ning Chi flew up into the sky. There were many black holes in the underworld emperor's cave. He randomly picked one that caught his eye. It was indeed different from the human devil stage. Ning Chi entered it immediately. The demonic chi here is thicker than in the secret realm. It will be very effective to cultivate and refine my body. Ning Qi was shocked inwardly. When he was in the outside world, he didn't feel that the devil Qi in the Underworld Emperor's cave was so vigorous, and the amount of devil Qi that leaked out from the cave entrance was not much. However, as soon as he entered the cave, the devil Qi was like liquid, making it difficult for him to move. Even with Ning Qi's strength, he could only see a distance of 100 feet. If he were an ordinary demon, he would probably be blinded immediately. Ning Qi took a look at the depths of the Emperor's cave, then turned around and left. Seeing that he could enter and exit freely, Lu Dongha and the others looked a little gloomy. This is not good. Only demons below the human devil stage can go in, but they are weak. What can they offer? An earth devil stage. Cultivator frowned. Even if they can go in, they can't come out. Lu Dongha snorted. Then what should we do? There's no other way. We can't let go of this opportunity, right? Or we can break this Emperor of the Underworld cave together and see what's inside. Let's take whatever we can get. Lu Dongha said with a smile. As soon as he finished a sentence, the crowd could feel the Underworld Emperor's cave moving slightly as a terrifying aura was emitted from it. It's just a joke. Don't take it seriously. Lu Dongha looked at the Underworld Emperor's cave and gave an embarrassed smile. The Underworld Emperor's cave seemed to understand, and its aura gradually calmed down. It really does have spirituality. Could it be that it has an artifact spirit like Nuwa? Therefore, we can't underestimate this Underworld Emperor cave. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly as he thought to himself. Whether it was an immortal weapon or a devil weapon, it could not be measured by common sense. A lower-grade immortal weapon with a weapon spirit might be as powerful as a Dao weapon. Ning Qi suddenly understood why a cave mansion left behind by a perfected earth devil could appear again and again without being directly suppressed by a heavenly devil stage being. Even those at the heavenly devil stage were not sure how powerful the Underworld Emperor's cave was. Perhaps the master of the Underworld Emperor's cave, the earth devil stage being, was not dead at all. Everything was like a mystery. If it were Ning Qi, he would not easily suppress the Underworld Emperor's cave before he figured out the mystery. Go back and bring a group of disciples here. Lu Dongha ordered his disciples. They nodded and then left with dozens of early and middle stage human demons. Seeing this, the other earth devil stage beings also ordered their disciples to summon their disciples who had not yet broken through to the human demon stage. Master, shall I go back with my junior brother? Spider Pattern looked at Pain. Pain thought for a while and shook his head. No need. Your junior brother alone is enough. Then he looked at Ning Qi and said with a smile, Beixian, are you willing to enter the Underworld Emperor's cave? I won't force you. Of course I'm willing. Ning Qi cupped his hands and said, Good. Pain nodded with a smile. Pain, are you going to let him in alone? Hee. It seems that you are not interested in the Underworld Emperor's cave this time. Lu Dongha said with a slight sarcasm. Pain smiled and did not say anything, as if he agreed with Lu Dongha's guess. The other Earth Devil Stage beings were relieved. This time they had one less competitor. When the day was about to end, a chariot came through the air, surrounded by dozens of demons. Seeing the person on the chariot, Ning Qi suddenly thought of something. It seemed that his guess was right. Saintess? The Lucifer tribe sent this generation's Saintess here? Has that existence predicted that there will be a treasure in the Underworld Emperor's cave? Greetings, Saintess. Seeing the figure on the chariot, even Lu Dongha put away his unruly expression and showed a trace of solemnity in his eyes. He cupped his hands and saluted. Ning Qi followed Pain and the others to salute. He found that the way Spider Pattern looked at Jian Shilai was a little strange, as if they had known each other for a long time. Rise. A faint trace of earth demon Qi emanated from Jian Shi's body. Her gaze swept across the crowd, and when her gaze swept past Ning Qi, her gaze paused for a moment. However, This pause was extremely short, and other than Ning Qi himself, no one else could detect it. She is already at the Earth Devil stage. The look in Ning Qi's eyes was slightly complicated. Jian Shilai entered the immortal prison at the same time as Xuanjin Great Sage. Both of them had stayed in the immortal prison for thousands of years. However, Xuanjin Great Sage was not even in the human demon stage, while Jian Shilai had become an existence in the earth demon stage. In these short thousands of years, many extraordinary things had happened to her. Was it related to the orthodox demon of the Lucifer tribe who took her away? The title of saintess and the respect on the faces of Lu Donghe and the others made Ning Qi have deep doubts in his heart. Ning Qi did not know the truth, so he could only wait for a chance to ask in detail later. Saintess, there is something strange in the Underworld Emperor's cave this time. Lu Donghe took a step forward and whispered the changes in the Underworld Emperor's cave. Jian Shilai frowned slightly. The surrounding demons were dazzled. After all these years in the immortal prison, her aura was already very different from before. Her charm was even more irresistible. After hearing Lu Donghe's words, Jian Shilai told a demon beside her to go back to the Lucifer giant city and bring a group of half-step demons. After she finished, Spider Pattern suddenly stepped forward and said with a smile, "Mother, I told you, don't call me that in front of outsiders." Jian Shilai frowned slightly. Spider Pattern stuck out her tongue, then nodded unwillingly. "All right, Mother." Chapter 1980. Different goals. The nearby demons were not surprised by Spider Line's address. Ning Qi finally understood why Lu Donghe was so lenient to Spider Line and why that earth demon with the most vigorous qi was still worried about not receiving Spider Line. Given their attitude towards Jian Shilai, Ning Qi knew that Jian Shilai's status was much higher than theirs. If Spider Line was really Jian Shilai's daughter, her status in Lucifer's tribe would not be low. However, Auntie Jian had given birth? Ning Qi found it hard to believe. Back then, Jian Shilai had expressed his love for Feng Juxian, and Ning Qi remembered it clearly. So much time had passed, but she had never given up looking for Feng Juxian's whereabouts. Could it be that her temperament had been changed by the devil qi in the immortal prison? Holy Maiden, have you not caught the demonic dragon ancestor yet? Spider Streak winked at him. Jian Shilai looked at her indifferently. The second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall has already personally appeared. It won't be long before the dragon ancestor will be suppressed. You seem to be quite concerned about this matter. Holy Maiden, you don't know how arrogant the demonic dragon ancestor was back then. I finally managed to obtain the 9-yang body, tempering fruit with Junior Brother, but in the end he suddenly appeared and wanted us to give him the fruit. You also know that the demonic dragon ancestor is at the great perfection stage of the human devil. I am definitely not his match. If Junior Brother did not use the fruit to threaten the demonic dragon ancestor and let me leave first, I might not be able to stand here today, and Junior Brother was almost chased to death by him. Now that the demonic dragon ancestor is so daring, he stole that wife's undergarment. It is only right that we send a few Earth Devil Stage cultivators to encircle him, Spiderwine said. When the demons heard this, they subconsciously looked at Spiderwin and then at Ning Qi. Even Pain was no exception. Obviously, Spiderwin hadn't told Pain about this before. This child can escape from the hands of the dragon demon ancestor? It should be because the demonic dragon ancestor was afraid of his identity that he did not kill him, right? Lu Donghe and the others guessed in their hearts. They felt that their guess was probably correct. Otherwise, an ant who is not even at the human devil stage could easily suppress a human devil at the early stage, let alone a human devil at the exceptional stage. Spider Pattern, why didn't you tell Master about this? Pain said solemnly. Master is very busy. Disciple does not dare to trouble Master. It just so happens that the dragon demon ancestor offended. That. Spiderwin laughed awkwardly. Pain glared at her and then looked at Ning Qi. He scanned Ning Qi with his divine sense and found that there were no hidden injuries on Ning Qi's body. However, his expression changed slightly and he seemed to be thinking about something. Seeing this, Ning Qi guessed that Pain had already discovered that the strength of his body was different from ordinary demons. After Jian Shilai heard Spider-Wen's words, his gaze landed on Ning Qi and smiled. "You are Spider-Wen's fourth junior brother?" Ning Qi nodded. "Spider Pattern said that you saved her. How should I reward you?" Jian Shilai smiled. Immediately, Lu Donghe and the others showed jealousy in their eyes as they stared at Ning Qi unabashedly. Even if the reward was not precious, it was still a symbol of status. At least in the future, when they met demons of the same realm as them in the Lucifer tribe, they didn't have to lower themselves too much. How about this? After the matter here is over, you and Spider Pattern will come to my Saintess Temple. Jian Shilai smiled faintly. Then she sat in the carriage and put down the veil around her. She no longer spoke. Lu Donghe and the other demons were even more jealous. She actually obtained the qualification to go to the Saintess Temple. One must know that even they had never stepped into the Saintess Temple of the Lucifer tribe, because that place was synonymous with holiness in the Lucifer tribe, and the Saintess was destined to obtain the inheritance of the previous generation's demon and become the next generation's demon of the Lucifer tribe. To be able to have a good relationship with the next generation's demon of the Lucifer tribe, how could they not be jealous? In that case, thank you, Saintess. Ning Qi cupped his hands and said lightly. In the eyes of outsiders, this kind of performance was neither servile nor overbearing. Pain also showed a hint of gratification in his eyes. Many of the Earth demon stage existences secretly praised Pain's foresight. If this child was their disciple or grand disciple, they would probably be so excited that they wouldn't be able to find the North. Half a month later, batch after batch of demons arrived. Behind Jian Shilai, there were already hundreds of half-step demons with their auras. They looked serious and lined up neatly. Obviously, they had undergone unified professional training. Only when they looked at Jian Shilai, occasionally did their expressions fluctuate, and a hint of fanaticism flashed in their eyes. Fanatics, Ning Qi muttered to himself. This was his definition of this group of half-step demons. They were probably specially trained by the Saintess Temple and would probably take over the responsibilities of the group of demon guards around Jian Shilai in the future. When they grew old and died, these half-step demons would become the new guards of the Saintess Temple. Apart from Pain, the rest of the Earth demon stage existences had dozens to hundreds of demons below the human demon stage. Only a few of them were half-step demons, and most of them were at the same cultivation level as Yi and Yuan venerate Immortal Slayer. Saintess, everyone is here, right? Can we begin? Lu Donghe asked. Yes, we can start. Jian Shilai nodded lightly. The half-step human demons behind her were the first to break through the sky and enter the Underworld Emperor's cave through different black holes. Seeing this, Lu Donghe and the others also gave orders. Their disciples immediately rushed into the Underworld Emperor's cave. Only Ning Qi walked slowly toward the Underworld Emperor's cave at a slow pace. A trace of mockery flashed in the eyes of many demons present. Ning Qi chose a black hole that no one went through and entered the Underworld Emperor cave. Suddenly, the thick demonic aura enveloped Ning Qi's body again. The pores on his body opened and greedily absorbed the demonic aura. As the demonic aura entered his body, it began to refine his flesh. Ning Qi enjoyed this feeling very much. At the same time, the other demons were using all kinds of methods to resist the demonic aura. To them, such thick demonic aura was no different from poisonous gas. If it entered their bodies, there would only be one outcome: self-destruction. Ning Qi's goal was different from theirs. They had been ordered to find some divine fruit or demonic artifact in the Underworld Emperor Cave. Ning Qi, on the other hand, had formulated his purpose for entering the Underworld Emperor Cave based on the information inadvertently revealed by the spider pattern. The spider pattern had said that the Underworld Emperor Cave would break through space and merge with the void in 100 years. Ning Qi did not need 100 years. Given the density of the demonic aura here, as long as he could cultivate for 3 to 5 years, it would be a great improvement to his physical body. No divine fruit or demonic artifact could compare to the improvement of his cultivation base. Chapter 1981. So many earth demons. Outside the Underworld Emperor's Cave, everyone knew that Ning Qi's group wouldn't be able to explore the Underworld Emperor's Cave for a short time. The demon qi inside was so dense that it made it difficult for people to move. In the past, human devil stage existences would need to spend several years to come out. This time, it would take at least 10 times longer. Lu Dongha and the others wanted to talk to Jian Shilai, but Jian Shilai maintained his cold posture on the carriage and ignored them. Lu Dongha looked at the carriage embarrassedly and sat cross-legged on the spot. Perhaps because the saintess status was too noble, Spider-Wen couldn't get on the carriage. She could only stand at the side and chat with Jian Shi. She mainly told Jian Shi about the interesting things she had experienced over the years, but she didn't realize that Jian Shi's attention wasn't on her. His gaze pierced through the gauze curtain and landed on the Underworld Emperor's Cave. He seemed to be thinking about something. It's been 3 months. Why isn't Bei Xian back yet? Great Sage Xuanjin had a solemn look on his face. Gu Miaoxian was sitting beside him. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal and Yuan Venerate Demonic Corpse were also present. Could there have been an accident? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse frowned. Gu Shaojian has been looking at us strangely these past few days. If Yuan Venerate Bei Xian doesn't return soon, the 2 of us will probably be chased out of this place in a few days. Yuan Venerate Slayer Immortal said solemnly. Great Sage Xianzhen and Gu Miaoxian exchanged a glance and agreed with Yuan Venerate Slayer's conjecture. They did not know whether Gu Shaojian had sent anyone to Yen Mountain City to gather information. However, the way Gu Shaojian and the others looked at them over the past few days indicated that something was brewing. Why don't we see if Yuan Venerate Bei Xian left any clues behind? Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse suddenly said. Everyone was slightly startled. Then they all stood up and walked towards the room that Ning Qi had stayed in. In the past 3 months, they had never thought of going inside to take a look. Gu Shaojian was also afraid of Ning Qi's identity. Before he confirmed it, he did not dare to open the room. Very quickly, the 4 of them arrived at the house that Ning Qi had previously resided in, coincidentally bumping into Gu Shaojian, Uncle Yan, and the others. They seemed to be planning on entering as well. Miao Xian, where did the young master of Bei Xian go? Why wasn't there any news at all? If he doesn't intend to come back, our Bone Sea tribe will take back this room. Gu Shaojian said with a faint smile. Uncle Yan stood behind him with a cold smile on his face. In these 3 months, he had already confirmed that the other party had definitely left Yen Mountain City. As for whether it was because of a guilty conscience or because he was afraid that his identity would be exposed, he had no idea. After all, the people that Xiao Jiangu had sent out had yet to return with any news. Everything that was happening now could only be considered as speculation. Oh, if that's the case, then let's take it back. But we want to go in and see if that person left anything here. Is that okay? Great Sage Xuanjin said lightly. Gu Shaojian coldly glanced at him, then turned his head and smiled. Of course. It must have been hard on Brother Xianzhen. Everyone in the Bone Sea tribe looks down on him. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse thought to himself. Uncle Yan stepped forward to open the door, and everyone entered in a single file. However, they had only taken a few steps when they all stopped in their tracks. This was because there were a few lines of words on the ground that looked as if they had been chiseled by knives and axes. South of Lucifer's giant city, 30,000 miles. Gu Shaojian's expression changed slightly. The great sage of profound truth and the others looked at each other and turned to leave. Young Master Shaojianwi? Uncle Yan looked at Gu Shaojian. Follow him and take a look. If we are sure that he was just bluffing I will not let him off so easily. Gu Shaojian felt an irrepressible rage surge in his heart when he recalled how he had knelt before Ning Qi. All right, Uncle Yen smiled. Great Sage Xuanjin and the others had just stepped out of the southern gate when they realized that Gu Shaojian and the others had caught up to them. Everyone had a look of fear on their faces. Gu Shaojian was an early-stage human demon. If he took advantage of this opportunity to attack, they would not be able to stop him even if they joined forces. Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Slayer were ready to fight at any time. Gu Shaojian had a mocking look on his face when he saw how nervous the two of them were. He chuckled and said, "Don't be afraid. We just intend to follow you and take a look. If the young master of the mysterious North Star encounters any trouble, we will be able to lend a hand." Great Sage Xuanjin and Gu Miaoxian looked at each other and exchanged glances. Then Gu Miaoxian nodded with a faint smile and said, "Thank you. Let's go together then." No one spoke much along the way. Soon, they had crossed the 30,000 miles. They could see the towering underworld Emperor Cave in front of them and the suffocating aura. What is that? I don't remember there being a mountain here. Gu Shaojian was slightly taken aback. The group of Bone Sea tribe geniuses behind him looked excited, especially when they sensed the unfathomable aura in front of them. They felt as if they were about to participate in something big. That is, Great Sage Xuanjin and Gu Miaoxian were startled when they saw Pain. This place is cordoned off. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. A member of the devil race slowly walked to the front of the crowd and said in an indifferent tone. There was a trace of innate superiority in his tone. Gu Shaojian was a proud son of heaven. However, he did not dare to say anything in front of this devil race. This was because the other party was in existence at the intermediate stage of the devil race. He was an expert at the same level as the Bone Sea tribe's chief. Looks like the young master of the mysterious North Star is not here. Let's go. Gu Shaojian chuckled. Young master of the mysterious North Star? The demon was slightly taken aback before he frowned and said, "Wait here for a moment." Everyone saw him turn around and walk back. He whispered a few words in front of Pain. Pain then glanced at the great sage of profound truth and the others and gestured to the spider pattern. "You know my junior brother?" Spider pattern walked over to great sage Xuanjin and the others. Yes, we are good friends of Yuan Venerate Beishian." Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse was the first to reply. "My junior brother has entered the Underworld Emperor Cave and will not be able to come out anytime soon." "Junior brother came with you, right? Come with me and wait for him." Spider Pattern chuckled. Gu Shaojian and Uncle Yen stared blankly at the spider patterns, shock flashing through their eyes. That fella is really the disciple of Zunshin Demon King Pain. They did not believe that Ning Qi had deliberately invited someone to put on a show for them. The only explanation was that Ning Qi's identity was the same as what Gu Miaoxian had said. When they followed Spider Pattern to the middle of the demon race, many powerful gazes fell on Gu Shaojian and the others. Gu Shaojian, who was a self-proclaimed genius, felt a little uneasy. His expression was similar to that of the younger generation he had brought out from the Bone Sea tribe. There are so many Earth demon stage cultivators. Uncle Yan's eyes flashed with fear. He was even more shocked when he saw the carriage Jian Shilai was in. Chapter 1982. Seoul. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye a few years had passed. During this period of time, the tribe's geniuses that Gu Shaojian had brought with him had been excited at first, but now they began to feel irritated. However, they did not dare to show it. That was because the weakest of the people around them were at the early stage of human devil, and the strongest were at the unimaginable stage of earth devil. What do we do? Do we have to wait here forever? If they don't come out in 100 years, do we have to stand here and wait for 100 years? Let's ask Big Brother Shaojian and see what he says. They secretly discussed for a while, and then sent a sound transmission to Gu Shaojian, asking him about this matter. Gu Shaojian actually wanted to leave, but he did not dare to. He could only appease this group of young demons, telling them not to be impatient. You have to be patient. Haven't you always been shouting for me to bring you out to see the world? There are so many experts here. If you have the chance to become a disciple of one of them, that will be your lucky chance. This reason immediately caused the group of heaven's prides to quiet down, and their eyes gradually filled with anticipation. Ning Chi's eyes were closed. After several years of absorbing demonic chi, his physical strength had greatly increased. It was just that the further he went, the weaker the effect became. If others were to know of this, they would definitely be shocked. With such thick demonic chi, any human demon would have a terrifying effect. From this, it could be seen that Ning Chi's physical strength had far surpassed those of the same level. It's about time. Ning Chi's eyes flickered, and he slowly opened them. In the next moment, he changed into his demon form, his face full of evil, and his eyes flashed with a faint red light. Open for me. The incomparably dense demonic chi was like a giant black snake, breaking through Ning Chi's meridians like a hot knife through butter. When this giant snake reached Ning Chi's chest, it was like a thin membrane had been pierced through, and in the next moment, Ning Chi's aura rapidly rose. 9 inner hidden gates. 5th gate, open. At this point, the 9 inner hidden gates had completed the transformation from a 4th order demon race battle skill to a 5th order demon race battle skill. Ning Chi's strength had skyrocketed once more. During this time, the reason why Ning Chi's strength had risen so quickly was closely related to the foundation he had laid down. If it weren't for this foundation, Ning Chi would have already exploded and died several times ago. This was the so-called accumulation of strength. The first of the 9 inner hidden gates could increase Ning Chi's strength by 2 times, and so on and so forth. Once he opened the 5th gate, Ning Chi's strength would increase by 36 times. In addition, Ning Chi's own strength had also increased by several times during these few breakthroughs. Compared to when he was being chased by the demonic dragon ancestor, the current Ning Chi's combat strength had increased by an unknown amount. With such divine power, he might be able to touch the late stage of the human devil realm. Another 10 years passed. Those demons who had entered the Emperor's cave had finally finished their arduous journey and arrived at the depths of the Emperor's cave. Because of the extremely dense devil chi, it took them more than 10 years to reach the place that they could have reached in a few days. It was conceivable that the devil chi was a great hindrance to them. Where are the divine fruits? Where are the demonic artifacts? The depths of the Emperor's cave were empty. These demons looked at each other in dismay. They couldn't believe that they had spent so much energy and yet obtained nothing. Wasn't this too unreasonable? What's that ahead? Finally, some demons discovered that in the deepest part of the cave, there seemed to be a red light flashing. Their faces immediately lit up with pleasant surprise. Then they looked at each other with vigilance and began to rush towards the red light. However, with every step they took, they had to rest for a long time. The devil chi here was several times thicker than before. Since there were no divine fruits or demonic artifacts, that red light had become their hope. No matter what the red light was, as long as they could take it away, they would definitely take it. At least they wouldn't be leaving empty-handed. Moreover, something that could appear in the Emperor's cave was certainly not ordinary. Perhaps that red light was even more precious than the divine fruits and demonic artifacts that had been taken away. Hurry up, we must snatch it. Lu Donghe's disciples and grand disciples exerted all their strength and desperately walked towards the red light. 1 step, 2 steps, a few months passed. About 5 groups of demons were already very close to the red light. Only 100 feet away, they could clearly see what was shrouded in the red light. Among them, the demons of the Saint Lady Temple were at the front, followed by Lu Donghe's disciples and grand disciples, and ranked third were the disciples and grand disciples of the ancestor who had the strongest aura among the group of demons at the Earth Devil stage. Forget it, we have no hope. Many demons had already given up. They sat cross-legged and adjusted their breathing, preparing to gather their strength to leave this place. Only the 5 groups of demons were secretly fighting. Just as these demons gave up, they suddenly sensed a strange movement behind them. That was footsteps. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. There was no interval between footsteps at all. How could this be possible? How could someone walk freely in such thick devilry? These demons turned their heads to look and became dumbfounded, because they did see a young demon walking leisurely towards the red light. Lifting his feet, landing his feet, everything seemed so natural, as if the thick and terrible devilry here was like air to him without any hindrance. It's him. Finally, some demons recognized Ning Qi's origin. Before entering the Emperor's cave, Ning Qi had been standing beside Spiderwin. They thought that Ning Qi was Spiderwin's disciple and grand-disciple, but never thought that Ning Qi would be Pain's personal disciple. Now that they saw Ning Qi walking freely in the devilry, their faces suddenly showed a look of horror. Since he was not at the human devil stage, then he was a half-step human devil? They were all half-step human devils, so why could they only sit in the same place and adjust their breathing, while the other party walked so briskly? Very quickly, Ning Qi passed them and arrived behind the 5 groups of devils. The 5 groups of devils also sensed the abnormality and stood dumbfounded on the spot, watching Ning Qi pass by them and walk towards the red light. Who? Did a human devil stage cultivator come in? No, he is not a human devil stage cultivator. Why is he not restricted by the devilry here? Damn it, he is going to take it away. Lu Dongha's disciples and grand-disciples' faces were livid. The faces of the demons of the Saint Lady Temple didn't look any better. They were originally full of confidence that they would gain the most from this trip to the Emperor of the Underworld's cave. But now, a dark horse had appeared out of nowhere, which made their state of mind suffer a great loss. This is Chapter 1983. Who am I? Dongxian, White Emperor Tower. Ning Qi was frozen in place by Tuobaning's law of suppression. Above his head, an illusory figure holding an axe and hammer bellowed, "The land of the ancient demon clan close!" This was the most profound scene in Ning Qi's memory. It was also then that he knew that he had the bloodline of the immortal clan. In the red light before him, the soul with a distorted face looked 80 to 90% similar to the illusory figure that had appeared above his head. Could it be that this was just a coincidence? Who are you? Ning Qi looked at the soul with a complicated expression. The soul's face was distorted as if he was in great pain. He had lost his mind, and the red light that shrouded him seemed to be constantly torturing him. Who am I? After hearing Ning Qi's voice, the soul let out a roar. This roar penetrated the red light and echoed in the underworld Emperor's cave. However, the faces of the demons showed a trace of shock and confusion because they did not understand the meaning of this voice. Are you from the central mainland? Ning Qi's expression became more and more serious. The language of the soul was not the demon language, but the same language as his own. Central, mainland. These 4 words seemed to have touched a chord in the soul's heart. He let out another roar and stared at Ning Qi with hatred. At the same time, he began to struggle vigorously, trying to break free from the red light. At this moment, the entire Underworld Emperor's cave was shaking. In the outside world, all the demons opened their eyes in an instant and looked at the Underworld Emperor's cave. They were a little surprised, wondering what had happened inside. The Underworld Emperor's cave in front of them was shaking constantly, and at the same time, a terrifying aura was emanating from it. Saintess, there might be some changes in the Underworld Emperor's cave. Should we temporarily evacuate this place? Next to the carriage, the leader of the Saint Lady Temple's guards immediately asked. Jen Shalai looked at the Underworld Emperor's cave for a long time and said faintly, "No need." Yes. The leader of the guards nodded and retreated to the side. In the Saint Lady Temple, The saintess's orders were greater than heaven. He had the right to speak, but he had no right to object. They had to follow whatever the saintess made unconditionally. A hint of worry flashed across the eyes of Xuanjin Great Sage and the others because Ningqi was currently in the Underworld Emperor's Grotto. If there were any unusual changes in the Underworld Emperor's Grotto, it might endanger Ningqi. Within the Netherworld Emperor's cave, because of that roar, the dense devil Qi was like a sharp blade that left numerous wounds on the bodies of the various demons. Some were so deep that their bones could be seen, and some who were unlucky were even directly minced into pieces by the vibrating devil Qi and died on the spot. What kind of existence did that guy touch? Damn it, we're probably going to be implicated by him. Leave this place quickly. The demons glared at Ningqi. The timid ones had already turned around and left, while the rest were hesitant. They wanted to leave, but they also wanted to see what kind of existence was under the red light. They wanted to know why his roar could cause such a great shock in the Underworld Emperor's cave. The surrounding demonic Qi was like four walls that pressed down on Ningqi. However, with the strength of Ningqi's body, this kind of pressure was still within the limits of what he could endure. "Are you Feng Jiuxian?" Ningqi suddenly let out a loud shout. He did not use the devil language, so from the beginning to the end, the demons behind him had no idea what Ningqi was communicating with that existence. "Feng Jiuxian?" The shaking in the Underworld Emperor's cave gradually stopped, and the distorted expression on the soul's face gradually dissipated. However, the next moment, the soul's eyes became extremely red. He stood up straight and let out a long laugh. "Ha ha ha, I am Feng Jiuxian. So I am Feng Jiuxian. Ha ha ha." At the end of the laugh, two streaks of bright red blood flowed down from the corners of his eyes. As the blood tears flowed down, the redness in his eyes gradually faded, and his eyes became clear. He looked at Ningqi with a kind expression, as if he had become a different person. At the same time, a mysterious force was emitted from his body. This force swept in all directions at an extremely fast speed. The expressions of the demons in the Underworld Emperor's cave gradually froze. Outside, Jian Shilai, Pain, Lu Dongha, and other Earth Demon Realm existences, as well as Xuanjin Great Sage and the others, all stopped moving. In the giant city of Lucifer, there were all kinds of demons walking on the bustling streets. However, when they were swept by the mysterious force, everything stopped as if frozen by time. Only a demon with 4 wings on his back showed a trace of shock on his face. However, before he could react, all his senses were taken away by the mysterious force that could not be resisted. Time stopped. "Child, what's your name now?" Feng Jiuxian looked at Ningqi with a smile. "You know who I am?" Ningqi's face showed a look of astonishment. He had not noticed the change in his surroundings, and he was very shocked. "You haven't even been born, but I have already remembered your aura." As Feng Jiuxian spoke, he seemed to be immersed in his memories. His expression alternated between a smile and happiness. That memory might be the most beautiful thing in his life. "My name is Ningqi now," Ningqi said in a low voice. "Ningqi, that's a good name. Your cultivation has already reached this level. Well, with it helping you, how can your cultivation speed not be fast?" Feng Jiuxian walked out of her memories, looked at Ningqi with a smile, and nodded lightly. You know it. Ningqi was even more shocked. He had imagined the scene where he and Feng Jiuxian would meet, but everything that happened in front of him suddenly made Ningqi feel a little overwhelmed. "Of course I know it. It chose me in the beginning, but unfortunately in its eyes, I was a defective product. When I had no value, it ruthlessly abandoned me and took away everything that belonged to me. However, I was not reconciled to it. Even without it, I would still work hard to cultivate and look forward to the day when I can stand in front of it and tell it that it was wrong." The corner of Feng Jiuxian's mouth rose slightly, but her tone was quite calm, and one could not tell whether she was happy or angry. System? Are you talking about the system? Ningqi looked at Feng Jiuxian in shock. If what Feng Jiuxian said was true, didn't that mean that a long time ago, Feng Jiuxian was the owner of the system? Thinking of this, Ningqi suddenly remembered the legend of Feng Jiuxian in the Azure Dragon Continent. She was originally a servant disciple of the Greedy Wolf sect, but in the end she rose rapidly and became a transcendence realm cultivator stronger than Xuanjin the Great Sage, and her name spread throughout the Azure Dragon Continent. System? What is this? Oh, yes, it is powerful, and it can always appear in front of you in the most acceptable form. However, it is not a specific thing. As long as it wants, it can become a person, and you don't have to be surprised. Chapter 1984. Chapter 984. The young master of the Jiang family. The information in Feng Jiuxian's few words made Ningqi somewhat shocked, and he stood rooted to the ground. Where's my mother? Isn't she with you? Ningqi asked with difficulty. Feng Jiuxian had already become a soul. Ningqi didn't dare to think about what would happen to Wang Yuding. Feng Jiuxian was a little dazed when she heard that, but then she smiled and said, Your mother went somewhere far away, but don't worry. She should still be alive because... She touched her heart and looked up with a smile. I don't feel any pain here, so she's still alive. Ningqi wanted to ask more questions, but Feng Jiuxian glanced at the sky and waved her hand, signaling Ningqi not to speak. I used the last bit of my strength to make it unable to detect our conversation. I don't have much time left, so you just need to listen to what I have to say. After it abandoned me, I swore that one day I would stand before it again. From that day on, I used all means to find out its true identity and origins. In the end, I learned that it came from the continent of the immortals. Perhaps I let my emotions affect my decisions and angered it. Feng Jiuxian's expression gradually turned serious, as if what he was about to say next was very important. One day I suddenly met a man. He was as young as you, full of vigor. He asked me if I really wanted to meet him again. I said yes, and that man laughed at me, saying that I wasn't qualified, that I was delusional, that I no longer had the right to have everything that he had. After that, he took my life and took your mother away. Before he left, he told me that he had left my soul behind because he wanted to see if one day I would be able to truly stand in front of him. Who is he? Ningqi's expression was extremely solemn. If one day he was also judged to be no longer qualified to have everything it had, would he be stripped of everything he had? For example, his wife, his best friend, that guy? He claimed to be a disciple of the Jiang family of the Immortal Region. I don't know if it's true or not, but he was right about one thing. I really don't have the ability to stand before him again. Feng Jiuxian smiled. The Jiang family. The first mark that the dragon-slaying system displayed was the word Jiang. It was as if a clap of thunder had exploded in Ningqi's mind. Everything that Feng Jiuxian had said had been verified. These inextricable connections, through an incredible angle, were once again pulled together. However, he was wrong about one thing. At the very least, he didn't deprive you, or rather, he doesn't have the authority to deprive you. Child, promise me one thing, okay? Feng Jiuxian looked at Ningqi. Go ahead. Ningqi looked solemn. Find your mother and apologize to her. I might have to leave first. Then help me find that Jiang family disciple and teach him a lesson for me. After teaching him a lesson, remember to say that you are my son and let him know how powerful you are, okay? Feng Jiuxian smiled. Tell mother personally. Your soul is still here, and I can think of a way to help you reconstruct your physical body. You can also personally teach that Jiang family disciple a lesson. Ningqi whispered. It's useless. My soul is about to dissipate. Remember, find your mother and help me teach that Jiang family disciple a lesson. Feng Jiuxian smiled. Ningqi's expression suddenly changed. The next moment, the demon qi in the underworld emperor's cave suddenly surged wildly, condensing and compressing toward Ningqi. In just 10 breaths' time, The demon chi in the Underworld Emperor's cave was completely gone, condensing into a black bead that floated in front of Ning Chi. Then this black bead swooshed into Ning Chi's body and quietly stayed in Ning Chi's spiritual sensi. Wisps of demon chi emanated from it, refining Ning Chi's physical body. This is the last thing I can do for you. I'm sorry that I wasn't by your side when you were born. Feng Jiuxian looked at Ning Chi with a smile, the love in her eyes bursting out in an instant. Even at the moment when his soul dissipated, she still maintained a smile on her face, as if she had already seen through life and death. In an instant, the stagnant air seemed to start flowing slowly. The demons behind Ning Chi looked around in shock, wondering where the demon chi that had made it difficult for them to move had gone. In the outside world, Jian Shilai and the others also resumed their movements, but they didn't seem to notice that some time had passed quietly. In the giant city of Lucifer, the four-winged demon's face flashed with astonishment. He looked around suspiciously and whispered to himself, "That aura just now was very strange. What on earth was it?" He didn't seem to notice that time had stopped just now. Inside the Underworld Emperor's cave. "What did you just take? Hand it over." The demons under Lu Donghe's command looked at each other and immediately surrounded Ning Chi. Ning Chi, however, seemed to be unaware of it as he quietly looked at the empty space in front of him. Is it okay to just keep quiet?" The demons exchanged glances and suddenly attacked Ning Chi. Ning Chi suddenly looked up, turned around, and punched one of the demons. The demon screamed and directly turned into a cloud of blood mist. Not even a hair was left. Ning Chi didn't stop and continued to punch. With a series of bangs, the demons under Lu Donghe's command all died in Ning Chi's hands. The demons who were about to attack saw this and hurriedly retreated in fear, looking at Ning Chi in disbelief. They were both half-step human demons, but how could Ning Chi's combat strength be so terrifying? Birth, old age, sickness, and death all proceed according to the rules of the heavenly way. If one day I transcend the heavenly way and rule the heavenly way, then, Father, I think we will meet again. Ning Chi turned to look at the place where Feng Jiuxian disappeared, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. "I agree to your request. I will find my mother and teach the Jiang family a lesson. I will do both." What is he saying? What a strange language. It's very similar to the roar of that existence just now. The demons looked at Ning Chi suspiciously. At this moment, a piece of soil fell from the sky and hit the head of a demon. The Underworld Emperor's cave is going to collapse. Let's go out first. The demons looked at Ning Chi with fear and retreated. Ning Chi stretched out his hand and cut off the place where Feng Jiuxian had just stood and put it into the space package. After doing all this, Ning Chi turned around and left without hesitation. Boom! The Underworld Emperor's cave collapsed. Lu Donghe and the other demons looked at this scene in disbelief. Why did the Underworld Emperor's cave suddenly collapse? Spider heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Ning Chi walk out. What happened inside? Where are my disciples and grand-disciples? Chapter 1985. I'll remember this grudge. I didn't expect that the Underworld Emperor's cave would collapse without any warning. A demon sighed as he looked at the ruins in front of him. When great sage Xianzhen and the others saw Ning Chi walking out safely, they instantly heaved a sigh of relief. Gu Shaojian, Uncle Yan, and the others also finally confirmed Ning Chi's identity. They did not dare to act rashly, and a trace of fear surged up in their hearts. They regretted coming here. What, killed by him? An angry roar suddenly sounded out. Lu Donghe's silhouette flashed as he sent a palm towards Ning Chi. Bang! Lu Donghe was forced back a few steps. Pain stood in front of Ning Chi and gently lowered his palm. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Lu Donghe, you want to kill my disciple? Xuanjin, great sage, and the others were startled by this change and looked at Ning Chi. Lu Dongha's eyes were full of anger. Your disciple killed all my disciples. Is it wrong for me to kill him? Oh. Pain glanced around and didn't see the group of demons that Lu Dongha had sent into the underworld emperor's cave. The rest of the Earth Demon Stage experts watched this scene with interest, but most of them were looking at Ning Qi with flickering eyes. They already knew everything that had happened in the underworld emperor's cave. This time, no one had gained anything except for Ning Qi. According to the report of their disciples, Ning Qi was the only one who had come into close contact with the red light. After that, the underworld emperor's cave collapsed. Everyone thought that Ning Qi had taken something from the underworld emperor's cave. Otherwise, it would be too much of a coincidence. Pain, it seems that your disciple took everything for himself. It's wrong to kill Lu Dongha's disciples, but it's even more wrong to take everything for himself. That's right. Ask him to hand over the things he obtained in the underworld emperor's cave. Lu Dongha, don't get too excited. There will always be casualties. Even if your disciples and grand disciples don't die here, they will die somewhere else. Bei Xian, tell me what you saw in the emperor's abode. Why did you want to kill all of Lu Dongha's disciples and grand disciples? Pain looked at Ning Qi and said with a faint smile. Ning Qi smiled. There was a divine soul in the underworld emperor's cave. When I saw it, it was already dissipating. There was nothing inside except for this divine soul. As for... His eyes fell on Lu Dongha. Why did I kill his disciples? It's because they wanted to suppress me. They deserved to die. Pain nodded and looked at Lu Dongha. Did you hear that? Your disciples and grand disciples are not as good as me, so it doesn't matter if they die. However, you just attacked Bei Xian and tried to kill my direct disciple. I can't let this slide so easily. Let's fight. Fine, let's fight. I've long found you an eyesore. Come. Lu Dongha issued a loud roar, and then two figures directly broke through the sky. Suddenly, there was a loud sound in the sky, like rolling thunder. The two Earth Devil experts were fighting, stirring up the surrounding devil chi, and even the sky and Earth changed color. The demons on the ground looked up at the sky, but Pain and Lu Dongha were surrounded by endless devil chi. Except for the Earth Demon Stage demons, the rest of the demons couldn't see the details of the situation. Spider-Wen walked over to Ning Qi and asked. Spider-Wen walked to Ning Qi's side and transmitted her voice. Ning Qi smiled. Of course not. Spider-Wen's eyes lit up. There's a lot of demonic chi inside. I've been cultivating here for years. Ning Qi continued. Spider-Wen was stunned. What else? Then there is nothing. Ning Qi shrugged. Spider-Wen looked at Ning Qi and nodded. She seemed to believe what Ning Qi said, but Ning Qi didn't lie to her. There was nothing in the underworld emperor's cave except for demonic qi and Feng Juxian's divine soul. As for demonic qi, it had been condensed into a bead by Feng Juxian and given to Ning Qi. At this moment, the bead was constantly emitting demonic qi to refine Ning Qi's body. Boom! Boom! So scary. Is this the power of the Earth Demon? They're going to break the sky. Gu Shaojian and the others looked at the constantly changing colors in the sky, their eyes filled with fear. Gu Shaojian was still all right, but the group of Heaven's Prides of the Bone Sea tribe that he had brought with him had never seen an Earth Devil Stage expert in action. At the beginning, they were still very intoxicated, but now they were all terrified. They kept thinking about what would happen if they were to be hit by the aftershocks. They would probably die on the spot. Lu Dongha's disciples looked up into the sky, their eyes cold and sinister as they glared at Ning Qi. Their gazes swept over Spider-Wen, and a look of dread appeared in their eyes. If Spider-Wen hadn't been present, perhaps they would have already attacked to avenge their fellow disciples. This battle didn't last for too long. An hour later, a figure fell down like a meteor a few miles away from the crowd. A loud bang rang out, and a mushroom cloud rose up. When the dust settled, Lu Donghe's disciples quickly cried out in alarm and flew towards Lu Donghe. Lu Donghe was lying miserably in a deep pit. He didn't wait for his disciples to reach him before he soared into the sky again. However, his eyes were filled with fear and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. He had no intention of continuing to attack. Pain slowly landed on the ground and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at Lu Donghe coldly and said, "If you want to fight again, I can accompany you." "Humph, Pain, you better keep an eye on your disciple at all times. I will remember this grudge." Lu Donghe snorted coldly and turned to leave. He didn't even bid farewell to Jian Shilai before he left. From this, everyone could conclude that Lu Donghe's injuries were not light. Otherwise, he wouldn't have left in such a hurry. "Let's go." In the carriage, Jian Shilai glanced at Ning Qi through the gauze curtain and opened her red lips slightly. The rest of the Earth Devil stage demons were stunned for a moment. Then, they sneered and left with their disciples. Since the Saint Lady Temple didn't intend to pursue what Ning Qi had obtained from the Underworld Emperor's cave, they couldn't continue to pursue it. Otherwise, they would not only offend Pain, but also the Saint Lady. "Bei Xian, you really didn't get anything?" Pain looked at Ning Qi with a faint smile and said, "No." Ning Qi smiled, his eyes calm. "Well, it seems that my luck wasn't good enough this time." Pain smiled and nodded. Then he looked at Spiderline and said, "Master has returned to Yanshan City. Shall we go together?" "Well, I'll stay and play for a while," Spiderline said with a smile. "Bei Xian, what about you?" Pain looked at Ning Qi. "I'll go back after a while." Ning Qi cupped his hands and said, "It seems that you don't want to go with an old guy like me." "Forget it." Pain chuckled and then soared into the sky at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he disappeared in front of everyone. Chapter 1986. Basilica of the Virgin Lucifer, Giant City. In the courtyard on the way back, Gu Shaojian and the others did not dare to make a sound, all of them wearing respectful expressions. "Junior brother, you used to live here?" Spider Mark glanced around in disdain. Uncle Yen immediately blushed with shame. With the identity of the other party, there was indeed no need for him to live in such a small courtyard. Although compared with those loose demons, having a small courtyard recognized by the Lucifer tribe in the giant Lucifer city was already very impressive. The other party was the direct disciple of the Mountain Demon King Pain, who was in the Earth Demon stage. As far as they knew, the Mountain Demon King also had a large courtyard in the center of the giant Lucifer city. Uncle Yen recalled his previous attitude and felt some lingering fear in his heart. He was already extremely fortunate to not have died, and he didn't even dare to think about revenge. This place isn't bad either. It's quiet. Ning Qi smiled faintly. When the Heavens Prides of the Bone Sea tribe behind Gu Shaojian heard this, a sliver of pride instantly appeared in their eyes. The way they looked at Ning Qi had also changed greatly. From the initial hostility to the current reverence, they were secretly elated. Their own courtyard of the Bone Sea tribe had been praised by a great figure like Ning Qi. "Oh, it's all right." Spiderwin was still a little disgusted and said, "When are you going to the Saint Lady Temple? Let's go together." "Yes, it's time to go." Ning Qi nodded, his eyes flashed with emotion. He had found all the people he wanted to find in the immortal prison. Unfortunately, it wasn't perfect. He just wanted to see Jian Shilai again to see if she still had her memories. After that, it was time for him to leave. Gu Shaojian and the others looked at Ning Qi enviously. Ning Qi was not only a disciple of an earth demon, but he also had the opportunity to go to the Saintess Temple to meet the Saintess of the Lucifer tribe. This was a supreme honor, and they would probably never get such an honor in their entire lives. Along the way, Spiderwin noticed that Ning Qi was sizing her up more than before, which made her feel a little strange. When she arrived at the Saint Lady Temple and was waiting for the guard of the Saint Lady Temple to summon her, she finally couldn't help but look at Ning Qi. "Junior brother, Why do you keep sizing me up? Is there something on my face? Senior sister, is the saintess really your mother? Ningqi smiled. Oh, so it's because of this. Keep your voice down. It's best not to talk about this in the Saint Lady Temple. But I can tell you for sure that she is my mother. Spiderwing first looked around mysteriously. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, she chuckled at Ningqi. Then, senior sister, your father is… Ningqi had an odd expression on his face. I have no father. Spiderwine said. No father? Ningqi was slightly stunned. Junior brother, do you know that there is a kind of water that women can give birth to children after drinking it, and men will die after drinking it? Spiderstripe laughed. Ningqi immediately thought of Womanland. Could it be that there was such water here? My mother gave birth to me because she drank the original spirit, holy water. Speaking of which, the saintesses of the Lucifer tribe have no children. If it weren't for the patriarch who stood up against the opinions of the masses, my mother wouldn't have become a saintess because of my existence. When I was a child, those old guys looked at me as if they wanted to strangle me. Therefore, I often stay in Yenshan City and don't like to stay in the Lucifer tribe. Spiderweb smiled. I see. Ningqi nodded with some understanding. Don't make noise in the Saint Lady Temple. You want to see the saintess? Come with me. As for you, stay here and wait. An old woman suddenly walked in front of the two of them. The wrinkles on her face were so thick that they almost drooped to her shoulders. Her body also exuded a decaying aura, as if she was an old monster who had just climbed out of a coffin. Her green eyes flashed with a faint light. Why can't I go? There was a trace of anger on Spiderwine's face. The old woman looked at her coldly. Because that's the rule. After saying that, she ignored Spiderwine, glanced at Ningqi, and turned to leave. Senior sister, Ningqi looked at Spiderwine. Spiderwine calmed down the anger in her heart and then looked at the old woman mockingly. She said to Ningqi, Junior brother, this old woman is the maid of the previous 2 generations of saintess. She has lived until now, although her cultivation is not high, only at the full circle of human demon. Her age is one of the best in the giant Lucifer city. However, I think she will soon be buried in peace. You go with her. Be careful. If she deliberately makes things difficult for you, don't be impulsive. N. The old woman's footsteps paused slightly, and she turned to look at Ningqi coldly. Then, senior sister, I will go first. Ningqi cupped his hands at Spiderwine and then walked towards the old woman. Seeing this, the old woman glanced at Spiderwine coldly. Spiderwine did not show any weakness and looked back at her with cold eyes. With a cold snort, the old woman turned her head and left. Not long after. It's here. You can go in, but remember the rules. Don't get within 10 feet of the saintess. Otherwise, I will kill you directly. The old woman brought Ningqi to a large hall as she calmly explained. At the same time, an incomparably violent killing intent shot out from her eyes and landed on Ningqi. Ningqi looked at the old woman indifferently, the corners of his mouth slightly raised. He ignored her and walked straight into the hall. Uncultured. The old woman squinted at Ningqi's back and then muttered to herself. She did not notice that Ningqi's movements paused slightly. The hall was very large and long. At the end of the hall, there was a huge throne with a gauze curtain hanging on it. A figure was faintly discernible in it. On both sides of the hall stood a middle-stage human demon. They were the guards of the Saintess Temple, and they looked serious. Even when Ningqi walked in, they did not look at him. However, when Ningqi walked towards the end step by step and was getting closer and closer to Jian Shilai, 2 demons hiding in the dark suddenly appeared. They crossed their tridents and blocked Ningqi's way. The aura of these 2 demons was similar to that of Wan Li Zhufeng and the other late-stage human demons. They looked at Ningqi with a trace of coldness and disdain. My name is Ningqi. Greetings, Saintess. Ningqi suddenly cupped his hands. If the other party was really Jian Shilai, He naturally knew the meaning of these two words. This was Ning Chi's real name. Bei Xian was just an alias. All of you leave. A voice slowly sounded from inside the gauze curtain. Saintess. The demon guards were a little surprised. When the Saintess received outsiders, they had to be present. There was no rule of leaving the hall, but this time the Saintess actually asked them to leave. 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 The voice was as firm as iron. Yes. Chapter 1987. A white lie. What's going on? Why aren't you guarding inside? The old woman looked angrily at the two late-stage human-demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple. Lady Lillian, the saint asked us to retreat. We did not dare to disobey the saint's orders. The two late-stage human-demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple said respectfully. Lillian's status in the Saint Lady Temple was second only to the saint. After all, she had served 2 generations of Saint Ladies. In the Lucifer giant city, no one was older than her except for the tribe leader, Lord Lucifer. The Saint Lady Temple has never had such a rule. How can the Saint Lady stay alone with a male demon in the main hall? Break it. Lillian was like a crazy lioness. When the demons heard this, a trace of fear appeared on their faces. They lowered their heads. Obviously, they did not have the guts. Seeing this, Lillian had to do it herself. Unfortunately, no matter what method she used, she could not break the demonic aura on the door. Lillian's expression gradually turned cold and gloomy. When that guy comes out, we can't let him leave. Lillian instructed the demons and turned to leave. The demons looked at each other. One of them gathered his courage and said, Lady Lillian, did you go to find Lord Lucifer? What if Lord Lucifer punishes us? What should we do? The demons immediately panicked and regretted their decision. If they had known earlier, they would have gone against the saint's wishes and insisted on staying in the main hall. In the main hall, the atmosphere was very silent. Ning Chi did not speak. He just stared at the gauze curtains. You should have recognized me, Jian Shilai said slowly. The gauze curtains automatically opened to both sides. Aunt Jen, your mind was not invaded by the demonic aura. Ning Chi suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. Of course not. Jian Shilai sighed. But I have no choice now. Is it because of the Lucifer tribe? Ning Chi's eyes moved slightly. Yes. Jian Shilai nodded and walked to Ning Chi's side. He looked Ning Chi up and down and smiled. Your cultivation is much stronger than before. How did you come to the immortal prison this time? Dao Yen. Ning Chi smiled. Him again. A cold light flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes. If I can return to the Central Continent, I will definitely kill this brat with my sword. Ning Chi knew that she was not bragging. With her Earth Devil stage cultivation, the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor did not have a single chance of winning. This person had schemed and sent all the people who posed a threat to him into the immortal prison. But he did not expect that, as long as he was lucky enough, his consciousness would not be demonized in the immortal prison, and the space for growth would be much stronger than in the Central Continent. Looking at how the Dao Yen Immortal Emperor had cultivated for so many years, but he was still a half-step worldly immortal, one could see the difference. Aunt Jen, you haven't been in the immortal prison for long, but your cultivation has already reached the Earth Devil stage. What kind of fortuitous encounter did you encounter? Ning Chi was curious. After Great Sage Xuanjin and I were thrown into the immortal prison, I was taken away by Lucifer. My cultivation base was basically obtained with his help. Jen, she said. Lucifer. Ning Chi was slightly stunned. Every leader of the Lucifer tribe calls himself Lucifer. Ordinary demons don't have this qualification. Jian Shilai explained. Why did he take you away? And why did he make you the saintess of this place? Strictly speaking, you and the Lucifer tribe have nothing to do with each other, right? Ning Chi frowned. He said that I was born to be the saintess of the Lucifer tribe, and that he was able to find me because he was guided in advance. Jian Shilai smiled. At first, I thought that he was going to eat me or treat me as a plaything. I didn't expect that he really cultivated me as the saintess of the Lucifer tribe and personally taught me cultivation. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to break through to the Earth Devil stage in just a few thousand years. There's such a thing? Ning Qi had a strange expression on his face. Was this the legendary destiny? Beixian, do you know the whereabouts of your father and mother? I suspect that they are in the immortal prison, but after thousands of years, I still haven't found them. Jian Shilai said. Ning Qi sighed in his heart when he heard this. With Jian Shilai's persistence, he could guess what kind of reaction she would have after he told her the news of Feng Juxian. Sometimes, not knowing was also a kind of happiness. Actually, I've already seen my father in the Underworld Emperor's Cave. Ning Qi said in a low voice. Underworld Emperor's Cave? How was that possible? Jian Shilai's face revealed a look of astonishment, and the aura on his body swept out uncontrollably. The aura of the Earth Devil stage was extremely terrifying, and Ning Qi was pushed back a full 7 to 8 meters by this aura. As if sensing that she had lost her composure, Jian Shilai immediately calmed down, but she still looked very excited. Is what you just said true? But the Underworld Emperor's cave has already collapsed. Where is your father? Aunt Jian, I naturally don't dare to speak carelessly about this matter. The Underworld Emperor's cave will collapse because my father has already left. Ning Qi said. Left? Where did he go? Why is he still unwilling to come out and meet me after being missing for so long? Jian Shilai's eyes turned red with a swoosh. Aunt Jian, father has his own difficulties. It's not that he doesn't want to meet you. Ning Qi consoled. Then where did he go? Since he can't meet me, I'll go find him. Jian Shilai was slightly excited. The Immortal Continent. Ning Qi sighed and said, The Immortal Continent? Why did he go to the Immortal Continent? Jian Shilai stood on the spot in a daze, muttering to herself. Ning Qi stood at the side without saying a word. After an hour or so, she seemed to come back to her senses and calmed herself down. She looked at Ning Qi with a complicated expression. Have you seen your mother? Is she all right? My mother is also in the Immortal Continent. She was taken away by someone. It's because of this person that my father can't show up. Ning Qi looked up at the sky and said indifferently, Are you saying that someone is chasing after your father and mother? He's an immortal? Jian Shilai finally reacted. From Ning Qi's few words, she connected the dots that she believed to be the cause and effect of the matter. Yes, that's right. Ning Qi nodded. Then let's go to the Immortal Continent as well. I don't believe that I won't be able to see him once my lifespan is exhausted, Jian Shilai said with a determined look in her eyes. Aunt Jian, do you know how to get there? Ning Qi was stunned. I don't know, Jian Shilai said indifferently. Then why was he so confident? Ning Qi smiled bitterly in his heart. Before he could speak, the door suddenly opened, and Lillian was following behind an old demon with a sneer on her face. They walked into the hall, followed by the guards of the Saint Lady Temple. Chapter 1988. Four Wings originally, the door to the main hall had been sealed by Jian Shilai's demonic qi. Now that the door was open, the demonic qi on it had completely disappeared. It was obvious that someone had broken the demonic qi, and to be able to break Jian Shilai's demonic qi, the other party's cultivation would not be weaker than the early earth demon. Capture this kid for me. How dare you defile the saintess? This crime is unforgivable. Lillian pointed at Ning Qi and let out a stern shout. Who dares? Jian Shilai laughed lightly. The demon guards of the Saint Lady Temple looked at each other, and no one dared to make a move. When Lillian saw this, she immediately looked at the old man. Elder Jessie, the Saint Lady, is alone with a man in a room. If this news spreads, it will be a great stain on our Saint Lady Temple. Our Lucifer tribe will also lose face because of this and be laughed at. I ask Elder Jessie to kill this man directly. After saying that, she looked at Jen. Holy Maiden, this is the rule. I hope you won't make a mistake again. The old man, who was addressed as Elder Jesse, smiled. He moved slightly and appeared in front of Ning Chi in the next moment, grabbing at Ning Chi's head. His palm was filled with demonic aura. Apparently, he intended to grab Ning Chi to death. In the next moment, a white lotus bloomed in front of Ning Chi, blocking Jace's movements. Jace took 3 steps back and looked at Jen. Coldly. Jen, Lai held a long sword in his hand. This long sword looked very ordinary, but it emitted a faint aura of a magic artifact. It was not a low-grade magic artifact, but at least a middle-grade magic artifact, or even a high-grade magic artifact. If you dare to be impudent in front of me again, don't blame me for being merciless. Jen, Lai snorted coldly. Then his gaze fell on the 2 leaders of the Saint Lady Temple's guards. As the guards of the Saint Lady Temple, is this how you protect me? Please forgive me, Saintess. The 2 of them looked at each other and made a decision in their hearts. They led the guards behind Jen Lai and confronted Lillian and Jace. Saintess, if you continue on like this, Lillian looked at Jen Lai gloomily. Old thing that's about to enter the grave, you're so noisy. Shut up. I'm the Saintess and you're just a maid. Just because you've served 2 generations of Saintesses. You're pointing fingers at me. You don't even know the difference between superior and inferior, do you? Jen, she shouted coldly. Lillian looked at her in shock, as if she hadn't expected Jen Lai to say that. Ning Chi looked at Lillian gloatingly. Jen Lai was in a bad mood now. She had hit the muzzle of the gun. However, even if she did not plan to teach Lillian a lesson, Ning Chi still planned to find an opportunity to send her on her way. She thought that Ning Chi did not hear the low curse, but in fact Ning Chi heard it clearly. Not only did she insult Ning Chi, but she also included all of Ning Chi's family and elders. If Ning Chi could endure this, then his surname could be written upside down. Elder Jess! Lillian woke up from her shock and looked at Jess in exasperation. Although she had deliberately targeted Jen Lai in many things, she could not refute Jen Lai's words just now. Saintess, that's not right. Lillian has served 2 generations of Saintesses. Even if she doesn't have any credit, she has worked hard. As the Saintess, how can you insult her like this? For a mere demon who isn't even in the devil stage? Could it be that you have your heart moved? Jess looked at Jen Lai with a smile that was not a smile. His last sentence was extremely heart-wrenching. After Lillian heard it, a hint of joy flashed in her eyes. The guards of the Saint Lady Temple, standing behind Jen Lai, immediately revealed a look of shock as they looked at Jen Lai in bewilderment. After Jess said that they indeed felt that Jen Lai's actions this time were extremely strange. First of all, why would the Saintess let this male demon stay in the main hall alone? What happened between the 2 of them in the hall just now? Ning Chi's expression darkened. After Jen Lai heard Jess's words, the sword intent on his body instantly soared into the sky and directly penetrated the ceiling of the hall. The demons in the giant Lucifer city saw this sword intent one after another. After confirming that the sword intent came from the direction of the Saint Lady Temple, their faces showed horror and they rushed toward the Saint Lady Temple. Saintess, what are you going to do? Jess was a little surprised by Jen Lai's reaction, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He was sure that the existences of the Elder Pavilion had already noticed this place. A pair of black wings slowly spread out behind Jen Lai. Lillian and Jess were even more shocked when they saw this. But the next moment, another pair of wings spread out behind Jen Lai. 4 wings? How could it be 4 wings? Lillian looked at Jen Lai in disbelief, her face ashen. Jess's eyes were filled with horror, and his body could not help but tremble. He was filled with regret. Clatter. Ning Chi heard the sound of metal clashing behind her. She turned around and saw that the guards of the Saint Lady Temple were kneeling on the ground, looking at Jen Shi Lai with a pious expression. "Lillian, Jess, you too insulted me. You deserve to die." Jen Shi Lai's eyes were completely black, without a trace of white in them. His body emitted a high and mighty aura, as if he was a god overlooking the world. He looked at Lillian and Jess. "Lillian, you damn old woman. Why didn't you tell me that the saintess was four-winged? Damn it, apart from Lord Lucifer, our Lucifer tribe actually has another four-winged. You've harmed me." Jess slapped Lillian and growled angrily. Then he knelt in front of Jen Shi Lai and lowered his head to plead, "Saintess, I have offended you just now. Please forgive me." Lillian did not have much lifespan left, and after being slapped by Jess, she was seriously injured. However, she could not feel any pain now, and there was only endless fear in her heart. She had been with Jen Shi Lai for so long, but she had never found out that Jen Shi Lai had four wings. If she had known earlier, how would she have dared to target Jen Shi Lai again and again? Four Wings was a legend in the Lucifer tribe. After becoming a sky demon and activating their ancestral bloodline, they would naturally obtain four wings. Jen Shi Lai now had four wings, which meant that she would definitely become a sky demon. The previous two generations of saintesses had both fallen because of their realm, but Jen Shi Lai was destined not to be like this, because she had already activated her ancestral bloodline. "Mother!" Because of the commotion, Spider Print ignored the obstruction and ran over. When she saw the two pairs of wings on Jen Shi Lai's back, she was stunned on the spot. So, Lucifer said that Aunt Jen is destined to be the saintess because she has the ancestral bloodline of the Lucifer tribe? Chapter 1989. His hand slipped Jen Shi Lai looked at Jessie indifferently, and a trace of mockery flashed in his eyes. His killing intent did not decrease because of Jessie's begging for mercy. "Not good. She's really planning to kill me." A trace of fear flashed in Jessie's eyes. It had taken him countless years of hard work to cultivate to this point, and only he knew the hardships he had gone through. He could still live for countless years, so he absolutely could not die here. Otherwise, wouldn't all the hardships he had suffered over the years be in vain? Jen Shi Lai moved. The long sword in his hand swept out with a cold light, and Lillian let out a miserable scream like a donkey's howl. Her limbs had been cut off. "Holy Maiden, this old servant was wrong. Holy Maiden." Lillian begged for mercy loudly. A trace of pity flashed in the eyes of the guards of the Saint Lady Temple standing behind Jen Shi Lai. If she had known this would happen, why did she do it in the first place? Lillian had been targeting Jen Shi Lai since a long time ago. Everyone had seen this with their own eyes. It was only because of her special identity that nothing happened. Unexpectedly, their holy maiden just didn't want to bother with this old servant. Now that she was bothered, she even directly cut off Lillian's limbs. These limbs were not simply severed. The vitality at the severed area had long been destroyed by the violent demonic energy. Unless there was the help of a heavenly demon-level existence, or she swallowed some treasures of heaven and earth, it was basically impossible for these limbs to grow back. "Ha ha ha, now you know how to beg for mercy." Spider-Wind looked at Lillian with a relieved expression. The corners of Jen Shi Lai's mouth curled up slightly. Just as he was about to end Lillian's life, a burst of laughter came from the door. "Holy Maiden, although Lillian is taking advantage of her seniority, she has also done many things for our Lucifer tribe for so many years. For the sake of this old man, let her go this time." An old man slowly walked in. The aura on his body was thicker than that of Jen Shi Lai and Jessie. It was obvious that he was in existence in the middle stage of the Earth Demon. "Elder Martinez, save me." Lillian seemed to have seen her savior. She wanted to hug his thigh, but she found that she had no hands. She could only use all her strength to jump behind Martinez. When Jessie saw the arrival of the old man, he immediately let out a long sigh of relief. Martinez was a member of the Elder Cabinet and was in charge of many affairs in the Lucifer giant city. If he came forward, Jian Shilai would give him face. At least his life was saved today. Martinez, why are you free to come to my Saint Lady Temple today? Jian Shilai said indifferently. Martinez chuckled as he looked at the four wings on Jian Shilai's back. A hint of shock flashed past the depths of his eyes, but he did not reveal it. He smiled and said, Holy Maiden, I just happened to pass by this place today and saw that the Holy Maiden was so angry. I was afraid that something might have happened, so I came over to take a look. Oh, is that so? Jian Shilai laughed faintly. He pointed at Lillian and looked at Martinez. Do you really want to plead for this evil slave? A trace of hesitation appeared on Martinez's face. Seeing this, Lillian hurriedly cried for help. Martinez lowered his head and glanced at Lillian. His gaze swept past the wrinkles on her face, and there was a trace of disgust in the depths of his eyes. However, when he thought about how he had once had some romantic affairs with this woman a long time ago, he would feel bad if he did not help her today. Thinking of this, Martinez smiled at Jian Shilai and said, Holy Maiden, although Lillian's temper is a little bad, it is not enough for her to die. How about this? You have already broken her limbs, and even if she recovers in the future, I'm afraid she will not even be able to compare to the late stage of the human devil. All right then, I'll give you face. A cold glint flashed across Jian Shilai's eyes, and then he walked straight out of the hall. Martinez wanted to say something, but when he saw that Jian Shilai did not seem to have any intention of talking to him, he immediately shut his mouth. Lillian hid behind Martinez and stared at Jian Shilai with venomous eyes. Sigh, what a pity. This elder Martinez came at the right time. If he didn't come, that old shrew Lillian would have died today. Spiderwin looked regretful. Ning Qi had originally left with Jian Shilai, but when he passed by Lillian, a saber light flashed in his hand. As his aura was very weak, Martinez was not on guard against Ning Qi at all. By the time he reacted, Lillian's head had already been split in half, and her brains splattered all over the ground. Lillian, a full-circle human devil, had died on the spot. In fact, Lillian would not have died so easily. After all, she was a full-circle human devil. However, her limbs had been cut off by Jian Shilai, and she was seriously injured. Her health had dropped to an extremely low point. Then, like Martinez, she had never thought of guarding against Ning Qi, which was why she had been directly killed by Ning Qi's invincible Dragon Slayer saber. There was still a trace of shock and unwillingness in Lillian's gray eyes. There was no notification from the system. Ning Qi did not know if there would be any reward for killing Lillian. After all, the system was in the process of upgrading. Spiderwin looked at Ning Qi with her mouth agape, unable to react. However, Jian Shilai was slightly stunned. The next moment, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Ning Qi, standing between him and Martinez. What's going on? Jesse and the guards of the Temple of the Saint Lady were dumbfounded. You killed Lillian? Martinez's eyes were filled with anger as he stared at Ning Qi. Ning Qi smiled. My hand slipped just now. Sorry. Martinez, you heard him. His hand just slipped. Jian Shilai looked at Martinez coldly. Martinez wanted to lose his temper, but the position Jian Shilai was standing had clearly told him that he must be on Ning Qi's side. To become enemies with Jian Shilai over a dead person. Perhaps Martinez would have done so before, but after seeing the four wings behind Jian Shilai, Martinez felt that it was not a wise choice to offend her. Haha, so it was a slip of the hand. Martinez nodded with a fake smile. With a light tap of his finger, Lillian's body was burned to ashes. Lillian was unlucky. She can't blame anyone else. Saint, I've had a long day. I'll take my leave first. Martinez smiled and turned to leave. Seeing this, Jesse quickly followed Martinez. When he passed by Ning Qi, his face was full of vigilance, as if he was afraid that Ning Qi's hand would slip again. However, he didn't consider that Lillian was only a perfect stage human demon and was seriously injured, while he was an early Earth demon. Unless Ning Chi was an idiot, how could he attack him? Soon, Jesse followed Martinez smoothly and left the temple of the Saint Lady. He was relieved. "Jesse, I want that kid's information. Send it to the Elder Cabinet tomorrow." Chapter 1990. A long way to Goth next day, Ning Chi's detailed information was sent to the Elder Cabinet of the Lucifer tribe. After the 9 members of the Elder Cabinet, including Martinez, looked through the information, their expressions became somewhat serious. Except for the information before Ning Chi arrived at Yenshan City, everything that happened after that, no matter how big or small, was all laid out here. A half-step human demon can defeat a human demon at the early stage. A member of the Elder Cabinet said in a low voice, "With such strength, does our clan have such a genius? If he cultivates the top demonic art of the tribe, the laws of heaven formless, combined with a 5th stage demonic combat skill and a demonic artifact of at least mid-grade, he might be able to do it." Another member of the Elder Cabinet said, "What about after that?" He survived North Moon Chongshu's attack and forcefully took a palm strike from the huge insect, the Lingtu. There's also the demonic dragon ancestor. Not only did he launch a palm strike, but he also chased after him the entire way, yet he still managed to survive. What level of cultivation do you think his body has reached? I'm afraid it's at least on par with the late-stage human demon. Someone concluded. The rest of the elders nodded in agreement. He has such a physical body before breaking through to the human demon stage. I think he's no ordinary person when he breaks through to the human demon stage. Perhaps the Saintess has taken a fancy to this and wants to recruit him. That's right. Plus, he's Payne's personal disciple and Spider Vane's junior brother. He's also a member of our Lucifer tribe. Martinez didn't speak a word. He wanted to let the elders express their opinions and see if they should bring up the matter of Ning Chi killing Lillian. In the end, no one cared about this matter. Instead, they were curious about Ning Chi's cultivation and wanted to recruit him. Martinez's position in the Elder Pavilion was the lowest. He was the one who usually ran errands, so it was useless to say anything at this moment. At this time, the great elder of the Elder Cabinet, who had been sitting in the middle slowly, said, "Let's observe him a little longer. If he's really that talented, maybe we can take him into the Elder Cabinet and train him." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. They looked at the great elder in disbelief. Taking him into the Elder Cabinet meant that he would definitely enter the Elder Cabinet in the future and hold great power. Did the great elder really think so highly of him? Martinez's expression also changed slightly. Martinez will handle this matter. He just needs to observe in secret. There's no need to show himself. The great elder said slowly. Yes. Martinez nodded. Ning Chi didn't know that the powerful Elder Cabinet of the Lucifer tribe had already regarded him as a test target. At this moment, he was preparing to leave the giant city of Lucifer with the great sage of Xuanjin and the others. This time, he not only saw Feng Jiuxian, but also learned many secrets. Based on these clues, he guessed that the existence of the system was not the only one. No matter what the purpose of the system was, it seemed to be selecting suitable candidates, and those who were not suitable would be abandoned, such as Feng Jiuxian. If that was the case, Ning Chi had reason to believe that the system would not have only chosen one person. That would be too inefficient, and perhaps there were other people like him in other places, in other worlds. At the same time, if he was abandoned by the system, he might be deprived of everything, which made the sense of crisis in Ning Chi's heart become more and more urgent. Excellent, good, poor, these 3 levels, Ning Chi didn't know which level he belonged to in the eyes of the system. But even if it was excellent, it was also evaluated by the system. Ning Chi was not used to having his life and death in the hands of others, especially when he had reached his current realm. Perhaps only when he went to the Jiang family of the Celestial region, he would be able to find out who was behind the system and what its purpose was. The Jiang family of the Celestial region must be an extraordinary existence. It was impossible to stand in front of them without a certain level of strength. Only by improving my strength can I control my own destiny. Ning Qi muttered to himself, and suddenly a look of mockery flashed in his eyes. His current cultivation realm was under the control of the system. He could only advance if the system allowed him to advance. It was easier said than done to get rid of the shackles of the system. The road was long, and he would search high and low. Before leaving, Jian Shilai had told Ning Qi that if he found a way to return to the central mainland one day, he should inform her. After all, there had always been a legend in the central mainland that when one's cultivation realm reached a certain level, they would be able to soar into the sky and head to the central mainland. Ning Qi had agreed at the time, but he knew deep down that if he didn't have a special way to conceal his demonic qi, Jian Shilai would also be killed by the immortal race if he went to the immortal race's mainland. After all, immortals and demons were irreconcilable. During the Great War of the Immortals and Demons, the entire demon race's mainland had been destroyed. Ning Qi was different. He had the ancient immortal fiend god body. When he didn't transform into a demon body, there was no demonic qi on his body at all. There was only the majestic immortal spirit qi. Yen Shan City, Ning Qi, Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer, Great Sage Xianzhen and his wife returned to Yen Shan City. Spider Pattern remained in Lucifer City. Now that Lillian was dead and Jian Shilai had displayed his strength and talent, the rules of the Saint Lady Hall would probably not be as strict. Spider Pattern could stay with Jian Shilai for at least a decade before returning to Yen Shan City. Bei Xian is she. After returning to the Demon King Palace, Ning Qi arranged 2 small rooms for Yuan Venerate Devil Corpse and Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. Great Sage Xianzhen waited for the 2 of them to leave before asking. Yeah. Ning Qi nodded with a smile. Great Sage Xianzhen was amazed and smiled bitterly. I didn't expect her to become the Saint Lady of the Lucifer tribe in just a few thousand years. This was indeed sad. Everyone had come to the immortal prison at the same time. Jian Shilai was already in the Earth Demon stage, while Great Sage Xianzhen had not even broken through to the Human Demon stage, just like Ning Qi. After chatting for a while, Great Sage Xianzhen and Gu Miaoxian bade farewell. They still had demonic crystals with them, so they planned to go to hidden Cultivator City to cultivate. The demonic qi condensed by the demonic qi bead in my sea of knowledge is very terrifying. It is enough for me to cultivate for a long time, and I can even bring it to a top-notch cultivation training ground. However, the system has only been upgraded to 3%. Marshal Nephew, you are back? The power demon body tempering pills have been sold out. When will you refine another batch? L'Oreal walked in with big strides. I will refine it now. However, Marshal Uncle, you have to be responsible for the spirit herbs. Ning Qi smiled. Coincidentally, his demonic crystals were almost used up. He would probably have to cultivate in the mystic realm while waiting for the system to open up. Therefore, he could refine a few batches of power demon body tempering pills and sell them for some money. No problem with the spirit herbs. There are many in the auction house. I will keep them for you. However, the share. Chapter 1991. Without a top-notch cultivation training ground, Ning Qi's alchemy speed was much slower. Ever since Rull rear-handed over the spiritual herbs and elixirs to Ning Qi had barely managed to refine 4 to 5,000 power demon body honing pills a year later, earning more than 5,000 mid-grade magical crystals. According to the consumption rate of 100 mid-grade magical crystals a day in the mystic realm, it was only enough for Ning Qi to stay in there for more than 50 days. And after a year, the system's upgrade data had barely reached 10%. It would take at least another 10 years before it could be reopened. After Ning Qi finished refining this batch of Dawn, he told Rulier that he would not refine Dawn in the following days. He would hide in his room and cultivate. The demonic qi in his sea of consciousness was denser than the secret territory's demonic qi. However, the more he used, the less it would be. With Ning Qi's absorption speed, he could probably last 100 years. 5 years later, a piece of news suddenly spread throughout the immortal prison. The demons in Lian Yan Mountain City also started to discuss this news. The once-in-a-century demon race heaven's pride battle is about to begin again. The prizes this time are very generous. Whoever wins the title of the first heaven's pride will receive 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals and a mid-grade demonic weapon. TSK. What? 1 million? A young demon couldn't believe it. You haven't lived long enough. You've only heard of the demon race heaven's pride battle, but you haven't seen it yourself, right? The 3 great tribes will join hands with the other cities to hold the heaven's pride battle. 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals is just a drop in the ocean for them. However, whoever wins the first place will be incredible. Just that mid-grade demonic artifact alone is enough to make many mid-stage and late-stage human demons unable to sit still. Winning the first place is easier said than done. Take our Yen Mountain City, for example. Who is qualified to win the first place? I'm afraid young Master Wanli and young Master Zhu Feng will only be able to enter the top 8. The prizes for the top 8 are also very generous. Each of them will get a low-grade demonic weapon. Moreover, as long as they can achieve outstanding results in same-rank battles, they will have the chance to be accepted as disciples by those big shots. This is the essence of the demon race heaven's pride battle. No wonder the 7 families have been acting strangely recently. Heaven's prides from all over are rushing back to Yen Mountain City. Young Master Yanggo and young Master Daowen have also come out of seclusion. A few days ago, I saw over 100 of them gathered at Diting Tower, drinking and chatting. The strength of young Master Yanggo and the rest did not even seem to be at the human devil stage, right? They can also participate in the competition. What is the genius battle? You can go if you're young. Those who are weak have their own ways of fighting. This time, the geniuses battle allows those who are below the late stage of the demonic human realm to participate. I think you can go too. Haha, forget about me. I know my own capabilities. However, why are cultivators at the consummate level of the demon race not allowed to participate? At the full circle of demonic cultivators, how can they still be considered as geniuses? They are only half a step away from entering the earth demon stage. Furthermore, as far as I know, those full circle of demonic cultivators are all old monsters. Their age has already surpassed the upper limit of the geniuses' battle. There are always exceptions. The exceptions don't even need to participate in the talents battle. Naturally, there will be big figures who will accept them as disciples. Do you think that if our Yen Mountain City's young Lord Wanli and young Lord Zhu Feng break through to the full circle of human demon realm, Lord Pain will let them join someone else? I see. I think young Master Beishian might have a chance. Oh, him! The demons glanced at one another before looking at the young demon with a chuckle. You're still too young. Young Master Beishuan's talent is extremely great and his battle prowess is unparalleled, but he's still not a human demon. He probably won't be able to go very far in the talents battle. In the distance, Yang Go and the others just happened to pass by. When they heard people discussing Ning Qi, Yang Go's expression became extremely ugly. The others also knew about the grievances between Yang Go and Ning Qi, so they wisely kept quiet. The North Moon Clan. First, young miss. Young Master Yanggo has come to find you. A demon servant stood before North Moon Lungqiu respectfully and said softly, He still dares to come? Isn't he afraid that my father will tear him apart? North Moon Lingqiu's eyes turned cold. Young Master Yanggo only left behind a communication talisman. The demon servant carefully glanced at North Moon Lingqiu. Would you like to take a look? He had received quite a lot of benefits, so even though he knew North Moon Lingqiu hated Yanggo, he could only bite the bullet and come to send the message. North Moon Lingqiu frowned and said indifferently, "Give it to me." Accepting the communication talisman, North Moon Lingqiu's expression became rather ugly after reading the contents inside. He's actually been accepted as a disciple by that person. Putting the talisman away, North Moon Lingqiu stood up and left. What's her reaction? Young master, North Moon Lingqiu has gone to the Demon King's estate. Bang! Yang Go smashed the tea table in front of him furiously and glared in the direction of the Demon King's estate. He said sinisterly, "She clearly knows that the second elder of the disciplinary hall of the Lucifer tribe is about to accept me as a disciple, yet she still wants to go to the Demon King's estate? Does she want to report this? How naive! Once the battle of prodigies is over, my identity will be completely different. By then, even a young master ranked fourth in the Demon King's estate will have to lower his head before me." A while ago, the Yang demon had expended tremendous manpower and resources to help him purchase a spot from Elder Davis, allowing him to become his disciple in name. Originally, he thought this would make North Moon Lingqiu look at him in a different light and return to his embrace. However, he never expected North Moon Lingqiu to react like this. Yang Go felt like he had been completely betrayed. "Young master, there's no need to be angry. In another 2 years, after the Battle of Prodigies, North Moon Lingqiu will definitely regret it. By then, you can use the name of the Lucifer tribe to teach that person in the Demon King's estate a lesson. He probably wouldn't dare to disrespect the Lucifer tribe even if he had 10 times the courage." The demonic servant said softly. Yang Go seemed to imagine the scene 2 years later, and a hint of viciousness flashed through his eyes. The Demon King's estate. "Sir Beixian," North Moon Lingqiu left a communication talisman. She said it's very important and wants you to take a look at it personally. Duo Lu said softly at the entrance to Ning Qi's room. After a while, the door slowly opened. Over 5 years of cultivation had increased Ning Qi's strength once again and stabilized his 9 tribulation creator realm. The demonic Qi Yuan bead in his sea of knowledge had not shrunk too much. It was still emitting demonic Qi continuously to refine Ning Qi's physical body. According to the classification of cultivation realms in the Central Continent, Ning Qi's current cultivation base was slightly stronger than Tenacious Donkey and not weaker than Yuan Venerate Immortal Slayer. He could be considered to be standing at the peak of the 9 tribulation creator realm. He took the communication talisman and scanned it with his divine consciousness. The demon race's prodigies battle? 1 million mid-grade demonic crystals and a mid-grade demonic artifact as a reward? Chapter 1992. Yenshan City. Demon King's Residence. Demon King's Residence. On the second day after Ning Qi received North Moon Lingqiu's communication talisman, he received a message from Pain. He arrived at the Demon King's hall with Lan Ruo. When the two of them arrived, Uriel and Pain were already seated in the hall. Aside from the two of them, Wan Li and Zhu Feng were present as well. Hong Su and Bai Ming stood behind them. When they saw Ning Qi, a strange look flashed through their eyes. They were certain that Pain had called them here for the demon prodigy battle. But why was the young master of Beixian here too? He wasn't even in the human-demon stage, so there was no point in him participating in the demon prodigy battle. Master. Ning Qi looked at Pain and clasped his hands. Pain glanced at Ning Qi, and his eyes moved slightly. He seemed to notice that Ning Qi's aura had thickened a lot in the past few years. Well, now that everyone is here, I don't need to say anything. I'm sure you've already received the news. The demon prodigy battle will start in 2 years. I've already notified Spiderline and confirmed that they'll be participating. So, I'm asking for your opinion. Are you going or not? Master won't force you. The demon prodigy battle that happens once every 100 years. Junior brother, are you going? Wan Li chuckled and looked at Zhu Feng. Zhu Feng nodded and looked at Ning Qi. He smiled. Fourth junior brother, you don't have to go. It won't be too late to participate in the next demon prodigy battle. With 100 years, you should be able to break through to the early human-demon stage. That way, the reputation of our Demon King's residence will not be tarnished. Just when Ning Qi was about to speak, he was interrupted by Zhu Feng. Then Wan Li nodded and smiled. Junior brother Zhu Feng is right. Fourth junior brother, what do you think? I'm going to participate. Ning Qi smiled. Zhu Feng's expression changed slightly. He was somewhat dissatisfied. Uriel chuckled and looked at Pain. Second brother, I told you that he would definitely go. Even if it wasn't for the medium-grade magic tool, he would definitely go for the 1,000,000 medium-grade mana crystals. Pain smiled and said, Since the three of you plan to participate in the competition, I have something to tell you. This time, Lu Dongha has spread the word that he will ambush you in the demon race's heaven's pride battle. After a pause, Pain's eyes fell on Ning Qi. Beixian, especially you killed so many of his disciples and grand-disciples. He is a narrow-minded person. He won't let you off easily. Do you still plan to participate in the competition? If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill two. Ning Qi smiled. All right, beat them up. Luria roared. Wan Li and Zhu Feng were dumbfounded. They had heard of Lu Dongha before. He was a terrifying existence who had reached the Earth Devil stage a long time ago. But this guy actually wanted to ambush them in the Devil Race's Heaven's Pride tournament. And the reason was because Ning Qi had killed his disciples and grand-disciples. They couldn't help but think that many years ago, Ning Qi had indeed left Yanshan City for a period of time. So, was the enmity between the two formed at that time? Apart from being shocked and angry, the two also felt a little strange. After offending Lu Dongha, Ning Qi was still alive. It was really unbelievable. Pain glanced at Luria, then looked at the three and said, Lu Dongha is different from me. He has at least 80 disciples, if not 100. Adding those disciples and grand-disciples, there might be 300 to 500. If you don't plan to participate in the Heaven's Pride battle, I won't say anything. In comparison, the number of people in the Demon King's mansion was indeed very few. Wan Li and Zhu Feng also didn't have any disciples. Including Ning Qi, there were only 3 of them. During the Heaven's Pride battle, there was a high chance that they would be ambushed by Lu Dongha's disciples. Wan Li glanced at Ning Qi and snorted in his heart. Then he cupped his hands towards Pain and said, Master, disciple has made up his mind. Anyway, my cultivation has reached a bottleneck. Maybe during the Heaven's Pride battle, I will comprehend something and break through to the demonic perfection realm. Disciple is the same, Zhu Feng said. Since that's the case, then make your own preparations. These 3 items might be able to save your lives in a life or death situation. Pain laughed. With a flick of his finger, 3 beams of golden light shot into the foreheads of Ning Qi and the other 2. Ning Qi's eyes flickered as he immersed his mind into a sea of consciousness. He discovered that there was a dazzling golden talisman floating in the air. The runes on it were very simple and mysterious, and there was a trace of an incomparably vigorous aura drifting out from it, giving people a sense of security. At this moment, the Devil Qi elemental bead seemed to have sensed the arrival of the talisman. The Devil Qi suddenly surged, crazily rushing into the talisman. In the blink of an eye, the Devil Qi elemental bead had shrunk a little. Ning Qi stared dumbfoundedly at this scene. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes. Fortunately, this state only lasted for a short while. After the talisman absorbed a large amount of Devil Qi, the golden light on it became even more resplendent. Devil God Evasion Talisman? Many thanks, Master. Wan Li and Zhu Feng were rather overjoyed. Your master guessed that you would be participating in the competition, so he specially went to the Heavenly Talisman tribe to ask for these 3 talismans for you. At the very least, you can stop that old bastard Lu Dongha from scheming against you and dying during the demon prodigy battles. Rulia smiled. Thank you, Master. Ning Qi clasped his hands. but he felt rather mixed inside. He had cultivated for over 5 years, yet the demon chi elemental bead had not shrunk by much at all. Instead, the demon god evasion talisman had shrunk it. Who knew how much of the demon chi that should have belonged to him had been sucked away? If the demon god evasion talisman failed to satisfy him during the demon prodigy battles, Ning Chi would definitely lose everything. All 7 clans have sent people to participate? That's right. Young Master Beixian, you told me to keep an eye out for North Moon Lingqiu. She's also participating this time. Yeah, go to the North Moon clan and tell her that if she's willing to set off with us, come find me in the Demon King's estate tomorrow. Yes. Lang Shuexing turned around and left in a hurry. He felt like Ning Chi truly valued and trusted him by handing this matter to him, so he was obviously happy. Very soon, he arrived at the North Moon clan. After flashing his identity, he saw North Moon Lingqiu very smoothly. Your young master told you to come find me? North Moon Lingqiu was rather surprised. Miss Lingqiu, the young master said that if you're willing to go with him, you can go find him in the Demon King's estate tomorrow. Lang Shui said softly. Really? North Moon Lingqiu was both surprised and overjoyed. He found it rather hard to believe. The location of the prodigy battles this time was the ancestral Demon Mountains. That place was extremely dangerous, as well as the first trial the 3 tribes had given to the participants. The participants had to pass through the ancestral Demon Mountains and arrive at the location without any accompanying guards. Every time the demon prodigy battles took place, many self-proclaimed prodigies would be eliminated at this stage. They did not even have the right to participate. Of course it's true. Lang Shui smiled. Then go back and tell your young master that I'll definitely be there on time tomorrow. North Moon Lingqiu suddenly became rather embarrassed. Chapter 1993. Port of Mahai the next day. In the Devil King Manor, originally, Wan Li and Zhu Feng wanted to follow Ning Chi so that they could take care of each other. However, the 2 of them found an excuse and left first. Ning Chi wasn't surprised by this. If the 2 of them stayed behind, Ning Chi would feel strange instead. Young Master Beixian, Lady Lingqiu, is here. Lang Shui led North Moon Lingqiu into the courtyard. Behind her was an old man who gave off the presence of a mid-demon human. He was North Moon Muyang, who Ning Chi had seen in front of the teleportation formation in the past. Clearly, he was serving as North Moon Lingqiu's guard this time. They planned on setting off together. North Moon Muyang nodded with a smile when he saw Ning Chi. He then smiled at Lan Rua as a form of greeting. They both cultivated in Yen Mountain City, and they were both mid-demon humans, so they had obviously seen each other a few times in private. They were not particularly familiar with each other, but they at least looked familiar. For some reason, North Moon Lingqiu felt rather shy. Her fair face seemed rather pink right now. Ning Chi found this rather strange. With this girl's personality, it did not make sense for her to behave like this. He had no idea that North Moon Lingqiu would misunderstand his invitation this time. In Ning Chi's eyes, since North Moon Lingqiu had sent a message for him, he could take her with him on the way and ensure that she reached the ancestral Demon Mountain safely. That would be returning the favor. Child Beixian, shall we depart now? North Moon Lingqiu whispered. Yes, let's go now. Ning Chi nodded. The ancestral Demon Mountain range was much further than the Lucifer tribe. There were only 4 teleportation arrays along the way. Most of the time, they had to rely on themselves to travel. If they set off now, it would take them at least half a year to reach the ancestral Demon Mountain range. At that time, they would have to spend some time in the ancestral Demon Mountain range. If there were no accidents, it would take them at least a year to reach the ancestral Demon Mountain range. Ning Chi, Lan Rua, North Moon Lingqiu, and North Moon Muyang left the Demon King's residence and headed for the teleportation array. There weren't many people sending them off. Yuan Venerate Slayer, Great Sage Xianzhen, and the others were all in hidden Cultivator City. Ning Chi didn't greet them either. Only wolf eyes, wolf blood, and the others sent them off for a while, so it seemed a little lonely. Sigh, I really want to go with young Master Beixian. Lang Shui sighed as he watched the four of them leave. Lang Yen, Duo Lu, and the others naturally wanted to follow them. However, they knew that the road ahead was long. Unless they were like Lan Ruo, a mid-stage human demon, they would only be a burden. Fortunately, Ning Chi left them a sum of demonic crystals, which was enough for them to cultivate in hidden Cultivator City. When Ning Chi's group of four arrived at the teleportation array, there was already a group of demons standing in front of the teleportation array. There were about 50 to 60 demons. When they saw Ning Chi's group of four, their expressions turned a little strange. Among this group of demons were the disciples of the 7 great clans, including Yang Go, Yang Yingui, Daoan, and many other influential figures in Yen Mountain City. They also sent their disciples. They seemed to have already discussed and were prepared to head to the ancestral Devil Mountain range together. Just the 7 clans alone had over a dozen guards accompanying them. Every single one of them was no weaker than North Moon Muyang. However, compared to Lan Ruo, they were naturally weaker. After all, before Ning Chi appeared, Lan Ruo was known as the strongest existence among the middle-stage demon human cultivators in Yenshan City. Ling Qiu, aren't you coming with us? Yang Go looked at North Moon Ling Qiu coldly. Humph! North Moon Ling Qiu snorted coldly and ignored Yang Go. Anger immediately ignited in Yang Go's heart. He glanced at her hatefully, then at Ning Chi, before entering the teleportation array. The others greeted Ning Chi's group, in particular Ning Chi. Apart from Yang Go, the others did not have too many conflicts of interest with Ning Chi, nor did they have any grievances with him. Since there was a chance for them to befriend Ning Chi, they obviously would not hold back. After everyone entered the teleportation array, there was a flash of light, and they arrived at the Ink Seaport. This was not a huge city, but it was even larger than one. The master of the Ink Seaport was also an early Earth demon. It was said that he was on friendly terms with Pain, or they would not have set up a teleportation array for each other. If they wanted to go to the ancestral Demon Mountain Range, taking a ship from the Ink Seaport was the safest and fastest way. The other routes were either too dangerous, requiring them to pass through many dangerous places, or too far, making it impossible to make it in time. On the other hand, the Ink Seaport seemed to be accessible from all directions. It could lead to many places, and the ancestral Demon Mountain Range was one of them. The black seawater surged with the sound of waves, crashing against the embankment of the port and creating waves that were several meters tall, or even dozens of meters tall. The seawater was black in the sea, but when it landed on the ground, it was no different from ordinary seawater. As a result, this sea was called the Ink Sea. It was said that there were many strange and dangerous existences in the Ink Sea. The weak ones were on par with early demon human cultivators, while the strong ones could not even be dealt with by Earth demon human cultivators. However, the chances of encountering them were not too high. Ships of various sizes lined up at the port. These ships all possessed the aura of demonic artifacts. Occasionally, there would be ships returning to the port. They moved extremely quickly, arriving at the port in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a trail of black waves. The demons at the port of the Ink Sea had clearly received the news too. As soon as Ning Chi's group arrived, they saw many young demons brimming with smiles. They seemed rather excited as they formed groups of 3 to 5 and boarded the ships of their choice. Young Master Beixian, have you booked a ship? North Moon Muyang chuckled. Ning Chi shook his head. Lan Ruo felt rather ashamed. Nearby, Yango seemed to let out a disdainful laugh. Afterwards, the group of people made their way towards the most luxurious ship. Perhaps it could no longer be called a ship, but a warship. Just the height of the ship was 100 meters tall. It was as tall as a 100-story building. On the side of the warship was the image of a demonic dragon bearing its fangs and claws. It was different from the lizard dragons on the central continent. Clearly, it shared the same origins as Little Six. It was a true dragon. When he thought about how this was a fragment of the demon continent after all, it made sense for a dragon to exist. Ning Qi immediately felt slightly relieved. That's perfect. A while ago, the patriarch ordered me to buy a ticket for the sea dragon. There's no need for you to spend any more money. Young Masturbation. North Moon Muyang chuckled. Chapter 1994. Sea Dragon. The sea dragon was truly huge. Back when Ning Qi had first boarded Meng Qingling's warship in the central continent, he had been extremely shocked. Now that he was experiencing the same feeling for the second time, the only difference was that not only was the sea dragon larger than Meng Qingling's warship, it was also a high-quality demonic artifact. It was a grade higher than the rewards from the Demon Prodigy battle. It was not a battle type, but if someone really used it to smash someone, it would still be quite powerful. The ancestral Demon Mountain Range was only one of the stops on the Sea Dragon's route, so there were many passengers coming from all directions. Ning Qi sensed the auras in the surroundings and roughly estimated that there were around 100,000 demonic cultivators. The Sea Dragon had a total of 19 floors and 20,000 cabins. These cabins were all independent rooms, one for each person. There were also around 200,000 ordinary seats. Compared to the independent cabins, the tickets for these seats were much cheaper. However, the auras in the independent cabins were clearly denser than in other places. There were probably better defensive formations. Ning Qi and the others stayed on the 11th floor, which was only average. However, he saw that Yango and the others were also on the 11th floor, so the prices above the 11th floor were probably very different. Elder Muyang, how many demonic crystals would a ticket like this cost? Ning Qi asked. 200 mid-grade demonic crystals. North Moon Muyang smiled. 200 mid-grade demonic crystals was equivalent to 20,000 low-grade demonic crystals. Ning Qi had a rather strange look in his eyes. Regular demons really could not afford to stay in a place like this. For them, having a few hundred low-grade demonic crystals on them was already very generous. If they wanted to spend 20,000 on a ticket, they would have to give up on cultivating for the next few decades. If this place costs 200 mid-grade demonic crystals, what about the 12th floor? Ning Qi asked. The 12th floor is expensive. A ticket costs 400 mid-grade demonic crystals. That's double the price. Muyang raised his head and glanced at it. A sliver of envy flashed through his eyes. This was the Ink Sea. Although it was not very dangerous, if they really did come across sea monsters, staying on the 12th floor was clearly much better than staying on the 11th floor. This was because from the 12th floor onwards, the defensive formations in every cabin were around 50% stronger than those on the 11th floor. The 12th floor costs 400 mid-grade magic crystals. The price of the 19th floor, Ning Qi suddenly felt that this was a way to make money. Not to mention the price of the cabins on the 19th floor, there were more than 700 cabins on this floor. According to the calculation of 200 mid-grade magical crystals per cabin, the ticket on this floor would cost more than 100,000 mid-grade magical crystals. How much could the entire Sea Dragon earn by completing a complete route? Ning Qi wasn't too sure, but he was sure that it was a considerable number. He finally understood why the owner of the Sea Dragon was willing to use such an extremely rare, high-grade, demonic artifact to ferry passengers. The reward was simply too generous. Young Masturbation, the seats on the 19th floor are usually reserved for the friends of the owner of the Sea Dragon, or those at the peak of the demonic human realm. Ordinary demons wouldn't be able to sit there even if they had the money. You could say that there's no market for it. North Moon Muyang lowered his voice and said, "The owner of the Sea Dragon." Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. Sea dragon is a high-grade demonic weapon. Its owner's cultivation must not be low, right? Is it controlled by him personally? The owner of the sea dragon is a peak human demon and has been ferrying passengers here for more than 3,000 years. No one knows where he came from, nor which tribe or clan he comes from. However, I heard that he knows many earth demon existences, so no one dares to cause trouble on the sea dragon. The entire route is controlled by him personally. Otherwise, a high-grade demonic artifact wouldn't be able to fetch such a high price. North Moon Muyang said. I see. Ning Chi understood. This was equivalent to hiring a peak human demon to protect him. Although there were too many passengers and he might not be able to protect all of them, if there was any danger in Ink Sea, there would at least be a peak human demon to take care of it. This was the reason why the sea dragon had so many passengers. Boom! There was a loud sound. Ning Chi felt the sea dragon shake violently. In the next moment, it was already several kilometers away from the port of Ink Sea. Huge black waves rose up from the back of the ship. The speed of the ship was astounding. In just a few seconds, the port of Ink Sea had already become a black pit. The sea dragon did not quiet down as the ship set sail. There were bursts of cheers and roars coming from the deck. It was very lively. All kinds of programs gradually began. This was just like those luxury cruises that Ning Chi had taken on Earth. There were all kinds of entertainment programs for the guests to play. Ning Chi did not expect these demons to be so interesting and intelligent. Young Master Beishian, I heard that the demons of the Mirage Sea tribe are performing the great war of immortals and demons. Would you like to come with me? Seeing that Ning Chi and North Moon Muyang had finished their conversation, North Moon Lingqiu hesitated before walking up to Ning Chi with a sliver of anticipation in his eyes. The great war of immortals and demons? Ning Chi was slightly taken aback. The Mirage Sea tribe's great war of immortals and demons isn't bad. I was fortunate enough to witness it once. I heard that it's an imprint that their tribe found on a mysterious rock that has been passed down for who knows how many years. Back then, the Mirage Sea tribe protected it, preventing anyone from watching it. Their performance right now is just an illusion, so there's no need to pay too much attention to whether it's real or fake. North Moon Muyang smiled faintly. Lan Rua seemed to want to cultivate instead of watching the so-called Great War of Immortals and Demons. After asking for Ning Chi's permission, he hid in the cabin. He had yet to fully comprehend the mantras that Ning Chi had taught him before. Elder Muyang, some people say that it's a recording stone, so the images of the Great War of Immortals and Demons must be real. It must have happened before. North Moon Lingqiu said, Yeah, since the young lady says it's real, then it's obviously real. North Moon Muyang chuckled. North Moon Lingqiu rolled his eyes. At this moment, Ning Chi smiled. Then let's go and have a look together. Hearing that, North Moon Lingqiu cried out in joy. He directly grabbed Ning Chi's arm and passed through the demons, squeezing his way towards the deck. Seeing this, North Moon Muyang smiled and slowly followed behind them. No matter how slow he was, he maintained a distance of around 10 meters from the two of them the entire time. Isn't that North Moon Lingqiu? Her relationship with the young Master Beishian doesn't seem to be normal. Should be quiet. As soon as Yang Go emerged from the cabin, he saw North Moon Lingqiu pulling Ning Chi towards the deck intimately. His eyes immediately became filled with fury. Brother, this person is far too despicable. Chapter 1995. War of Immortals and Demons on the deck of the Sea Dragon. It was like a market. Many demons had set up their businesses here. When Ning Chi and North Moon Lingqiu arrived on the deck, they could already see many demons exchanging cultivation resources in private. There were various pills, spiritual herbs, and materials for smithing. It was a dazzling sight. However, the truly valuable items could not be taken out in a situation like this. To many people, this was just a small matter. Not far away, there was a place covered by a black tent. Standing at the entrance were two slender demons who were only 2 meters tall. Their auras weren't too strong, about the same as Duo Lu's trio. However, their eyes were unusually bright, as if they would be deeply attracted by them. This demon's innate divine ability should be illusions. Ning Qi's eyes moved slightly. The two of you, would you like to see the great war of immortals and demons? 100 low-grade magic crystals per person is enough. The two demons immediately asked rather eagerly when they saw Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu arrive at the entrance of the tent. Ning Qi found that the other side didn't have any business. The devils that passed by would at most take a glance and then leave without any hesitation. Obviously, it wasn't worth it for them to spend 100 low-grade magic crystals just to watch an illusion show. Another reason was that the great war of immortals and devils had been going on for a long time, and there were certainly many devils watching it at the beginning. But as time passed, naturally, no devils were willing to watch it. Young Master Beixian, you can go in with Mississippi. I've already seen it, so I won't be going in this time. North Moon Miang arrived behind the two of them and smiled. Ning Qi nodded and threw out 2 mid-grade magic crystals. The 2 illusory sea tribes devils took a look, and a trace of joy immediately appeared on their faces. They respectfully led Ning Qi into the tent. As soon as they entered the tent, Ning Qi discovered that it was a completely different world. The tent looked extremely small on the outside, but the inside was as huge as the starry sky. North Moon Lingqiu looked around in a somewhat intoxicated manner. This is an illusion. Ning Qi reminded him via voice transmission. Only then did North Moon Lingqiu return to his senses. However, he gained an even deeper understanding of the Mirage Sea Tribe's illusions. They really were a tribe renowned for their illusions. Only 2 guests. Forget it. Let's do this for a few more years. Then we'll withdraw from this business. Yes. A few sighs rang out from behind the scenes. In the next moment, Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu discovered that the scenery around them was changing at a visible rate. Soon the pitch-black, abyss-like space instantly turned into a fairyland filled with immortal qi. The two of them stood in the middle of the white sea of clouds, the rolling sea of clouds constantly drifting past under their feet. Unfortunately, this kind of artistic conception was soon broken. They found that the clouds around them were getting redder and redder, stained with blood. Occasionally, broken limbs and wreckage floated past, followed by bursts of fighting sounds in the silent space. Hordes of figures suddenly appeared around the two of them, fighting each other. One side was filled with immortal qi, while the other side was filled with howling devils. The two sides seemed to have been mortal enemies for tens of thousands of years, killing each other to the death. At every moment there were people dying. What a terrifying aura, fear, filled North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. He subconsciously grabbed Ning Qi's arm tightly. The auras of these people fighting were extremely terrifying. Even earth demons paled in comparison. They might be existences above the sky fiend level. Ning Qi said, "Is this real?" A sliver of doubt flashed through North Moon Lingqiu's eyes. She originally believed that the great war of immortals and demons was real, but when she truly witnessed this scene, she finally understood why so many people scoffed at the great war of immortals and demons, believing that it was all made up by the Mirage Sea Tribe. How could there be so many sky fiend-level existences in this world? She did not notice that Ning Qi's gaze was becoming more and more solemn, because he discovered a few familiar figures among the people fighting. A child on a wheel of wind and fire swung his spear, stabbing it deeply into the head of a demon. The demon died on the spot, but in the next moment, countless more demons swarmed over. The child was no match for them, and was immediately heavily injured. Soon afterwards, a pagoda descended from the sky, saving the child from the group of demons. Before the stern-looking immortal who was holding the pagoda could say anything, a flash of a blade flashed past in the next moment. He was cleaved into two along with the pagoda. At the same time, there was a whistling sound as arrows stabbed into the child's back. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Na Jia Li Jing! Ning Qi's expression became more and more solemn. He recalled the moment he entered the Tower of State of Mind back in the Twilight Night Alchemy Range. In the Tower of State of Mind, he had seen Najah covered in arrows, as well as Li Jing, who had lost half of his pagoda. Before long, Ning Qi saw a golden dragon charge into the midst of the demons, killing hundreds of demons with a single strike. The golden dragon's strength was even more terrifying than many immortals. But before it could display its might, a demon several thousand meters tall descended from the sky. The golden dragon was like an earthworm before him. The demon grabbed the golden dragon's head and directly placed it into his mouth. With a bite and a tug, the golden dragon let out a miserable shriek. Apart from its head that was still perfectly preserved, the rest of its flesh was sucked into the demon's stomach, revealing its ghastly white bones. The demon sneered and casually tossed aside the dying golden dragon before charging into the battlefield. He began slaughtering wantonly. Not a single immortal could withstand a single blow from him. With a single punch, hundreds of immortals would be reduced to ashes with miserable shrieks. Suddenly, a figure appeared beside Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu. Due to how immersive the situation was, North Moon Lingqiu leapt in fright. Ning Qi's gaze landed on the figure instead. It was an old man with a horsetail whisk. There was a golden star between his brows. His face was sorrowful, but his eyes were filled with fury. They lied to me. They lied to me. Tai Bai, why aren't they here yet? We can't hold on much longer. These demons are just too terrifying. When they saw the old man appear, the surrounding immortals all gathered over and glared at him furiously. He, the old man, chuckled bitterly. They want to wipe out our ancient immortal lineage. We can only rely on ourselves this time. Damn it! Some immortals roared furiously at the sky. Ancient immortal lineage? Ning Qi could not help but rub the ring in his hand. When he wore this ring back then, the system had notified him that he had already become the successor of an ancient immortal. At this moment, the demon who had eaten the golden dragon sneered and slammed his palm towards Ning Qi. A huge shadow loomed over everyone, and North Moon Lingqiu subconsciously closed his eyes. TSK, how dare you, demon? Chapter 1996. Danger. The Great Sage. Ning Qi's eyes flickered, and he raised his head. He knew this was an illusion, so he felt no fear at all. A streak of golden light shot through the air, landing heavily on the demon. A sliver of fear appeared in the demon's eyes, and with a miserable shriek he disintegrated. The other demons all roared and charged over when they saw this. In the next moment, Ning Qi finally saw the owner of the golden light. It wore golden chainmail, cloud-walking shoes made of lotus roots, and a violet gold crown with phoenix wings. It wielded a huge golden club and blocked everyone's path majestically. It looked down on the demons that swarmed over like mountains and seas, and its eyes were filled with a sliver of unruliness. The Great Sage is here. We're saved. Great Sage, Neza and Li Jing have died in battle. Please avenge them, Great Sage. Some immortals cried tears of blood as they howled madly. You demons, you deserve to die. You deserve to die. It roared at the sky and swung its golden club. Wherever it passed by, the demons dispersed into the air like dust. It had basically cleared out all the demons there in an instant. This is North Moon Lingqiu opened his eyes and happened to see this majestic sight. Disbelief filled his face as he stared at it blankly. It suddenly lowered its head, revealing a monkey face. Its eyes were like lightning as it stared at Ning Qi and North Moon Lingqiu coldly. The two of them shuddered inside, only feeling the blood in their bodies surge. North Moon Lingqiu could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood, while Ning Qi forcefully suppressed it. In the next moment, the surroundings changed, returning to normal. Young Master Beishian, it seemed to have seen us earlier. Why isn't this an illusion? North Moon Lingqiu wiped the blood from the corner of his lips. He was extremely shocked and could not help but ask. It is indeed an illusion. Perhaps it was looking at the mysterious rock that just happened to record this. Ning Qi said sternly. Ning Qi said in a low voice. He really wanted to know how the battle would turn out. He had already learned from Little Six about the great war of immortals and demons. The Devil Tribe was defeated, and even the Devil Tribe continent was destroyed. However, there was a hint of something not so simple in the message just now. It was clear that the immortals had been tricked. The reinforcements that should have come did not come. The old man known as Tai Bai had said that someone wanted to exterminate the ancient immortals. When Ning Qi thought back to what he had seen in the Tower of Mind, he suspected that these people had all been tricked to death. But with the legendary existence on Earth, who was said to be incredibly powerful and had almost pierced through the heavens, follow in their footsteps? The great war of immortals and demons has ended. I hope I didn't disappoint you. A short demon walked to the side of the two and said with a smile. Every demon who watched the great war of immortals and demons for the first time basically had the same expression as the two. North Moon Lengqiu had many questions to ask, but no matter what she asked, the demon shook his head, expressing that he did not know. This scene should still exist, right? Can I see the back? Ning Qi suddenly asked. The short demon was slightly taken aback by that. Afterwards, a sliver of mockery flashed through his eyes. Sir, there is indeed a small part of the scene, but only those sky demon existences have the right to view it. Sky demon, huh? Yep, I understand. Ning Qi nodded indifferently and left the tent with North Moon Lingqiu. After leaving the tent, North Moon Lingqiu clearly let out a sigh of relief. She had been extremely depressed before. It was difficult to imagine that if the existences from the scene earlier appeared here, the place she lived in would probably be forcefully smashed to pieces. Young miss, are you fine? North Moon Muyang saw that North Moon Lingqiu's complexion was rather pale, so he asked in a hurry. Elder Muyang, I'm fine. It's just that North Moon Lingqiu was hesitant. Young miss, there's no need to worry. The great war of immortals and demons was just a scene the Mirage Sea tribe fabricated. How can there be experts on that level in this world? North Moon Muyang chuckled. She could tell from his gaze that he indeed did not believe it. It was like living an ordinary life on Earth. When you were in your 50s or 60s, someone suddenly told you that there was someone in this world who could destroy a tank or a plane with a single punch. Would you believe it? Anyone with normal thinking would never choose to believe such nonsense. Yeah. North Moon Lingqiu nodded. She began to lean towards North Moon Muyang's explanation. Indeed, how could there be existences on that level in this world? Otherwise, there would definitely be legends left behind, as well as traces of the great war of immortals and demons. Only Ning Qi knew that the traces of the great war of immortals and demons were on the shattered continent beneath their feet. In the distance, Yango stared at Ning Qi coldly. He just happened to see the two of them walk out of the tent, and North Moon Lingqiu grabbed Ning Qi's arm firmly. Ning Qi seemed to sense Yango's cold gaze. He turned around and just happened to meet Yango's gaze. If you keep looking, I'll dig your eyes out. Ning Qi communicated with him with a smile. Yango was taken aback, as if he had never expected Ning Qi to threaten him like this. He was so furious that he almost crushed his teeth. However, he knew he was not Ning Qi's opponent, so all he could do was turn around hatefully. He felt extremely humiliated. He secretly swore to himself that one day he would make Ning Qi pay. North Moon Lingqiu seemed to be exhausted after watching the great war of immortals and demons. He had no desire to continue strolling around, so he returned to the cabin to rest. Ning Qi strolled around casually before returning to his own cabin to sit down and cultivate. A few days later, the sea dragon suddenly trembled as if it had collided with something. Ning Qi slowly opened his eyes, and a sliver of sternness appeared in them. When he emerged from the cabin, there was already a crowd of people outside. Don't tell me we ran into an exotic beast from the Ink Sea? Lan Rua was rather worried. It seems to be in the direction of the deck. Let's not go over there. Let's take a look at the situation first, North Moon Muyang said sternly. On the deck, miserable howls suddenly rang out. Countless black, lightning-like things suddenly snaked out of the sea of ink, and each of them directly took the life of a demon. Those demons on the deck, as if they had gone mad, ran in the direction of the cabin, but they didn't have tickets and were blocked by the array at the entrance of the cabin, unable to enter. Soon, the black lightning seemed to notice them and directly killed them. In a single moment, at least 10,000 demons had died to the black bolts of lightning. When North Moon Lingqiu saw this, fear immediately filled her face. She grabbed Ningqi's arm, subconsciously. She was the little princess of the North Moon clan. Although she had seen her fair share of battles, this was the first time she had seen so many demons die right before her. "You beast!" A furious bellow rang out. "The master of the sea dragon has taken action." North Moon Muyang revealed a smile. Chapter 1997. Young Master Yuji, what kind of snake is that? Why is it so scary? Some demons were dumbfounded as they looked at the deck. Among the demons who had just died, there were many early-stage human demons. However, they were still killed by this small snake. Nether snakes. They are nether snakes. Nether snake? Ningqi's eyes moved slightly. Young Master Bei Xian, we're in luck this time. We actually encountered the nether snake. A bitter smile appeared on Lan Rua's face. What is a nether snake? Ningqi said, "It is said that the Ink Sea used to be blue, but one year it suddenly turned black. At that time, a few Almighty Earth Devil Stage experts went to the Ink Sea to investigate the reason, and finally found out that a nether snake had come to the Ink Sea. That nether snake was thousands of feet long, and it was entrenched in the depths of the Ink Sea. The Ink Sea was dyed black by the nether devil chi that it emitted. This nether snake's cultivation was extremely terrifying. Those Earth Devil Stage experts fought with it, and in the end, only one escaped alive. The rest were swallowed by it. These little nether snakes should be the descendants of that nether snake ancestor." Lan Rua smiled bitterly. Netherworld, demonic chi. Ningqi suddenly understood. It was no wonder that the seawater was not truly black. When it landed on the ground, it looked like ordinary seawater. It turned out that the color of its body was caused by the demon chi. If what Lan Rua said was true, didn't that mean that there was a terrifying existence in the depths of the Ink Sea that could kill an Earth Devil Stage cultivator? After the death of the nether snakes on the deck, a wave suddenly appeared in the sea. Then countless nether snakes broke out of the sea and attacked the old man on the deck. At the same time, countless nether snakes leaped into the air around the sea dragon. Many demons who didn't have time to escape were directly killed by these nether snakes. Pu-piu-piu. Ningqi waved his hand a few times, and a few nether snakes were cut into two halves, falling at their feet. "Return to the cabin. There's a formation inside." With that, he was about to pull North Moon Lingqiu into the cabin. Lan Rua was ready as well, ready to return to the cabin at any time. But before they could do anything, the waves around them rose to the sky. Then, hundreds of times more nether snakes attacked the sea dragon. In an instant, even the formation on the cabin was broken by the nether snakes. The weaker demons were slaughtered very quickly by the nether snake army. Ningqi's group fared better, but North Moon Muyang and Lan Rua were mid-demon human after all. The nether snakes were powerful, but they could not kill them in a short amount of time. Ningqi was much more powerful than the two of them, so he moved through the sea of nether snakes with ease. North Moon Lingqiu was protected by Ningqi every time he ran into danger. Not far away, Yangguo, Yangyingui, Dao En and company were in a fluster. A few demon elites from Yen Mountain City had been killed by the nether snakes before they could even reach the ancestral demon mountain range. Sea Dragon Master, we're here to help you. Suddenly, a series of shrill howls came from the cabins above the 11th floor. Seeing this, the demons nearby saw about 20 to 30 figures breaking through the air. Judging from their auras, the weakest was at the middle stage of human demon, and the strongest was at the late stage of human demon. Each of their attacks could kill dozens of nether snakes. With their help, everyone suddenly felt the pressure around them lessen a lot. Young Master Yu. When some of the demon race's geniuses saw the late-stage human devil that had helped, they immediately cried out in surprise. Their eyes were filled with ecstasy. It seemed that to them this late-stage human devil gave them a greater sense of security than Master Sea Dragon, who is a full-circle human devil. There's Fairy by Chong too. Divine Lord Huang Huang. He's here too. To be able to be named so easily, they were naturally renowned prodigies. Aside from these three, the other prodigies were also not to be underestimated. The demonic prodigies nearby immediately perked up upon hearing this. With so many prodigies helping them, perhaps they would be able to survive this crisis. With that in mind, their attacks also became more ferocious and powerful. More demons rushed to the deck and fought alongside those prodigies. Ning Qi did not go to the deck. The situation on the deck was actually not urgent. Many demons who rushed to the deck had the mentality of being protected by the group of demon race heavenly talents. Relatively speaking, without Master Sea Dragon around the hull, it was easier for the nether snakes to break through. One nether snake after another was cut in half by Ning Qi. Ning Qi stood at the cabin door, and not a single black snake could pass through him and rush into the cabin. Because of the black snakes and their low strength, the nearby demons were not confident that they could reach the deck alive. When they realized that Ning Qi could easily kill the nether snakes, they all gathered around Ning Qi. Young Master Beixian, save me. A nether snake bit the shoulder of a demon. That demon looked at Ning Qi in despair and let out a roar. Ning Qi found this person familiar. He should be a heavenly talent of the demon race from Yen Shan City. Ning Qi took the opportunity to kill the nether snake. However, the nether snake wasn't just a simple physical attack. Its mouth seemed to contain a lethal poison that could quickly kill a demon. After that demon was bitten, his face quickly turned black. He died in front of Ning Qi with an unresigned expression. Many heaven's prides of the demon race who had separated from Yanggo and company hid behind Ning Qi as if they had gone mad. As for Yanggo and Dao En, they had appeared on the deck at some point in time. Under the protection of Master Sea Dragon, Young Master Yu, Fairy by Chong, God Huang Huang, and many other heaven's prides of experts, they were not affected too much. This battle lasted for about half a day. Finally, there were no more nether snakes in the Ink Sea. Sea Dragon Master's spiritual will moved slightly, and the Sea Dragon ship sped away. Sea Dragon Master, why did these nether snakes suddenly appear? Mr. Yu cupped his hands. Sea Dragon Master glanced at him. I'm afraid only the nether snake itself will know. We're safe at last. A demon sighed and let out a long sigh of relief. However, he noticed that everyone was looking at him strangely. These nether snakes are only young. With so many dead, their parents will probably come after us for revenge. We can't be considered safe as long as we don't land, Fairy Bai Chong said calmly. All the demons paled. Even the young snakes were so strong. This time at least 20,000 demons had died on the Sea Dragon ship. If their parents came after them, how many more would die? By then, apart from experts like Sea Dragon Master, the rest of the demons would probably die. Young Master Beixian, I think we need to leave the Sea Dragon ship, Lan Ruo suggested with a solemn expression. North Moon Myung shook his head. The Ink Sea is boundless. If we don't stay on the Sea Dragon ship, we'll still be in danger. When the time comes, without the protection of someone like Sea Dragon Master, we'll probably die in the Ink Sea. We can't advance or retreat. What should we do? Lan Rua's face was ashen. Everyone go back. Since you're on the Sea Dragon ship, I'll help you get to your destination safely. What will come will come. There's no point in worrying. Sea Dragon Master waved his hand. With a slight movement of his body, he disappeared from everyone's sight. Senior brother, I'm Yang from Yenshan City. I'm Master's registered disciple. Chapter 1998. Does he still want his leg? This guy isn't even a demon human, yet he's young Master Yuji's junior brother? How is that possible? I heard that young Master Yuji's master is the second elder of the disciplinary hall, Davis. I even saw him chasing after the demon dragon ancestor a while ago. I wonder if the demon dragon ancestor is dead or not. Why is he chasing after the demon dragon ancestor? Shoo, quiet down. The reason is very strange, so it's best if we don't ask too much about it. What a pity. If I knew that guy was also a disciple of Sir Davis, I should have tried to get close to him earlier. A mid-stage human devil said regretfully. Everyone's gazes towards Yang immediately underwent a drastic change. Some were envious, some were jealous. In particular, Dwayne and the others were surprised by Yang sudden actions. But when they heard what he said, they immediately became deeply shocked. He's actually become a disciple of Sir Davis? Just how many demonic crystals did the Yang family spend this time? They had guessed correctly. The price the Yang family had paid was extremely great. Normally, the Yang demon would never have paid such a great price for a measly position as a nominal disciple. However, the Yang family had offended Ningqi and the North Moon clan because of Yang, so their situation in Yen Mountain City was very dangerous. If they still did nothing, the Yang family would probably be devoured by the combined efforts of the 6 other clans before long. Yang originally planned on revealing this matter after the Battle of Demon Prodigies. However, he had just seen Ningqi kill the nether snake with such ease, which filled him with fear, and now he suddenly saw young Master Yuji on the ship as well. This was the first direct disciple of Davis. If he did not go up now, when would he wait for an opportunity like this? Yang of Yen Mountain City? Master's honorary disciple? Young Master Yuji frowned slightly as a sliver of doubt flashed through his eyes. He had never known that his master had accepted another honorary disciple. Was this guy trying to get close to him and pretend to be him? Senior brother, please take a look. Yang took out a jade tablet. When young Master Yuji saw the tablet, his gaze immediately changed slightly. He nodded and said, "Yep, it really is an honorary disciple tablet. When did you become Master's honorary disciple? Why have I never heard of you before?" Eldest senior brother, I haven't officially become Master's disciple yet. Master will only accept me as a disciple after the demon race's Heaven's chosen battle. Yang said respectfully. Okay, I got it. Young Master Yuji nodded faintly. He was very clear that his master would sometimes use the quota of nominal disciples to exchange for cultivation resources in various tribes. Not to mention whether these nominal disciples could get the master's true teachings. It would be difficult for them to stay in the Lucifer giant city for a long time in the future. The only advantage was that after becoming his master's nominal disciple, they could act a little more unscrupulously. After all, Davis was the second elder of the Law Enforcement Hall of the Lucifer tribe. His identity was extraordinary. Fairy Bai Chong and God Lord Huang glanced at Yang with a faint smile. Clearly, they had the same thought as Mr. Yuji. Yang was delighted when he saw young Master Yuji admit his identity. He could not help but straighten his back and look at Ningqi with complacency in his eyes. Young Master Beixian, this guy actually became Davis's disciple. I'm afraid he will target you in this demon race's genius battle. Lan Rua said with an ugly expression. North Moon Muyang was dumbfounded by this as well. He subconsciously looked at North Moon Lingqiu. Young miss, you already know about this? Seeing how North Moon Lingqiu's expression remained the same, North Moon Muyang was slightly surprised. North Moon Lingqiu nodded. Her expression was cold, and her attitude towards Yang Go did not change because of this. She still detested this person. Bitch, there will be a day when you kneel before me and beg for mercy. Yang Go stared at North Moon Lingqiu coldly. He was extremely furious. The next few days were peaceful. They did not come across any exotic beasts, nor did the nether snake catch up. Over the past few days, Yang Go followed behind young master Yu Ji the entire time, referring to himself as his junior brother. Apart from Yang Yingui and the other descendants of the Yang family, Duane and the others gradually pulled away from him. After all, the difference in status between them and young master Yu Ji was so great that they did not even have the right to follow behind him shamelessly. On the other hand, the other mid-demon human existences could talk to young master Yu Ji and the others a little, but young master Yu Ji was very cold. Apart from frequently talking to Fairy Bai Chong and Divine Lord Huang Huang, he basically looked down on the other demons. On this day, a demon suddenly arrived before Ning Chi's cabin and knocked on the door. What's the matter? Ning Chi opened the door and saw a demon he did not recognize. He could not help but frown. The demon's aura was similar to North Moon Muyang's, mid-demon human. I'll switch seats with you. How about that? The demon looked at Ning Chi with a smile. I'm not switching seats. With that, Ning Chi was about to close the door, but the demon extended his foot to stop him. Ning Chi glanced at his foot before looking back at him. The demon continued to smile in an unruly manner as he looked at Ning Chi in a slightly provocative manner. You'll have to switch seats today whether you want to or not. Ning Chi smiled. He looked past the demon's shoulder and saw that Yang Go and the others seemed to be paying attention to them from afar. He immediately understood what was going on. Do you still want this leg of yours? Ning Chi smiled. What? The demon did not seem to understand what Ning Chi was trying to say. An ant that had not even reached the demon-human realm was asking him whether he wanted his leg or not. That was basically arg. A heart-wrenching pain erupted from his thigh. The demon lowered his head and saw that his right leg had been severed at the base. That was not all. Before he could even react, his leg had been chopped into mincemeat by Ning Chi. How is this possible? The demon stared at Ning Chi in disbelief. Just how powerful was the body of a mid-demon human? Even if Ning Chi was an early demon human, he would not be able to harm him at all. So why had his leg been chopped off? Bang! The door slammed shut heavily, almost smashing into the demon's face. Fury surged through his eyes, and he wanted to force his way in. However, on further thought, even if he could deal with Ning Chi or not, the master of this place, the Sea Dragon Guru, would not allow him to destroy the formations of the cabin for no reason. In the distance, Yang Go watched on with his mouth agape. Pai Luo is a mighty mid-demon human, so how did that guy chop off his leg in a single stroke? That guy can even deal with mid-demon human now. Yang Yingui cried out in disbelief.